The 24 Hours of Le Mans. It is the height of sports car endurance racing. Some call it the most important automobile race on the planet. Others call it the only race that matters. Each year since 1923, racers have gathered at France's Circuit de la Sarthe to compete in a brutal test of racing fortitude. A race 6 times longer than the Indianapolis 500 and 18 times that of any Formula One Grand Prix. A race that demands a Herculean team effort just to finish, let alone win it. A race whose global renown upstages whatever racing series has ever tried to claim it. It is, and will always ever be, Le Mans. Drivers spend 85% of the race at full throttle, stressing components to the max and challenging the limits of their own physical endurance. All the while sustaining average speeds of 140 miles per hour, hour after hour, lap after grueling lap, racking up enough miles to get from New York to Los Angeles in one day. In its early days, Circuit de la Sarthe was a simple triangle leading from the ancient Roman city of Le Mans, south to the town of Mulsanne, northwest to the village of Arnage, and back north, returning to Le Mans. Today's circuit follows largely the same route, comprising mostly public roads. But over the years, the track itself, now 8.5 miles long, has been modified as the cars evolved and their speeds increased. The old White House section gave way to the Porsche curves. The 3.7-mile Mulsanne Straight, where the highly powered prototype cars once hit 250 miles per hour, is now tempered by chicanes. Le Mans lost its innocence many times over the years, as one great driver after another succumbed to the risk of hurtling through space at great speeds. But no tragedy could ever top the devastating crash in 1955 that killed 83 spectators and driver Pierre Levey in a hellish storm of metal and fire. In the years that followed, some Le Mans traditions fell to safety concerns. The iconic Le Mans start was one of them, a mad dash to the cockpit that often left drivers' harnesses undone as they blasted away at full throttle. Now drivers start the race strapped safely inside their cars. Le Mans also gave the racing world some new traditions. It was 1967 winners Dan Gurney and A.J. Foyt who first sprayed champagne instead of merely drinking it as they celebrated atop the podium. Even in its 90th year, Le Mans remains the ultimate measure of speed, stamina, and technical intelligence known to the world of motorsports. And so, another year at Le Mans, with spectators lugging tents and sleeping bags and bottles of champagne. The rest of the world will watch as drivers suit up and engineers glance anxiously at spreadsheets while fuelers practice their Baroque pit lane dance one last time. This is the 24 Hours of Le Mans. This is history. This is racing. The 24 Hours of Le Mans. It is the height of sports car endurance racing. Some call it the most important automobile race on the planet. Others call it the only race that matters. Each year since 1923, racers have gathered at France's Circuit de la Sarthe to compete in a brutal test of racing fortitude. A race 6 times longer than the Indianapolis 500 and 18 times that of any Formula One Grand Prix. A race that demands a Herculean team effort just to finish, let alone win it. A race whose global renown upstages whatever racing series has ever tried to claim it. It is, and will always ever be, Le Mans. Drivers spend 85% of the race at full throttle, stressing components to the max and challenging the limits of their own physical endurance. All the while sustaining average speeds of 140 miles per hour, hour after hour, lap after grueling lap, racking up enough miles to get from New York to Los Angeles in one day. In its early days, Circuit de la Sarthe was a simple triangle leading from the ancient Roman city of Le Mans, south to the town of Mulsanne, northwest to the village of Arnage, and back north, returning to Le Mans. Today's circuit follows largely the same route, comprising mostly public roads. But over the years, the track itself, now 8.5 miles long, has been modified as the cars evolved and their speeds increased. The old White House section gave way to the Porsche curves. The 3.7-mile Mulsanne Straight, where the highly powered prototype cars once hit 250 miles per hour, is now tempered by chicanes. Le Mans lost its innocence many times over the years, as one great driver after another succumbed to the risk of hurtling through space at great speeds. But no tragedy could ever top the devastating crash in 1955 that killed 83 spectators and driver Pierre Levey in a hellish storm of metal and fire. In the years that followed, some Le Mans traditions fell to safety concerns. The iconic Le Mans start was one of them, a mad dash to the cockpit that often left drivers' harnesses undone as they blasted away at full throttle. Now drivers start the race strapped safely inside their cars. Le Mans also gave the racing world some new traditions. It was 1967 winners Dan Gurney and A.J. Foyt who first sprayed champagne instead of merely drinking it as they celebrated atop the podium. Even in its 90th year, Le Mans remains the ultimate measure of speed, stamina, and technical intelligence known to the world of motorsports. And so, another year at Le Mans, with spectators lugging tents and sleeping bags and bottles of champagne. The rest of the world will watch as drivers suit up and engineers glance anxiously at spreadsheets while fuelers practice their Baroque pit lane dance one last time. This is the 24 Hours of Le Mans. This is history. This is racing.
Audi, since its debut in 1999, is the current brand of dominance at the Le Mans 24. 11 overall wins and counting, second only to Porsche's 15. 3 optimized hybrid diesel Audi R18 e-tron Quattro are the battle wagons built to continue the Audi tradition of winning, to create their own 25 hours of Le Mans, the twice-around-the-clock race, plus the winner's podium celebration. Optimized is the word Audi uses to define the 2013 car. Maximized improvements in aerodynamics, most notably the long-tail design, but also a host of extensive detail enhancements, including an F1-style engine exhaust-blown rear diffuser underbody, and weight, examples being the sophisticated carbon tub and the composite transaxle gear case, all to allow for the addition of the e-tron hybrid systems. And power, the 2013 model, 120-degree V6 diesel TDI is improved to the point that the ACO FIA invoked last-minute balance of performance benefits to give the Toyota a better chance to compete. Efficiency is a trademark of the Audi TDI performance. The e-tron system takes optimization to an even higher level, allowing efficiency to remain one of the stronger weapons in the Audi arsenal to beat the competition and win another Le Mans 24. Head of Audi Motorsport, Dr. Wolfgang Ulrich, defines the hybrid diesel R18 e-tron Quattro best. There's hardly another motorsport discipline in which the creativity of the engineers is rewarded as highly as it is with the Le Mans prototypes. The hybrid diesel Audi R18 e-tron Quattro, 3 of them in the hands of their veteran champions Alain McNish and Tom Christensen, or their young guns, 2012 Le Mans 24 champions Marcel Fassler, Andre Lauderer, and Benoit Trullier, remain the logical favorites for the 2013 race. And the intriguing part of this whole R18 exercise is that, be it engineering, design, materials, or other facets of car build, many ideas from Audi Motorsport will continue to influence Audi's production vehicles, optimizing their lightweight, power, efficiency, safety, aero, and more.
Paul Newman, James Garner, Steve McQueen did a Le Mans movie, but you're on a quest to go to Le Mans.
Right, have gone to Le Mans, so it's nice to be going back to Le Mans. You look at Newman was second there and drove very well. I mean, that's it for endurance racing. Le Mans is the ultimate.
Did that inspire Dempsey Racing, or where did this whole thing come from?
Lunacy, I think, was the thing that inspired me, because to be a team owner is a lot of work. I mean, we spend 90% of our time hustling for money. It's harder than the film business in many ways. It just sort of fell into place. It started out with what was Hypersport at the time. It was sort of going under, and I had an opportunity to come in and buy a lot of the assets and to go racing, and then one thing led to the next, and suddenly I found myself as a team owner. And thank God I was partnered with somebody who understands the business as well as Joe Foster does.
So I got into racing because I saw Grand Prix with James Garner. Did those movie guys inspire you, or was it something separate?
No, not so much. I grew up racing. My dad was a car owner, short track racer in Maryland. We were always big fans of racing, you know, Indy 500, Formula One, all those, Daytona, all that stuff. So I've always been a fan of racing. And then I had an opportunity to go get my certificate, my SCCA, because my wife got tired of me watching races on the weekend. And so I went up to Skip Barber's class, his school, at the Mazda Raceway. And then I came down here about 10 years ago and started doing the Panos Racing School. And that's how I got started racing in their series, and then got the bug completely from there. Because what happens with those schools, and I think it's the best way to go racing, is that you get your SCCA license, they give you the technique that you need, and then they go off into those series, are great. And that's how it got started, and then I got deeper and deeper into it.
When you approach the work of acting, your mindset, is it the same as when you approach racing the car?
I think there are a lot of similarities to being private in a public world that apply. Certainly, like, you see the energy and all of that that's going on here. You have to disengage and really focus on what you're doing in that moment consistently, and not worrying about what happened in the past or what's happening in the future, but what's happening right here and right now. And I think a lot of that training, a lot of those skills that I've developed over the years, acting, helped me tremendously in the car. Conditioning is the next big thing, because then that supports your mental approach and the consistency mentally, and then seat time and experience.
Last question. I could argue that managing a career in acting is probably similar to managing a career in racing. What would you tell a young racer to manage his or her career that you've learned from acting?
Well, I think certainly the more education you have, the better off you're going to be, whether it be business or marketing, and certainly engineering. I think all those things really will help you in a career. How you deal with the media is really important because your sponsors are looking for a presentation, so you have to handle yourself in that way, and you have to develop all those sides of your personality. And you have to be in the car and you have to be good. You have to be, having results.
And not to play Can You Top This, but I'd argue tenacity or maybe survival. Talk to me about that in your world.
You have to want it more than anything else. There is no failure. You can't accept failure. You can't accept defeat. You have to really believe or have the desperation to not quit. And I think that's what I've just survived because there was no other alternative. I had to succeed.
Perfect. Your team's about to qualify for Petite. We'll let you go.
Thank you.
Thank you.
My pleasure.
When you think of Le Mans, you think about Porsche. They've won the famed endurance race a record 16 times. But the past 3 years have been difficult. Their top-of-the-line production-based sports car is the RSR, and the aged 997 platform hasn't seen a major victory at the Le Mans circuit since 2010. In fact, in the past 6 years, Porsche has only had 2 class victories, the other in 2007. The last time they were on the top step was with Alan McNish, now of Audi fame, back in 1998 with the GT1. And even then, the 90s didn't have many results. The bulk of Porsche's dominance was back in the 80s. But for 2013, things are changing. For this year, we finally see a new Porsche GT car on track, the 991 RSR. The new platform is a little longer, but its power plant is nearly identical to last year's 997. Factory drivers are saying the new car does have an advantage though in high-speed corners, and the aerodynamics are vastly improved. The new car is in the hands of Team Manthey of Nürburgring fame, but this isn't a customer racing program, it's a factory-supported effort in GTE Pro. Their primary car, the number 91, is running in WEC with Jörg Bergmeister and Timo Bernhard. For Le Mans, Patrick Pilet joins them. The sister car, the number 92, has 3 more factory drivers, Lieb, Lietz, and Dumont. If that list of factory drivers doesn't surprise you, it should, especially as this is the 50th anniversary of the 911. Absent this year, the Flying Lizards. A dominant force for the past 8 years in the American Le Mans Series, they've moved down to the GTC class for 2013. Patrick Long, the only American Porsche factory driver, once with the Lizards, joins Dempsey Racing Proton with Patrick Dempsey and Joe Foster in the GTE AM class for Le Mans. But the plot thickens. Just last week, Porsche released these photos of their new LMP entry racing around their test track in Weissach, set to compete against Audi and Toyota in 2014. So 2 new cars in 2 years, each in separate classes. Could Porsche's dominance continue into the next decade? Could they regain the success they once had in the 80s? Only time will tell.
Ralph Schill, president and CEO of SRT, defined the reasons for the return of Viper to the racetrack. His reference to Riley is Riley Technologies, the storied race car builder that handles the construction and racing of the 2 new SRT Viper GTSRs. Return to Le Mans was the logical extension of the new Viper program, as the car dominated its GT class with 3 straight years of winning in 1998, 99, and the year 2000. And Viper was a truly international racer back then. In addition to Le Mans, Viper took home 3 Nürburgring 24 wins, 2 Spa 24 wins, victories at Daytona, Sebring, the Petit Le Mans, GT championships in France, Italy, Belgium, and 5 FIA GT Series crowns. Viper, now and then, does its racing the old-fashioned way. First, a close connection to street car design, making the GTSR race car an extension of technology you can buy. And second, when racing demands more speed, Viper's answer is good old-fashioned big motor cubic inches or liters. 8 liters of V10 power go up against the much smaller displacements of its Corvette, Ferrari, Porsche, and Aston Martin competition at Le Mans, and BMW in the American Le Mans Series. The GTE rules say only 5.5 liter maximum engine size, like on the Corvette. But the FIA ACO grant Viper a technical waiver because they want Viper to race with them so dearly. The big engine is compromised with a highly restricted air intake to create a balance of performance. And while it chokes Viper down on revs and horsepower way below its potential, it cannot take away the advantage the big V10 has in torque. So acceleration off the corners is a Viper strength. And fans can clearly recognize the low-throated Viper roar versus a Ferrari scream or Porsche revs. Aerodynamics are maximized for low drag at Le Mans. Weight has been coming down and redistributed around the car to create better handling. Advanced race car design, suspension configuration, tuning, and component technologies make Viper an ever stronger threat to win again. The Toyota TS030 Hybrid LMP1 car stands a good chance to win the 2013 Le Mans 24 endurance race. And yet, everything about this Toyota at the Le Mans 24 speaks the word loser. Have I got your attention now? But it's not what it seems. Let me explain. The Toyota TS030 was spawned from the losing Toyota F1 project. At Le Mans, the TS030 represents 16 years of Toyota losing the 24-hour race. Way back in 1985, Toyota started coming to Le Mans to win with some phenomenally memorable race cars. The 85 to 94 CV series cars, the Toyota Supra, a V8 MR2, the TS010, and the infamous TS020 Toyota GT1, the last Le Mans competitor for Toyota, but it lost the 1999 race. Audi's arrival in 1999 may have had something to do with Toyota's decision to quit Le Mans, and everything to do with Toyota's decision to return in 2012. Toyota knows to be a global leader, you have to fight and win like one. Accept loss, learn from it, then fight the best to be the best. At the 2012 Le Mans 24, however, Toyota was pressed into the role of Audi's main rival before it wanted, because Le Mans and the entire World Endurance Championship lost Peugeot from its roster of competitors. So while Toyota led the race at one point, in the end, Audi prevailed and Toyota lost again. And still, the Toyota TS030 Hybrid has proven itself a formidable, hyper-sophisticated race car. Born from the cumulative knowledge of Toyota Motorsport GmbH, once known as Toyota Team Europe, this is the team responsible for the design, engineering, and racing of the World Championship Rally Celicas, the Toyota GT1 at Le Mans, and the 2002 through 2009 Toyota F1 team effort. Toyota Motorsport has the talent and know-how to win. TMG F1 experience spawned the aerodynamic genius of the Toyota TS030, the beautiful carbon composite construction of this car, the packaging of components including the hybrid drive system, and the team's rapid update capability that has seen the car evolve quickly with a constant stream of new pieces. A 3.4-liter normally aspirated petrol-fueled V8 produces 530 horsepower. The next 300 horsepower comes from the electric motor, charged by regenerative braking into a supercapacitor for quicker energy capture and discharge. The V8 hybrid system powers the rear wheels only, giving the Toyota the advantage, per ACO FIA rules, to be able to use hybrid at any speed. Le Mans represents for Toyota a validation of its hybrid leadership and gives that achievement a spirit and personality way beyond what any Prius sales record or driving experience could. As such, because of its racing record at Le Mans and most recently in F1, Toyota almost has no choice but to win this 24-hour race, which makes it all the more fun to watch this very cool car fight for victory.
For sure, it's a huge advantage to have a temporary quattro. Everybody knows, like, four-wheel drive is a lot more traction. So at the pre-test, we got a taste of it, and and I can tell you it's a big advantage because when we accelerate out of the slow speed corners, before the quattro comes in, there's not a lot of traction, and then when it comes in, there's a big help. So I think we're in a really good position if it starts to be wet. So obviously it's not nice for everybody. It's very demanding to race in the wet at Le Mans. The downside of our system obviously is also the braking. We have the engine and the motors on the front axle, and when we brake, they recuperate more, and sometimes when the grip surface is very low, it's easier to lock the wheels, so you have to be very accurate with your driving style and to make the most out of it and not get into a mistake. But this is something we can control with the system which we've been working really hard on, and so at the test it proved that it worked well. Yes, we drove in the rain, and obviously any corner above 120 kilometers per hour, you will benefit from mid to exit on the acceleration. Porsche curves it's a bit faster, so it's more flowing. So the percentage of acceleration is not as high as if you would just exit the corner out of with 120. But still, you feel more confident even there to pin it and then just to have a better time.
We had to find, to do a big step. You know, we saw at the end of last year that Toyota was very strong, very quick, and we are not talking only about Le Mans now. We are talking about the World Championship, and of course you need reliability for Le Mans, but you need performance for the races. And we worked really hard during the winter to increase our performance, to find some tenths, seconds, you know, everywhere. So it's really hard, you know, when you start from one-year-old car, and you have to keep this car, but you have to improve a lot in terms of performance. You have to work on every details, and I think there the engineers have done and the mechanics have done a very good job. Basically, you have a little more switches, you know, to understand and to work with for the hybrid system to configure everything, and then basically also the car changed a lot compared to last year. Okay, we had an Ultra, but even the e-tron car was exactly the same. You know, it was only the hybrid system on. Now we have also a brand new car. You know, everybody works really hard in terms of aero package, of all sort of things. I mean, they improved the hybrid system also to get a little bit more performance. We have a blonde diffuser, so it's a lot of new things. So at the end, the car compared to last year is much better to drive. Easier, there's more overall grip, you feel a little bit more power. So for a driver, it's pretty cool to drive now. I joined Le Mans in 2008 for the first time. Then since 2009 I'm here every year. 2010 I'm here every year. And to know that just a few years after you started here in Le Mans, you are able to join Audi and being teammate with Alan McNish and Tom Christensen, which are big reference here in Le Mans. And Tom won 8 times, Alan twice. It's for sure it's something special, so I'm really proud of it. But then at the end, there are racing drivers like I am, and we just try to go the same way, to push as much as we can, and to be able to win. So it's for sure I learned a lot from them. But I hope also in the other side that, you know, I'm from another generation, so maybe I can bring something to the team. So I would say that both ways we try to help each other. as I said before, Le Mans it's not really a performance thing, you know. We saw last year that both car number 1 and car number 2 did few mistakes, you know, during the race. So you know that if you do a race without any mistakes, you have a chance for a win, you know, even if you're not talking about performance. So that's the main thing. After, for sure, at the end, when it's close like 2010 with 13 seconds difference, every second counts, for sure. For the pit stop, when you restart from the pits, you know, the way you go in the pits, the way you go in the traffic, so it's important. And of course, when you are behind the steering, you try to maximize that time and that performance to make sure you don't lose time. But at the end, I think what we have to be careful and think about is to do a race without any problems. And you have to be safe enough in the traffic and also aggressive sometimes, because you cannot lose too much time. But you have to be aware that you have to be far away from the problems. You have to take care, you know. Here, I mean, it's easy to win 4, 5, 6 tenths a lap if you cross the yellow bananas on the chicanes, for example, or Tertre Rouge. But you do it 1, 2, it's okay. But if you do that the whole race, for sure you're gonna break the splitter. You can break the floor, and then you lose a lot of time. So at the end, it's not really good to take these kind of risks, because you're gonna lose more than what you win. So for sure you have to go away from those bananas and curbs to make sure that, I mean, it's much better for the reliability of the car, and that's the most important during 24 hours.
How much there's been a lot of talk in the press about the blown diffuser. How much has that changed the handling of the car, especially in extreme conditions like wet?
You know, this is actually help us for our aerodynamic. It's actually an aerodynamic tool which helps us a little bit to get a little bit more efficiency from the aerodynamic side, but it's not. It's not that we can feel it that much in the car. It just helps a little bit aerodynamic wise, and that's all. Actually, it's a little tool we have.
Do perhaps maybe then the long tail, does that affect? Is that more of an efficiency thing as well?
Yeah, it's more efficiency for sure. Because we try to get as much top speed as possible without any drag. And long tail helps us a lot in this case. Also there, you know that in the end we have to have a really good aero balance in the car for the fast corners, like the Porsche corners. And therefore you need a well balanced, so you don't actually feel the long tail. But for sure it's a little piece, it's a little tool which helps us to balance the car with good efficiency on the straight, but still have enough drag. Enough downforce in the Porsche corners, so therefore it's you cannot say when you are in the car that now it's completely different because you have the long tail. You have to balance it as well. You have to make a good setup, but once it's in the window, then it's really fast. You know, as a driver you always want to go as fast as possible and want to have new tires and get out and nail at the time. But yeah, it's a privilege to get the pole position, and it's worth to fight for it, but in the end it's only the race count. So if you are not really sorted with the setup, I think you have first to concentrate on your setup to do there the right things, because you have to go after with this car for 24 hours into the race, and you need a good balanced car. So pole position will be a good thing if it happens, good, but in the end only the race count.
So you're still working on setup tonight then?
Yeah, we have to do we will try quite different things. It's important for us to know which direction we want to go. We had some little issue yesterday with the setup, but nothing which we have to worry about it. But we were not that much not happy enough, I would say. We still have now time to make a good setup on the car, and we're pretty sure that we will find a good solution for the race.
There's, of course, Porsche, the sister brand of Audi, but there's so much competition within the group that they're going to want to arrive, and already in their first year be competitive. And I think it's going to be a great rivalry, both on and off track, pushing the limits of the technology and the rules, but also on track close fights. So I can't wait till they come in next year. I think it's only good for sports car racing and also, for Le Mans and Audi themselves.
It should be fantastic for racing. We're up in the press center just kind of bullshitting about it and trying to figure out where this fits. I mean, Peugeot was such a hard-fought rivalry, and we're still a little new with Toyota, but they always kind of say you compete or you fight with your siblings maybe even more than you might against your chief rivals.
Yeah, I mean, it's very true. It's like an inter-team battle. You always want to beat your teammates. That's the first people you want to beat. And I think with sort of Audi and Porsche, you're going to get that same feeling. Neither company and neither brand's going to want to be beaten by their sister brand.
Sure.
So that's going to be, that doesn't mean we can take our eye off the ball and not focus on Toyota as well. But it does add that extra element, and I think it's just going to make the racing so competitive and so interesting, both as a spectator and a driver. We've got H this year, and I had him last year as well. And the great thing with him is he's won it. He's done it all before. He's very calm under pressure, and you need that. You need someone on the radio that's calm, knows exactly what they're doing. And as a driver, it's great because it gives you that confidence. So far, we've all been working very well as a team, which is key to winning Le Mans. Yeah, we raced together in Spa, but I mean, here in Le Mans it will be Luca's first time. It's Mark's. He's done it numerous times. He's won it before with Peugeot. So we've got a real mix of experience. Myself, it's my third time here, but as a team we've gelled really well. I think it's not a disadvantage that we're less experienced than the rest. Of course, Lucas has got to learn the track, and he's got to bring himself up to speed. But from what I saw in the pre-test, he did that already in 5 laps. So I think it's a great lineup. It's a real mix, and hopefully we can take the fight to not only Toyota but our teammates as well. It's really unclear at the moment. They gained 3 litres in fuel capacity. The big question mark is, does that 3 litres allow them to go an extra lap? We know they're already a lap. They can go a lap further than us because they have a much bigger fuel tank. The question is, does that 3 litres then allow them to do another lap on top of that? And they didn't show their hand at the test, so we're not sure going into the race. But if they can do 2 extra laps, that's a big performance advantage for them. Because it means we then have to go, for every lap longer they can go on fuel, we have to drive 0.6 of a second quicker per lap.
Really?
Yeah. Because throughout the race they're going to save so much time because they're going to have to pitch so much less. So, if it's 1 lap, we have to go drive every lap 0.6 seconds quicker. If it's 2, we double that to 1.2. And that's a lot of time to be trying to make up each lap.
I would imagine that's a bit of pressure too, because if they do have a hand to show, I doubt they'll show it before the flag drops and the race is going.
Yeah, I mean, we go into the race with a lot of unknowns. There's a lot of talk in the paddock that they're only able to do 1 more lap, but I think they're playing their cards very close to their chest, and that means we're going to have to approach the race with a full attack mentality and go out there and just push straight from the green line. quite fortunate so far in testing, and the majority's been dry. The pre-test here was wet, and that was probably the first proper running I've done in the wet with the car. But I have to say, we seem to have a very good balance, and that's the important thing in the wet. Because if you've got quite a neutral car, or even a little bit of understeer, it gives the driver the confidence to push. The last thing you want is a car with a lot of oversteer, because then you really have to come back off the limit, just to make sure you don't make mistakes.
Sure.
Because we run the hybrid on the front, the power comes through the front. We're not allowed to activate the hybrid until 120 kilometers an hour. That's different for Toyota, where they run the hybrid on the rear. They can activate it as early in the corner as they like. So in dry conditions, I'd say it's a disadvantage for us because we have to wait longer to activate this booster power. But in the wet, because we get the extra boost through the front, it's more of a benefit. But from our personal opinion, we'd like to get that boost as early as possible.
Well, the car is a very good evolution from last year. Last year was actually a revolution with the hybrid, etc. And we managed with many things to improve the car. The hybrid system is stronger. We got better aerodynamics, better efficiency down the straight, and the engine people didn't sleep either. We compensated with the engine power, so we're very well prepared, and this is the maximum we can do. What the ACDO decided towards Toyota, we're a bit surprised, but nothing we can do about it. It's something for them to handle. Obviously, it's something positive, I guess, but we're doing the maximum we can, and we cannot influence what happens outside of our garage. Obviously, Toyota showed good performance last year, and you would expect that they learn even more and that they would do better. The pre-test, we were faster than them. Let's see if this was the real result and the real gap. And then there's the possibility that they do one lap more, which is a high possibility that they do one lap more, but maybe even 2 laps. And depending on these differences, the strategy will be very interesting. And let's see if we can compensate with speed or not.
You think they might get 2 laps out of the
Well, it depends. They got those extra 3 liters. I mean, it doesn't mean the same thing for them than for us. For sure, with 3 liters, we could do an extra lap because we're on a diesel and it consumes less. But our fuel tank is a lot smaller, so a lot of people get maybe confused. Why is a petrol car driving longer than the diesel? But it's because they have, I think, around 76 liters and we only have 58. So this is something people has to understand. But we will find out, I guess, in the race. Some people say they will not be able to do that extra lap with those 3 liters, but it's always a benefit, even if you carry that little bit of extra weight. Le Mans, there could be a safety car, there could be some situation here and there where you always benefit to have a bit more fuel in the car, but you'll have to do 1 extra lap. And over the distance, if it saves you 3, 4, 5 stops, it's worth a lot.
His death was confirmed on the Le Mans TV feed.
Where? Oh, fuck. Someone go to the news?
Simonson's still being assessed in hospital.
Oh, my God.
French newspapers are reporting it.
What do you want to do about it? Seriously. Mention it? Do we need to, do we linger on it? What do you want to do?
All right, we need to do something about.
So someone Google the guy to find out what his racing history is, please. He's Danish. Is that you?
Radio Le Mans hasn't mentioned it.
Are we still down? It's no history, right? Go to one of the sites. Oh, wait a minute. Is this his career results right there?
Wait.
Yeah, we're back. Yeah, that pit stop was effed up. So, are we back?
He died. He did. They just announced it on Eurosport.
We can talk about technology. 30. We can talk about racing. We can talk about who should race. I believe we're back on.
Well.
So.
Okay.
Okay. Tell us. Well, then, when you know. I was just going to lead in, and then we can say something.
He was 33, a Danish racing driver, Alan Simonsen. Wow, we're down to 48 watching.
Signatech is off.
As a result of the crash
Sure.
this morning. So I'll just do the who, what, and where. And then we're back in, but whatever the feed is.
I'm going to take a break. I don't know. I did you see?
Yeah.
So Travis is on his way over?
Yeah. He was 33. He hadn't turned 34 yet. Wait a minute. Yeah. 78, 88, 98, 2008.
Can anyone find a picture of him? Type in Alan Simonsen Le Mans 213, see if we get a real picture.
Yeah, we're losing people like.
Is that him?
Might be him.
He was not in a car. Shit, I can't tell either. Let's use that one. Okay, do your best.
stop it and start it again, it's going to make a new link. So the internet, JF says internet's down at the Audi, what do you call it? Audi Press Center? Internet and cell service?
Watch this.
Oops.
Phone. Did someone reply to JF?
I just did.
Reply to him. He's asking about the
I just replied.
driver.
Yeah, he said a lot of crying, and they shut down the crying. At Aston Martin's garage and Paddock Club is shut down.
Well, we're back, and the race continues. I apologize again for our little technical difficulty, but the story's deeper than that. Michael?
Yeah, I mean, it's the worst thing that could happen in a race. 33-year-old driver Alan Simonson was killed in the crash that happened within the first 10 minutes or so of the race. This is one of the things that drivers sort of always keep in the back of their mind, but they don't. It's never mentioned. It's never said until it happens. I spoke to JF, and he's in Le Mans. He said the paddock scene there is just they're devastated. They're absolutely devastated.
Our prayers with everyone. The reality of racing is one continues.
Yep.
You race with a certain denial and a certain confidence that it won't be you. I'm sure Alan, who's had a good and healthy career, racing in Europe, Danish. There's not much to say. Everyone, prayers to think about it all and do the best we can. And I'm sure his family, any condolences would be greatly appreciated.
Yeah, I mean, there's nothing to say other than the fact that in the modern racing world, it's not something that we see as much as they used to see back in the early 60s especially, but later on in the safety era. It's never easy, but it is one of those things that it's always there. Looming.
It's not the time to get into the discussion or debate. There is a certain danger, obviously, to racing, but one death is one too many in racing, and I'm sorry, that's just the way it should be.
Yeah.
So we have to transition back to a little bit of the action. I know Aston Martin, the team, is continuing, heavy heart and all,
yep.
and we're going to do the same thing. We're 20 and a half hours left to go.
The battles continue. It seems to be getting to a point where the conditions are changing on the track, ever changing, and it's creating a few errors on track. I think we just saw the Rebellion, one of the Rebellion Lolas, do a little spin. There's been a few Ferrari trips to the gravel trap. But the but the Audi and Toyota battle continues up front.
Sorry, you guys keep going. I'm trying to get the live
timing and scoring.
The live timing and scoring up again, full screen.
So we have Audi leading, Toyota back in second place. The whatever mathematics is going on with speed versus economy seems to be creating a little more of a balance than everyone I think expected, to be frank. Both teams had talked about not knowing what the other hand was held by the other teams, but they all knew that it was going to be tough stuff, just as it was at the end of the WEC season. So Anthony Davidson is back in the Toyota TS030 number 8, if I recall, and he is right there in P2. The Audis are right behind him. The other Toyota is in P3, so whatever rebooting they needed to do trackside has not cost them in terms of performance. In P2, Oak Racing is showing their position. Now, I'm not sure, I should check which one is in P2. Let's see, we've got, no, neither of the art cars are running. Oak has an art car running, but the Oak Nissans are up there. Morgan chassis, that is the P2 performance. It's all Nissan as you expected. Level 5, I might add, is probably breaking into the top 5. That's the American entry with Scott Tucker. And I think Marino Franchitti in that car as well. In GT Pro, Aston Martin, who, as Mike mentioned earlier, is running 5 cars between the Pro and the M class. So you know their head is down in a number of ways, and the resolve is probably hardened still. Porsche, lo and behold, the new Porsche 911 is a fast race car and a Le Mans race car. They tweaked the aero. They got a little bit of balanced performance brake after Spa. They've got a pro team. You mentioned Manthey.
They did.
They've got great drivers, factory drivers. No offense to Patrick Long in the amateur car. And they're battling with Aston Martin for those 3 podium spots. And in Pro-Am, I think Ferrari has taken the forefront. AF Corsa. AF Corsa is another one of these dominant teams, not a factory team, but they always seem to have cars everywhere. Pro cars, amateur cars, and they're even involved with the P2 entry, PCOM Racing. So that is where we sit. We're seeing a struggle from a performance standpoint right now from Corvette and Viper, but the race is far from over. The DNFs have not started.
But
we just saw a very interesting shot, just a glimmer of it, where the rear brakes were all lit up in the Audi.
I love those shots. I love the lit up brake shots. And by the way, I think we should mention that we are in that period when Audi's done its pit stop, its fueling stops, and Toyota hasn't done its next one yet. So we're in the gap right now.
Okay.
Where Audi's done 4 and Toyota's only done 3. So we're, as we mentioned before, Toyotas can carry an extra 2 laps with the extra fuel that they've got on board. So, it's right now the Audi and Toyota battle is kind of going along academically at the top of the list right here.
And by the way, my math class never did a 3-minute 23 lap around 8.5 miles, 13 plus kilometers. So it's academically at freaking speed, which is pretty awesome.
Yeah, it's pretty much right at the level that everybody was talking about in qualifying.
Viewer comments, I know we've lost a number.
All right, so a lot of the viewers are talking about the tragedy that happened to Alan Simonson. Who's 34 actually, would have been his birthday next week. Rebellion front end damage, but again, we're 30 seconds, there's a 30-second lag for us. So that's why we're not staying on top of every single thing that's happening in the race. That you guys are actually letting us know a lot of stuff. But we could kind of get into. I think we haven't talked about yet is Ferrari a little bit more, because we haven't. I mean, we've been talking about Aston Martin for tragic reasons, and also kind of
smiling at the wrong time.
Well, I was
going
to do the tragedy second. I should have. No, but for tragic reasons, and also for fairly heroic reasons right now, that
dominance.
Aston's just doing extremely well in GT. But Ferrari, the Corsa team.
Well, the Ferrari 458 is probably the most developed GT race car out there.
True.
If you think about it, the Corvette C6R has had a certain life to its part. But they did an update of the car when they went to this whole ZR1 type look and feel and tweaks. The Porsche is brand new. The Aston Martin is evolving and clearly was quicker. But the car that has had the most work behind it to make it a true race car has been the 458.
Yeah.
It's always been quick. It's always been a winner. Matter of fact, in the 2 WEC races leading up to Le Mans, our 2 winners have been a Ferrari and an Aston Martin. So it's no surprise that this car is going to dominate in terms of being competitive at Le Mans, and it is last year's GTE winner.
Yes.
And of course, at Le Mans, got the job done when everyone else kind of tripped over their carbon fiber body parts.
Oh, I was going to say something else. But no, all right. So that's the deal with them right now. A little bit behind the curve, then. So they need just a little bit
behind the curve.
No.
How did I?
Well, I mean, off the pace a little bit. But let's talk about another thing, though. Corvette, are they stumbling because they're in between development years? Are they waiting until the C7? I mean, because they had to pull resources off of the current C6 car to put toward the C7 car. Do you think that's affected the outcome today at all?
Only Corvette Racing can answer that, to be blunt. But from my understanding, it's not as black and white as that type of picture, or as you would paint in F1, developing a new car versus an old car. Let's be honest, the C7R is going to have a lot of transition pieces from the C6R, just as the C7, from a road car standpoint, is an extension of the C6.
Right.
No, I think you're looking at a couple of things. I think, number one, the bar has been raised in terms of the competitiveness of the other cars. Even last year, Corvette won the championship in American Le Mans, but they didn't dominate. Very competitive. I reached out to Corvette Racing. They negated a little bit of the commentary that the Michelin tire they're running here at Le Mans is a different spec from the tire that they run in the American Le Mans series. Now, they negated that, but I would argue in their defense that there probably is some experience that needs to be factored in to adjust the race car to the tires. The tires are, as we know, looking at F1 and everything, all important and all critical. No, it seems like Corvette, for whatever reasons, is where they are with their balance of performance, and a bunch of little niggling things just haven't allowed them to find the magic setup. They could also probably defend themselves and say, we went to the test and it was all rain, so we never found our true speed.
Yep.
Qualifying was mixed conditions, same thing. There were red flags, there were traffic, but bottom line, all of that was the same for everyone. Well, Aston Martin flies, Corvette hasn't found their place.
Yeah, that's it. Well, I mean, so to look back at the top of the list right now, so LMP, so Toyota and Audi are now in parity. They're all at four fueling stops right now. So we are.
But I would argue too that is not the parity equation, because at the end of this race, Toyota will have fewer pit stops than Audi.
Right. So Audi, as we have mentioned before, Audi needs to do a second and a half better a lap through the whole race.
According to their math.
According to their math, if Toyota's, if Toyota cars are as robust as they hope they are.
Yeah, hey, can I interrupt you guys for a second?
Yes, absolutely.
Get
on camera.
Our buddy from Jalopnik.
His name
is Travis.
So one of the questions was, who else is coming on? And we got Travis Okulski, which
Travis, why don't
you pronounced.
You want to join us at the desk?
I was told to sit on the couch. Oh, no, you can.
I'm going to change someone's mind.
Okay.
Come on.
I'll join you at the desk. Sure.
I'm going to actually give you a better seat. Right there.
Oh, cool. I get to be Leo.
No.
All right.
You get to be Travis.
Why don't you? Yeah. Well, Leo, do you want to?
I'm taking a break for a
You're
second.
gonna take a break. All right. Cool.
Don't worry about it.
Seat's nice and warm, thanks, Leo.
Yeah.
Is your lav on?
It's on. It's on.
Yeah, is it?
Oh.
Very on.
So yeah, we got so Travis's while Travis works out his audio problems. I'm going to introduce. Well, you know who Travis is from jalopnik.com. What's your title?
Senior something or other.
Senior something or other.
Senior writer.
Senior writer. Senior editor. Senior writer.
Writer, editor.
Senior writer, editor.
Doesn't matter.
Recently, what did you just drive? You just drove a McLaren.
Yeah. Just drove the 12C on Wednesday.
Yeah.
It was, it's all downhill.
Right, a
from
car.
there, I think. The rest of my
You're
life.
just spoiled.
That's it.
You're spoiled for the
Yeah,
rest
I'm
of your
spoiled
life.
for the rest of my life.
I don't blame you. I think that's amazing. I
car
love
I've
that
ever
car.
driven.
Yeah,
I
I
only
do.
drove like an hour.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Well, I mean, so Leo
That's an hour
did,
more than I've ever driven it.
Well,
It was a great
so
hour.
you should be happy.
That was a great time.
Leo did turn his mic off when he went to the restroom this time. So okay, so we've made a successful transition. Probably the worst pit stop in the history of racing.
Yeah.
So what the hell is up? What are you doing?
I was following along all morning. I was going to come in a little earlier, but obviously with what just happened,
Yeah.
we had to.
Yes, exactly. So
ID,
that
sort of stuff.
Yeah, I know. You know, when you guys, Jalopnik is also covers hard news, and when something like this happens, it's. I mean, there's a kind of a respect period where you say, you know, you have to make sure that it's confirmed, and we were wondering for a while that it hadn't been reported, and people started hearing it on different. And it's funny when you have commenters from all around the world, right? So Danish TV was reporting it.
I saw it on a random Twitter from a guy I know in Canada.
Yeah.
That's the first time I saw it. Obviously, you don't report it after that. If you report it once it's confirmed based on an ACO statement or something.
Right, exactly.
And it just, and especially now because we have this week, we had Jason Leffler the other week.
Yes.
Dan Weldon's 35th birthday would be today.
Wow.
So, and apparently Simonson was only a week younger than Weldon.
Yeah, they were both early 34, early 30s. Yeah, I mean it's you know, it's one of those things you never want to see, and
But it is part of racing, and you know, it happens. It happens, still happens. I mean, the crash was reminiscent. The accidents are a left-hand drive too in the race, right?
and he hit on the. I
Did he hit
thought
on the
he hit on the opposite
It
side.
did look like he hit on the opposite side.
So,
maybe the right-hand drive, because the driver's side impact is obviously worse.
Yeah.
in a car like
Because it didn't, you know, I mean, you say, well, it didn't look, you know, if you look back at Dale Earnhardt, it didn't look like he did much either. But I mean, obviously, racing is a different level.
In the middle of our. I know people want to hear what you have to say. No, it's okay. Thank you.
Just stick this on, and then you can put it in your shirt later. You know,
And
so
we're
that
working on Travis's mic. Yeah.
All right. I'll take my shirt off for you.
No, thank you.
Yeah, but I had just seen the onboard, the video from the Corvette that was behind Simonson.
Yeah.
That was awful.
I didn't.
too.
I actually haven't seen that yet. It looks, you know.
I mean, you don't see the aftermath. You only see the crash beginning to happen because he
Yeah.
gets onto the rumble strip and then it just darts left right into the wall. It stinks.
I mean, you know, there's a lot of speculation on what happened. It was
Right.
a mechanical issue, maybe a suspension part or something. But it's a shame. So how? By the way, I got to ask you guys, how's the audio? Because we don't have any. Unless Josh can hear.
We don't have any way to
We don't have a way to tell
especially
whether.
not Josh.
And first of all, okay, so Aston is right-hand drive. He hit the driver's side. Yes.
Okay.
That
would be why. It's like that crash Jerry Nadeau had in NASCAR ages ago.
Yeah.
Driver's side. He didn't die, but I think he fractured his skull and a whole bunch of other stuff, and that's where you don't want to hit. Obviously.
Right. That's
So-
and also, so if your audio is bad, try to re-up, refresh, whatever the word is, refresh. All right. So now what? There's a low-pitched hum that's effing terrible.
Yeah, that's our effing terrible air conditioner.
Wait. There's static. There's some static noise.
Static. I'm listening. There's no static.
All right, then do it.
Oh, now there's right Right at that moment.
Right at that moment, there's static.
I'm sorry, guys. Static guy.
This is odd. Oh, weird. Sorry, I'm sorry. It's my fault.
Yeah?
We'll just blame it on me.
Were you sitting on your...
No, it's here, but I'm the new guy.
Oh, yeah.
So we'll just blame it on me.
All right.
So... Yeah.
Yeah, re-up. Yeah, I'll do that.
Well, I talked to JF earlier, and I legitimately hate him.
For being there?
For being there, totally do. But hopefully he said he's going to have some cool pictures for us
Yeah.
and everything coming up, so that's good.
That's true. All right,
Yeah.
so what are we talking about?
You tell me. I'm just here to hang out.
Really?
Racing. So
we could talk some racing. I mean,
well, so they got the number 7 stopped on track before.
Yes.
Did they ever? I missed that part of it.
So
'cause
we don't know. I mean,
so,
here's the thing. Here's our little secret is that we're behind, so we're not going to be able to talk about what's happening right now. We can only sort of maybe drink a lot, perhaps later, and just kind of, give as much insight as we can on this thing.
Right.
And just kind of watch it with you guys. Hot Pockets. Who's making the Hot Pockets today? Roy White asks. I think that will be Ian. Will be making the Hot Pockets.
Heard Farrah was bringing the Hot Pockets.
Okay. Anyway, so we're back to talking about racing.
Yeah.
Storylines right now. I mean, we're Audi and Toyota,
and we're on. Was it 3 or 4 pit stops right now
well,
for the Audis?
Okay, so all the Audis and all the Toyotas are on 4, and all the gasoline-powered prototypes.
The plebes that don't have the funds
it's
to
a shame.
make a hybrid, right?
Yeah, Rebellion and Straka, the Swiss wonders. Car runs on chocolate, I heard.
Oh,
no,
yeah?
it doesn't, and that's a terrible joke. Okay, so they're all on 4 pits. They're doing, I think the fastest prototype right now is, is the number 1 Choulier Audi.
And I was expecting McNish and Duval and Christensen to actually win. So that does not appear the case at the moment, especially if they're 48 seconds behind. We're only 4 hours in, and something could happen. But
yeah,
Trullier and
all right. So what's your favorite class right now in this? What are you watching more than any other?
P1.
You're a P1, like straight up P1.
I like P1 just because I like all the tech.
So you're the nerd. You're the nerd at the. Well, I mean, I was talking about nerdiness before, but you're right. Yeah, what it is about P1 that
it harkens.
Dig.
What
it is about P1.
It harkens back, to the days of the late '90s when you had Porsche, you had Toyota, you had Nissan,
right.
You had everybody competing with cars that looked incredible. Were incredibly fast. Were actually, prototypes. That's what they are. I think next year it'll be a lot better.
So you're going all the way back to Group C because we have been talking about Group C before.
I'm going a little ahead. I'm going to the GT1. So I'm going pre-open top, post Group C.
Yeah, Leo and I were having a little discussion. So you're talking about the flippy Mercedes era.
We're talking about CLR, CLK GTR,
exactly.
R390.
When GT pushed so hard into technology that they actually became like prototype cars.
Right. When then all of a sudden they just made prototype cars instead.
And it was like, all right, we've gone so far.
When you have they have to make, was it 50 cars to be road legal or whatever?
Right,
And there's 50 or however many Toyota TS020s you can drive on the road and all that sort of thing. I think that's the era I grew up in too.
Right.
I was like 12.
But that's true. No, but Leo and I were having that discussion too. Is if you grew up in that, because the 90s were a sort of, there was a resurgence of Le Mans in the mid 90s to the late 90s that I think, to me, it's like, all right, so I'm a little older.
Yeah.
Don't let 28. But so my era was like the batshit Group C era, right? So it was like 250 on Mulsanne, up to the Mulsanne. That's good. But next year I'm expecting 275.
Right.
I want 300 by the end of the decade. But again, that got too expensive. They were running F1 engines
too.
And dangerous and really dangerous. And so, they sort of GT, and then there was the recession in the early 90s, so they kind of, GT was cheaper to do, and F1 engines are really expensive, so they kind of screwed up the prototype classes at that point, and then GT was the big thing.
Right.
So then GT grew into GT1. So by the end of the decade, the 90s, it was
it ebbs and flows with the financial, qualities of the world, I guess.
Right.
Because in the late 90s, we're doing really well. We've got factory teams from nearly everybody that's great in the top class. Then we keep having that, and then we hit a recession. Now we've got 2. Next year we'll have 3, at least, with Porsche, Toyota, and Audi. That's their name.
Yeah. And then you've got Bentley going into GT.
And Bentley, I think has an eye on coming back there too.
That would be interesting because Bentley. What was that?
It was 03.
03 for Bentley.
Yes, it was the year that that was decided within Volkswagen that Bentley will win this year.
Right. Well, they had its own class, right? Didn't?
Well, there was the GT. It was GT. Wasn't it GTP? Is what it was called or something?
It was
because it was the only closed-top car.
Right. Exactly.
And then they decided that all the R8s will be privateer cars, and we're going to run 1 Speed 8, or no, 3 Speed 8s, or however many they ran that year, to win the race.
Yeah.
Now and they did.
Yeah.
And now they don't run them anymore because they wanted Audi to win the next 10 years.
Right.
But
so now here you are, having grown up in that era, and now now it's sort of a pretty virulent time in the prototype world, right?
Right. Yeah.
If only poor Peugeot, I think I would, or Peugeot, if you're Poukiot.
Yes.
If Poukiot would only come back, because, it's only.
That's why I was looking forward to last year.
Yeah.
Because I thought that it was going to be Peugeot, Toyota, and Audi. Yeah. And for some reason, I don't have no reason not to like them, but I don't want to see Peugeot or Toyota win ever. I don't know why. And I'm not like an Audi fanboy.
Yeah.
Or anything.
Right.
But
why?
I don't.
Like Toyota?
There's no reason. I have no reason. But next year, I've already predicted Porsche's going to win the whole race, and I want that to happen.
Well, okay.
It's my official.
So
prediction.
Travis, you're getting static, dude. Hey, Josh, can you hear static coming from his mic?
Did I?
Yeah, but what do you want me to do?
Oh, I don't know. Turn the knob. I don't know. Do your
Think-
freaking job over there. He sounds all right?
That sounds good.
Yeah, just because one guy complained.
No, I'm just.
No, seriously. When you see 30 people comment and say, we got a problem.
Yeah.
Josh, can you hear me?
While we're killing Ben's ears, I'm Mr. Jalopnik, according to Ben.
Hey, Ben.
I'm sorry, Ben. I'll stop moving around.
Travis, Mr. Jalopnik.
I'll stop moving around.
Can you hear me?
Oh, yeah.
Nice and clear?
Ian has such a nice timbre to his voice.
I know, Ian's like.
Talk to you guys all night long.
You should be doing the voiceovers.
I should. I'd be happy to.
All right.
Well, you're too tall for the camera.
Yeah, you're definitely too tall.
Sorry.
No, because the thing is, like we were just talking about, Ian uses the fat lens on me all the time. So I'm sitting in that chair. I look like I'm smuggling spare tires into the
I had
joint.
to choose very carefully what I wore today based on.
When I use the fat lens, it's a plot to eventually make you just give up and leave.
It's like if people make fun of me enough, I'm gonna leave. That's not gonna happen. So that's all right. But you do fine. Oh ha ha ha! Racing is racing. The sound is horrible. Oh wait, that's just them talking. Yeah, that's a great joke. I've heard that one.
I've been told I have a very nice voice.
You have a great voice.
Great voice. It's.
I think I got the greatest voice in here. You son of a bitch. Go ahead, get the f out of here, you freaking mook. All right, sorry. Go ahead.
But to talk, I guess, about Toyota in general. I know you guys just did the whole package on them, but Toyota in motorsport, it's rare that they're a huge success. If you look at it as a whole.
But it is not rare that they throw a freak load of money at it.
They throw a freak load of money at it, but it takes for so when they went into Champ Car and IndyCar back in the late 90s, early 90s, they were awful forever. They were awful until Chip Ganassi decided he's going to put Toyota engines in his car, and then Montoya won the first race for them. I think it was at Michigan in 2000. That's the first time Toyota won a race after 4 years of competition there. In World Rally they won, but then they got banned.
And then they cheated.
Because they cheated, which doesn't work out very well.
Yeah, but and again, there's the cheating, and then there's messing with the rules. Like Leo and I were talking about the was it? I guess it would have been the equivalent of GT1 back in the mid '90s when they had the MR2 with the 8-cylinder. What was it? The Sard
MR2.
car.
Yeah,
very good. Sard MR2, racing neck and neck kind of with the Supra at the time. Anyway, so Toyota's.
Well, then there was TS010. Didn't win.
Right.
TS020. Tons of money there. Didn't win.
Yeah, that's right. Those are
F1.
huge.
Biggest budget in F1.
What was that? 500 million a year.
At least that's what they said, but it's got to be more. It's
Had to
probably
have
more
been.
than that.
So 500 million means $1 billion.
It's all bad decisions though, because they would hire people that they thought were the flavor of the month. They hired Mike Gascoigne, I think they hired, who's not a terrible design. He designed one Renault that won. Then he went to Toyota. Then he's been on a downward trajectory since Renault.
What Renault did he did he do a Benetton?
No, I think it was the last when Renault was running a real wide-angle V10.
Okay.
The first car that Alonso was winning.
05, yes.
Yeah,
okay.
because the car.
Or 04 or 5? 04 into 05 is the 05 season, right? God, I don't remember. It's already.
Yeah,
we'll see.
But then there was, F1. They played Michael Schumacher money to have Ralph Schumacher drive the car.
Oh, snap, dude!
Yeah. And then that's very good.
Wow.
I heard that from somebody else.
Sorry, appropriation of jokes is if there was no appropriation of jokes, I'd have no jokes at all.
I just wanted to let everyone know they want Leo falling. Yes, Leo's gone.
No, Leo's coming back. Don't worry about it.
That's
He's I don't know where he went. But his chair is empty. Well,
I'm in his chair.
You're in his chair.
I get to swivel.
He's around somewhere. I don't know. We got to find him.
But once Toyota almost came good in F1,
yeah,
they quit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, that would also corresponded with a serious economic downturn, or F down, as we like to call it.
Yes, as us in the know. And the us economic scholars, as we like to call ourselves,
That's right.
we typically
But they
say that.
they spent billions on nothing.
On nothing. They had,
well, no, they didn't spend billions on nothing. So they spent billions, and now they have a fantastic race shop that they farm out, and they other people are doing great development work at their race shop.
Yeah, and I guess they're doing great development.
Well, now
too.
they are too.
But
yeah.
this car, I don't know. Right now, if a car turns off on Lausanne Straight with no one knows what happened,
yeah,
it's not a good sign.
Yeah,
particularly. Oh. So it looks like.
Which car is that?
That is the.
By the way, we are 30 seconds behind, but so something happened.
On the track.
On the track?
Possibly. It looks like one of the Audis just ran straight through one of the chicanes. That's the shortcut I take in Gran Turismo.
We ran right through it. But who's
the number 3 car?
That's behind him is the closed cockpit.
That's a T128, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, the Lotus.
The Lotus, yeah.
The Lotus. I'm sorry.
The Lotus.
Yeah.
The paid for Lotus branded.
But that's a Lotus brand. So does Lotus pay anything to them to brand?
Oh yeah.
Right. So is this one of the leftovers from the Danny Bahar? Let's go racing in every single thing and pay as much money as we can.
I don't know. Maybe I don't know when the contract was signed, but it might have been the Bahar era contract.
Because he ruined everything. That guy stunk.
Well, I mean,
as far as I'm concerned,
honestly, I mean, Lotus is in a quandary, and I don't know what I would do right now if I were Lotus, but other than put my name on cars that aren't ours. That's it.
Let's complicate and.
Timo Glock, I forgot. Anyway, by the way,
Timo Glock.
Yeah.
What about him?
Tim O'Glock?
Yeah,
he's
an Irishman.
He's an Irishman now.
Oh, hello, it's me, Tim O'Glock.
Oh, it's me, Tim O'Glock.
Some potatoes.
Your Irish accent is I think it's in some ways better than mine, and some ways worse. I always say it's sometimes worse.
Oh, is it?
You son of a...
Oh, do you want some potato soup and a Guinness?
Oh, Jesus.
Oh, that would be delicious. We'll put it on a pizza.
That's terrible.
There's actually, this is totally off racing, but there's a Long Beach Island, New Jersey, there's a pizzeria that actually got, I think, flooded during the hurricane, so now it's moved, but it was called O'Malley's Pizza.
Yes.
It's O'Malley's Pizza, the finest Irish pizza on all of Long Beach Island. Oh, potatoes.
What?
Potato pizza.
Is that county clerk? What county are you from there?
I'm not entirely certain.
It's fine. But O'Malley's Pizza, I've heard of it. I've never been there.
Don't?
I
can't imagine it being good.
Yeah.
All right, I haven't gone either.
So what else about this race are you looking at as a fan of racing? And a former kart racer, actually.
Yes, as
a lot
a
of people
former-
don't know this about you. You're the Stig of Jalopnik right now.
I guess so.
I mean, because, I've seen you drive the crap out of some stuff.
Yeah, I know how to drive. decently. It doesn't look like I do as a person sometimes, but
Yeah.
'cause I'm tall and gangly, and I can't fit in a lot of race cars very easily. But
Yeah.
I can drive somewhat.
By the way, I apologize to the Irish. I just want to.
Yes.
We love your country. We don't want to. Alienate everyone.
I can do some other. My Irish accent turns into an Indian accent after a little while.
You know, I've heard that about mine too, and from an Irishman said, you know what? I don't understand what you're saying. That sounds like an Indian accent.
Yeah.
What are you from, Bangladesh?
I've also been told my Australian accent sounds like a terrible impression of Steve Irwin. But enough on accents. We've got the number 3 Audi here in the pits.
Yeah.
I told JF to go down in the pits just because I wanted to see him running around in a fire suit. And because he has to put a fire suit on. You have to put a fire suit on to go in the pits. So I told JF to go in the pits to take some pictures for us.
Yeah, I think, right now we're sort of just waiting for JF to amass a bunch of content for us from Le Mans. So
Yeah.
We have actually already amassed.
So what can we run? Let's run something.
Why don't you look at the list in front of you?
Oh, dag, Leo took it. What?
No, it's right there.
Dag, yo.
We
Let's
have
see what we
the
got.
segment with Derek Bell driving the circuit.
I think, all right, so it's not wet, so we don't want to do the wet driving one.
It is, but no.
It's damp.
It's damp, but it's not
greasy?
it's a little greasy, but it's not raining.
Yeah.
Let's, okay, so what are you looking at? Why don't we do
the Audi profiles again?
Why don't we do the, what,
Have
all
we
right,
done the
so what about
Corvette profile?
You're not looking at GT. What's your, you want to do the Viper profile?
Yeah, I want to do
Why don't you run the Viper profile? We haven't seen it.
run that.
You run that Viper, gorgeous Viper profile.
Ralph Schill, president and CEO of SRT, defined the reasons for the return of Viper to the racetrack. His reference to Riley is Riley Technologies, the storied race car builder that handles the construction and racing of the 2 new SRT Viper GTSRs. Return to Le Mans was the logical extension of the new Viper program, as the car dominated its GT class with 3 straight years of winning in 1998, 99, and the year 2000. And Viper was a truly international racer back then. In addition to Le Mans, Viper took home 3 Nürburgring 24 wins, 2 Spa 24 wins, victories at Daytona, Sebring, the Petit Le Mans, GT championships in France, Italy, Belgium, and 5 FIA GT Series crowns. Viper, now and then, does its racing the old-fashioned way. First, a close connection to street car design, making the GTSR race car an extension of technology you can buy. And second, when racing demands more speed, Viper's answer is good old-fashioned big motor cubic inches or liters. 8 liters of V10 power go up against the much smaller displacements of its Corvette, Ferrari, Porsche, and Aston Martin competition at Le Mans, and BMW in the American Le Mans Series. The GTE rules say only 5.5-liter maximum engine size, like on the Corvette. But the FIA ACO grant Viper a technical waiver because they want Viper to race with them so dearly. The big engine is compromised with a highly restricted air intake to create a balance of performance. And while it chokes Viper down on revs and horsepower way below its potential, it cannot take away the advantage the big V10 has in torque. So acceleration off the corners is a Viper strength. And fans can clearly recognize the low-throated Viper roar versus a Ferrari scream or Porsche revs. Aerodynamics are maximized for low drag at Le Mans. Weight has been coming down and redistributed around the car to create better handling. Advanced race car design, suspension configuration, tuning, and component technologies make Viper an ever stronger threat to win again.
The Corvette's always
Well, since you're not looking at me, you don't know.
Sorry, we were catching up on where the Vipers and the Corvettes
So
were.
yeah, well, so what do you think of the Viper?
I love seeing the Viper back. It was a great rivalry back in GT. That was the GT1 after it was the awesome GT1.
Right, right.
So seeing Corvette and Viper back and forth again is great, but now they're in a much more competitive class.
Yeah.
Because the current GT Pro, you have Porsche, you have Aston, Corvette,
And you've got
Viper.
Aston coming just strong this year.
Aston's on a mission.
They
this
are on a
year.
mission.
If
yeah.
they have 100 years, they want to win everything possible right now.
Right.
And I feel like I don't know how they got so far up because they weren't that quick in the past either. Last year at least.
Well, they're off the pace pretty significantly, but you know they're considering considering this year another development year.
Right.
But you know it's I mean they're you know they're when they add that thing to the race where what it's the stuttering.
It's
isn't it?
greasier out there than Spinelli's hair.
It's not greasy. You know what? That's called conditioned, buddy. No, we're good. No, but the cool thing about having Viper back is it adds that kind of like redneck, angry appeal that Corvette kind of has sort of let slide a little bit.
Sure.
I like it.
It's also just a great American rivalry to have in France. I feel like it's a great, you know, when you had the Orica Vipers and then the original Vets, the C5Rs, going back and forth with each other, and then it's just great to see the two greatest American sports cars fighting with each other on the track in the greatest endurance race in the world. And I feel like having them in a lower class with more competition, in the past would have been better when Corvettes were really fast the last couple of years. This year, I don't know what's going on with the Vets to be behind so many Porsches,
Well, that's the question.
Ferraris too.
That's really the question with the Corvette is has their focus on C7 next year, and you know, to a lot of people, 2000. The big rules change for 2014 means that this year is kind of a lame duck year, and that it's not a year where everybody's putting a lot of money into it. But it looks like, you know.
Well, is that why then Aston's doing so well?
Well,
because Aston decided to develop a car big time for their 100th year because they know everyone else isn't going to. Well, ProDrive develop a car that's insanely good, and then the 911s, the two 911s that are up front, aren't they 991s this time? They're the only year they're going to be running these ones. Apparently, they're going to change them again for 2014. That's what I heard.
Yeah.
So they're going to have. So these are the two newest cars leading the race. Then you've got a C6R, which has been around now for God knows how long. You've got a Viper.
05?
Yeah, it's an old car compared to everything else. And you've got the Viper, which is new, but still needs a lot of development. And especially if there's going to change, you got to work on the stutter.
I know it's
Mike.
It's funny because
that Southern Arrow, he's all over it.
Southern Arrow is all over it. All right.
I see what you did there.
You like how I did that?
It wasn't on purpose either.
All right, so you know the idea that it's a throwaway year. You know, you can't escape the fact that it's possible that's what's happening. All right, so let's look at a couple of. Let's see.
Actually, looks like it's getting brighter and drier on track now.
Yeah, but I mean, let's see if we got any. You guys have any questions or something? Because this is the point in the hour that we're supposed to take questions. What are the fans saying?
The fans are saying they want Swedish cars in the race.
Swedish cars. Well, where are they? Right. So we've got Volvo.
Get that Koenigsegg
would be a natural to come back, right? Because they've got their touring car thing going on.
Right.
They have that tradition, but unfortunately now they're owned by.
You're right. The XJ, it was the XJ220s, and then there were who was running Jag engines? Walkinshaw.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They were actually Jaguars, so they had Jaguar engines.
No, but who else? Wasn't there another?
No, we're thinking Aston Martin engines and things like Nimrods and Lotus.
Oh yeah, Nimrod.
No, Lister's. That's old. Lister Jag is like 19.
Lister Jag. By the way, okay, I'm glad you mentioned Lister. I'm glad you mentioned Lister Jag because
I think I know why I mentioned.
Yes, because Chris Harris drove a Lister Jag in the Legends race before Le Mans. We're still haven't heard from him about. I wanted to hear how it went because I mean it's an old car with
probably still
kind of weird brakes going 170 in the straights. Yeah. So anyway, also going back to the comments, someone remembers bus stop hair. That was probably the best rip that Zach Clapman ever had on me at the Matt Farah podcast. Which Zach is coming here. He's going to be here too. It's going to be mayhem later. So just So Farah's coming. Zach is coming from the East Coast, from the West Coast to the East Coast. You're already here.
I'm right here. Yeah. Yeah.
Who else is coming? Anyway.
Raphael Orlov.
Yes, exactly.
Our savant, not an idiot savant. He's just a regular savant.
He's actually, he would know all of this.
He knows too many things.
These very detailed stuff.
But Raph's watching drifting right now down at Englishtown,
he went to
I think. At Wall Speedway in New Jersey.
Formula D, right?
Yeah. And he said he'll be here for the night shift, so I guess he's coming at 10.
Yeah. So, hey, Leo, do you want to come back on at some point?
At some point.
I think
This is not the point.
this isn't the point. All right. So, are you guys going to ask some damn questions or what? Or comment?
They asked way too many questions. They all went down.
TVR. All right. Let's see. Wait a minute.
That's true. Volvo is going back to V8 supercars.
That's right. I forgot
not going
about
back,
that.
going into V8
Going
supercars.
into V8 supercars.
With their own engine. They're not taking the off-the-shelf 5-liter that V8 supercars offers. They're building a version of the 4.4-liter Yamaha.
I was going to say that Yamaha motor is badass. That would be. But what else has it other than the SUV?
The S80 has it, and the Noble M600 has it.
Oh, that's right.
The twin turbo version.
See, now if it were 1995, Noble would have a car. Well, anyway.
And plus, we need Spiker back. Who do we need back at Le Mans? That's a good thing.
That's a good question.
That's a good question.
That's a question for you guys. Who do we need back at Le Mans? And not just back, who do we need there that has never been there? So Pagani has been to Le Mans before. They did. They didn't
Way back
do well.
when?
Zonda, early
like
Zonda
one of the
days.
first Zondas.
Yeah, they did not do well. It was right when they first allowed carbon fiber GT cars. So, okay, so let's say Pagani.
Pagani.
Pagani
The
back.
Spikers. I always like seeing the Spikers. The Spikers aren't there this year, I don't think, because Spiker doesn't have any money.
Spiker, no. Spiker's not here.
Right.
Koenigsegg, of course. That's Paskowitz says Koenigsegg in the
Cadillac
spelling. Cadillac would be.
That's an interesting one.
I think Cadillac should. You know what? I would have bet a couple of years ago that Cadillac would already have been in Le Mans with, CTSV or something.
Well, they have the World Challenge car.
But that's more their style.
I guess.
Or DTM. I mean, that's.
Well, that's what they want to do.
That's what they want to do.
Apparently, they want to compete with those people. But Morgan's not there this year, are they? Like for with
an Aero 8.
No, they've done that.
That would be sick. I know they have.
That's great.
Okay, Morgan would be awesome.
McLaren definitely.
Hyundai says JH. Is that an I? JHL 1103. Hyundai's got. Hyundai could actually do. I think Hyundai's going to get into LMP2 if just to counterbalance Nissan, because they have the production V8 that could be, because that's the thing.
Oh, the Genesis V8, yes.
Yeah.
Or the 5-liter, whatever it is. But there's a lot of good. We're getting a lot of really good. But isn't Caterham there? We've got Caterham.
Oh, good.
But technically, Caterham's not there, but they are there.
They're there, but they're not.
Right.
Yeah, that's true.
Right.
Mazda needs to come back with a 4-rotor.
Yes.
With a 4-rotor rotary.
Mazda needs to be very there with
I think. That's another thing. Yugo, of course, says Tigers Mundo. Yugo. Imagine this isn't Lemons. It's Le Mans.
Oh. Just got an IM from my boss who told me Matt Hardigree from the Jalopnik, who told me I look like an asshole and no one likes me.
Wow.
Yes.
So a confidence builder.
It's very nice. Thank you, Captain.
Ferrari back in LMP1.
Ferrari.
So you're having a.
I don't know what's going on. There's too many things going. I got the Twitters. I got the people. There's too much. There's too much of an information flow.
We're multitasking. All right. So
we've got a pretty good battle on track right now between what appears to be two Aston Martins that didn't take each other out and a 458.
Well, that's 30 seconds ago by the time we mention it and we're actually on. So maybe that'll still be on. But that does. So where is that?
Let's pretend that we're in real time, because it is real time for us. Viper beached. There's a Viper beached.
Yes, beached Viper.
It's the number 53 car. If you couldn't tell from reading the large number 53
Yeah,
on the side
that's
of the
Dominic
car.
Farnbacher.
That is not good. And that's, who else is in that car? It's Farnbacher.
Not Lowell's. Sorry, it's a bad joke. But back to Ford, Lamborghini, Jag, Mazda would be kind of interesting.
Yeah.
By the way, Matt Hardigree also says I'm handsome.
Well, there's no denying.
It's the hair.
There's no denying that,
It's
really.
not greasy, by the way.
No,
it's just.
It's just.
It's a. It's what do you call a condition?
Somebody asked what kind of conditioner you have.
Did you do an Alberto VO5 this week, or was that last week?
I use straight unsalted butter.
Oh, okay.
It works. Honestly, you could laugh all you want, but it's the cholesterol that makes your hair look good. And like you have to, and it's not like eating it. Like if just eating cholesterol made your hair look good.
Right.
By the way, I eat well. I don't. A lot of people think I'm just a big, because Ian uses the fat lens on me, so I.
Right.
But I'm actually very svelty under here. Anyway, so.
Oh, Matt just let me know I look like a young, virile John. What's the guy from Radio Le Mans? John Heinhaw.
John Heinhaw.
Yeah.
Wow.
Young and virile.
Young, but you look nothing
Very-
like him. Well, where's
very
your?
virile.
All right, so where's your Scottish accent?
I'm so. I don't have one.
You don't.
We're not. I don't want to offend every nation today.
Dude,
just most of the
these
nations.
guys understand. We're not making fun. We're just. It's out of love. It's all love. It's all love.
It's all.
I blew that.
So apparently.
Oh, is that a fried? Is that a fried Snickers bar?
No,
All right,
great.
so-
So we're doing the commercial.
All right, so go ahead. You were saying.
I probably was. I don't remember. It wasn't worth it, apparently. I look
wasn't
like John
worth
Heindow. So Trullier is flying right now.
yeah.
He's going 0.3 seconds fast lap. His last lap was a 3:26 flat.
Wow, that's
That's flying. He's 5 seconds a lap faster than the Toyotas right now, which is what they need. He's 5 seconds faster than the last lap from Buemi.
So again, he's following what Audi needs to do to defeat Toyota's fuel advantage is at least a second and a half a lap, every lap, every lap.
Right.
What did I say? How many everys was
There was
that?
a lot of
There's
everys.
lot
There was
of
like
everys.
6, three everys.
And that's it. Is if Toyota brings the robust endurance
the
this
funk.
year,
They bring the noise and the
they
funk.
bring the noise. They then Audi needs to keep that pace going.
Right. But the numbers. Oh wait, no, I'm sorry. I'm just looking down because I realized that Neil Johnny is not driving a Toyota hybrid, so that makes more sense because the Rebellions also have Toyota engines.
All right.
It
So
got
what do you?
confusing.
All right. So what do you think of the straight petrol engine LMP cars, LMP1 cars? Because here's the thing: it's almost like having a fifth class.
It's like LMP1B.
Right. I mean, you
There's
could
no-
look at it.
They have no shot whatsoever to win those races.
They're.
It almost makes me wonder what they get out of showing up because they've got to pay that much money for the car, and they have, unless 5 cars in front of them go out, they're not going to hit the podium. And unless 3 cars in front of them go out, they're not going to hit the podium.
Yeah.
So you want to see these cars. I'd like to see them maybe in their own class, but then again, then you'll have too many classes, and the class system is already so
Well, there you go.
confusing for a lot of people.
All right, so we just wait. I mean, 2014, Leo's theory is that there will be that class.
There
will be
B class for the people that don't want to have the overdeveloped car.
I'll let him talk about it more when he comes back to the table. But
Yeah, Leo's not back yet.
Yeah,
it's not the right time to bring
he's not
Leo
ready.
back.
He's not ready to come
He's
back.
not ready.
He's all right.
We're going to take a break at 1:30, run some segments, and then Leo will come back.
Cool.
Wait, are we?
Well,
Oh,
Wait a minute, this isn't charging, so that's all right. It's cool. We'll work
charging
this out.
now.
We'll work this out. Screen went black. Video's down.
Josh, we have black video.
okay. So, what would you like to see racing at Le Mans? That comes from Starkey 513.
I want to see BMW. I want to see BMW back in.
Yeah.
I want to see. I would really love to see Toyota back in, but that would mean they would have to build a car that.
Toyota's in the race.
No. And GT. I'm sorry. I was thinking of GT specifically.
Oh, GT specifically.
Sorry, but we're not even on. So.
I didn't realize what that was. I keep forgetting the G. Now I know.
What? Okay.
not dead.
What's,
Wow, I might need to.
what do I think about Lotus and Le Mans is a good thing. Are we on the air?
No,
No?
we are
Oh.
off. I'm sorry.
Why are we off?
Freightliner.
Now you're back.
Now we're back.
Oh, we're back. Oh, hi.
Oh, hey, hi.
Hi.
Just so you guys know.
Welcome in,
just
internet.
so everyone watching also, just because the screen goes dark doesn't mean the audio goes dark because they're separate. So.
Got it.
Well, this would be something you should tell me before the screen goes dark. Yeah.
Yeah.
Before I start making those racial tirades, I'm so.
We haven't made any faux pas
Interracial tirades.
what we did last year. So.
All right, so the question was, who would I like to see come
Right.
back? And I don't know if the audio was back, but whatever.
For what?
I say BMW.
BMW, good.
What about you?
As a factory effort, I'd like to see Ferrari.
As a factory effort.
As a factory,
Okay.
P1 effort.
So back to the glory
top
of
brands competing against top brands in the top class.
But okay, so now what about do you want to see a super GT class back, like the old GT1 class?
Yeah.
Really, not so much. You know, like a supercar
Hey,
GT
well,
class.
it would either be keep P1 or throw everything out and have cars that look almost production but aren't close. And that's what I would think the super GT sort of class would be. And I would like to see that back, but I don't see it happening.
Right.
So if we have to have the class we have now, I want to see all the top brands in that class. Does that make sense?
Yes, it does.
I would like to see a GT1 class back, but it couldn't coexist with the P1 class. It would have to replace P1. And that would be ideal, but I think the cost of bringing something like that back and the automaker's willingness to build cars that could also be registered on the road, because I'd like to see, if they have that class, a homologation requirement for it.
Right.
So I don't think
Well,
that would
then
happen.
you could end up in a situation where by the next recession, everybody's using Formula One engines again.
That would be awesome.
Because with the 1.6 liter turbos coming back, you know, at the there's the possibility would be
Yeah.
But again, it comes down to homologation. So ultimately, you know,
You're not gonna. It's not gonna happen. It's not.
It's
gonna,
just
it's
not
not
gonna
gonna. I don't think it's gonna. I think we're at a point where it's not gonna change. They're gonna use it as a test bed for the next big technologies that haven't quite hit the road yet.
Yes. Yes.
So like Toyota's using capacitors in their hybrid system. I expect Porsche might use a flywheel, like they were testing.
Oh
in
yeah,
the
damn straight they're going to use a flywheel.
in the RSR and in that GT3R hybrid, which is it's a very cool thing to do. So I think that using P1 as a rolling test bed now instead of a what's in cars now, what could be in cars in the future, I feel like that's where it's going, because they want to be green, be the future, blah blah blah, diesel, electric, whatever.
Well, all right. So here's a question: what do you think of the explosion of LMP2?
You know, I don't think about LMP2 at all, ever.
That's funny.
Because
I didn't until this year.
Really?
No, honestly, I did 2 years ago because I covered the GT Academy Lucas Ordonez story. But yeah, I mean, LMP2 was just one of those things that just existed somewhere.
I still think of it that way. I still think of it as a class that's kind of, you know, it looks kind of cool, but it's slower than the big dogs, and it doesn't excite
So
me.
why would you watch the slower cars?
Why would I pay attention to the slower cars when I can pay attention to the cars that kind of look like those but are way faster and way more tech and are way cooler, or I can pay attention to cars that look like production cars that I can buy. That's why I don't like when I watch LMS. I only care about GT. I don't care about P2.
But you're looking at cars with the production engine that you could buy. What do you think of that?
Yeah.
You're not psyched by thinking about all that Zytec V8
Nope.
that you could buy?
I am not.
Even though you could get that Nissan Titan with the non-Zytec version of that V8?
Yeah, I think about that. Actually, I dream about that at night.
Do you really? You dream
Always.
about
I'm
it?
thinking about 5.6 liter trucks and how they do with. I think nothing about P2. Maybe if P2 had I think in the days when there was the GT1 class, I think P2 would be a viable thing.
Okay.
But now,
why more viable?
Because it's different. It's much different than I mean, you still have open cars in LMP2, but isn't that going away? The open top are open top cars going away there?
I thought so. People have said I'm wrong. I think they're going away.
I
think so too.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see what happens, but I think That's
it might not be
ultimately for the aero.
We won't see what happens. Either we're right or we're wrong. Someone should read the rules. I've been too lazy.
No, but
I don't know if it's
in the
necessarily
rules.
it's a regulation thing. It might be a performance thing, and then that's why the closed cockpits.
So one question is, Mr. Spinelli, why do you think Koenigsegg isn't in Le Mans? It's money.
Yeah.
Right now.
They spent it on our videos.
They spent it on our videos, right? Exactly. They spent all their Le Mans money producing. Koenig, what do you call it?
Well, think about it. They've only built
Inside
100. They've only
Koenigsegg.
built 100 cars too, and they're going to
That's
spend
true.
all
I
that
mean-
money. 100, maybe 112 now. or
Right. I mean,
something, but-
it would take a privateer with a freak load of money
Yeah.
to do that.
Right.
I'm trying to find
I'm
ways
surprised
around
there's
using the
no
F-word.
like Middle Eastern
Well, that's a
person
possibility.
who would run a Koenigsegg in Le
You
Mans.
might end up with a kind of Saudi Falcons.
That's what I'm thinking.
You know, yeah, that's an interesting point because
That
that's
would
one
just be
thing we're
awesome.
seeing this year. Thank you, Ian.
Yeah.
You want to sit down for a couple of seconds?
I'll get over here. Where
No,
the,
Ian, please come join me.
We're gonna go to.
We're gonna go.
we're gonna go to
yeah,
break
we have
in
to
a
go to
minute.
break right now. But we'll be back. We'll talk about this
At length
at length.
for the next 17 hours. We'll discuss car.
The 24 Hours of Le Mans. It is the height of sports car endurance racing. Some call it the most important automobile race on the planet. Others call it the only race that matters. Each year since 1923, racers have gathered at France's Circuit de la Sarthe to compete in a brutal test of racing fortitude. A race 6 times longer than the Indianapolis 500 and 18 times that of any Formula One Grand Prix. A race that demands a Herculean team effort just to finish, let alone win it. A race whose global renown upstages whatever racing series has ever tried to claim it. It is and will always ever be Le Mans. Drivers spend 85% of the race at full throttle, stressing components to the max and challenging the limits of their own physical endurance. All the while sustaining average speeds of 140 miles per hour, hour after hour, lap after grueling lap, racking up enough miles to get from New York to Los Angeles in one day. In its early days, Circuit de la Sarthe was a simple triangle leading from the ancient Roman city of Le Mans, south to the town of Mulsanne, northwest to the village of Arnage, and back north, returning to Le Mans. Today's circuit follows largely the same route, comprising mostly public roads. But over the years, the track itself, now 8.5 miles long, has been modified as the cars evolved and their speeds increased. The old White House section gave way to the Porsche curves. The 3.7-mile Mulsanne Straight, where the highly powered prototype cars once hit 250 miles per hour, is now tempered by chicanes. Le Mans lost its innocence many times over the years as one great driver after another succumbed to the risk of hurtling through space at great speeds. But no tragedy could ever top the devastating crash in 1955 that killed 83 spectators and driver Pierre Levey in a hellish storm of metal and fire. In the years that followed, some Le Mans traditions fell to safety concerns. The iconic Le Mans start was one of them. A mad dash to the cockpit that often left drivers' harnesses undone as they blasted away at full throttle. Now drivers start the race strapped safely inside their cars. Le Mans also gave the racing world some new traditions. It was 1967 winners Dan Gurney and A.J. Foyt who first sprayed champagne instead of merely drinking it as they celebrated atop the podium. Even in its 90th year, Le Mans remains the ultimate measure of speed, stamina, and technical intelligence known to the world of motorsports. And so, another year at Le Mans, with spectators lugging tents and sleeping bags and bottles of champagne. The rest of the world will watch as drivers suit up and engineers glance anxiously at spreadsheets while fuelers practice their Baroque pit lane dance one last time. This is the 24 Hours of Le Mans. This is history. This is racing.
And we are back. You guys have been watching the race, and we have to Circuit de l'Essart, and we're going to take you around it, but not we. It's actually going to be a guy who knows this track fairly well. I'm going to say
I think he's
a
decent.
little bit.
He's been around it once, I think.
At least once.
At least once.
Yeah, Derek Bell.
Many times, actually.
The Derek Bell is going to take you around Le Mans, and let's get a look at what Derek Bell thinks you should do if you ever drove Le Mans.
We come around here and you have to pull into the right, braking while you're sort of at an angle like this. And then brake. You've got to get under control because it's really important to get out here. It's quite a high curve, as you can hear through here. Whoops. You come up over the top and you go through a left-hander, which I'm not very familiar with, in fact. And then you come down through here very fast. And this wasn't here when I used to race, so this is fairly new to me. And then we're joining the old part of the track, as it were, through the Dunlop, or actually through the Dunlop curve, up over the top into Terre Rouge. This corner you have to get really right, because this leads you onto the Mulsanne straight, which of course is all important, all the way down to the end of the straight. Of course now you have two chicanes, but if you come out there with 300 revs higher, then of course you'd be 300 revs higher at the end of the straight. So we're up to 150 miles an hour. I don't know what brakes I've got actually. It's 160 miles an hour. I'm not even. I don't know what brakes we've got. I can't see the bloody gears. Turning into the first chicane of a bit. Again, it's the exit that you've got to get right. You've got to get it up onto the straight. Lights flashing, I'm not sure why, that probably means somebody's working it. Now you have to get it back to the right. The track is actually we're going too fast. Okay. So you actually have to get it back to the right to get into the braking area for the chicanes. Now this has been resurfaced, but it used to be really dodgy. And when you wanted to get back here, you had to just go, particularly in the Wayne, and then you had to sort of take a dive to get a cut into there. And here we are coming, second chicane, 300 marker board. 200, about 150 we used to change it. And of course we're coming into what's the very famous Mulsanne corner just ahead here, and which of course is now completely, nothing. Come out of here and then go through Mulsanne. We used to come up over this brow, flat out here, and then just come in and just kiss this edge like that. 245 miles an hour. And then down here, up over this rise, braking for Mulsanne, but of course we used to come in straight over the top. You actually wait for it to land and then you hit the brakes the other side normally. Braking very hard, we used to go straight down there, but now this is where the accident happened. Of course he tried to get by the Ferrari here, because they both went in there. And there's the old signalling area. Up through these corners. This is as fast as the Mulsanne straight, and it's bloody sight more dangerous because you have a kink here, like that, and then another one here. This is where the big crash happened last 2 years ago. But normally it's flat all the way down. You'll be doing 230 down here, and this is you come down here under braking, very hard under braking. The car really moves around here because you can feel it's a bit sort of rocky coming in. And this is the first part of Indianapolis, and this is fourth gear, much quicker than you think, and then third gear for this. And then you turn in and get a later apex, and out you go out to the exit out there. Accelerate up to the probably the slowest part of the track. This is Arnage. Slowing it right down on the power because it's a long way up to the Porsche curbs, right out the outside. And during the race, all the people are hanging over here. It's incredible. They all wave, and they just wave through the whole race. This is really tricky through here in the rain because you cannot actually see where you're going. Because the grass looks the same colour as the road. We're coming into the Porsche curves. We used to go straight on down there, down to White House, which isn't there anymore. We used to go down through that cutting. Can you believe that? That's where I had the big act. Well, I didn't. It was a big accident behind me. Careful, Mike. This is quite a tricky little group through here. Because you have adverse camber here. See, he's on it, you see. You've got to be up here because the car falls away. And then you come out of here and flick through these. And then you get a chance to overtake, but you've been behind stuff all the way. That's the problem. And then you come down here and it's so easy to miss the bloody pits.
Okay, back, /drive.tv if you want any of the links to live timing and scoring and all kinds of stuff like that. So
Also,
/drive.tv.
Drive.jalopnik.com.
Thank you, drive.jalopnik.com.
I'll be manning the comments in there if you want to.
Are you manning?
I will. Sure,
Cool.
I'll man them. And we can interact.
By the way, so Derek Bell, obviously, you know,
very talented.
Very talented driver of amazing pedigree, but reminds me that he was the one of the, well, him and his son Justin, right? That didn't sound right coming out of my mouth. Justin Bell, right.
Yeah.
1995 McLaren, they were, I thought they were going to win. They ended up coming in third. It was McLaren, Courage, and then McLaren.
Was it
yeah,
the, which one was it? Was it the Lark?
It was the Harrods one, right?
The Harrods one.
Yeah.
Anyway, the Lark car never won.
So, what were we were talking about?
Well, I guess a little update from when we were in our break, though. We had Tracy Krohn's car get beached. The Ferrari that got rebuilt overnight.
Yes, by the way, Tracy Krohn and the Krohn team, I gave them the Spirit Award of Le Mans before because
they rebuilt the car in 9
Tracy,
hours.
Yeah, Tracy crashed in practice on Wednesday. They leased a car that was shipped down from another racing team in northern Italy. I want to say Idle Kiss or something.
Okay.
Anyway. I don't know. It's something
that sounds
like
great.
Edelweiss. And it was something like that. Anyway, they came down. They brought the car down, raced the car down 15 hours to get to France. They took that car, which was not fully ACO Le Mans spec.
Made it so.
And got them back ready just in time to take the 5 laps that they needed to take on Thursday in order to qualify for the race itself.
Right. It's crazy.
Pretty crazy.
And especially doing those long hours before the longest race day you'll ever have.
Right. And arguably they were not a front runner. So you know what? It's the spirit of Le Mans.
You don't pull out of Le Mans.
Speak for yourself. No, I don't know. I don't know. What was I saying?
I wouldn't.
No, you don't pull out of Le Mans.
No.
If they let you in, you don't come back. You pull out on prom night.
But anyway, it was like last year with the dome.
Yes.
That wouldn't start the race. Like, it made it how many laps? 1 laps?
Yeah. I know.
Yeah.
It was.
We got a number 51 Ferrari 458. Something going on. Looks like it's in the pits. It doesn't look like it's in the pits. It's actually in the pits.
Well, it looks like it's in the pits, but it's just a hologram of a car in the pits.
It looks a lot like it's in the pits, actually.
And that was.
Now it's not in the pits.
That was 30 seconds ago because, again, we are on.
They don't know that if we don't tell them.
No, but they know because when we're saying it and they're on to the next thing.
Well, that they do know. Yeah. Well. Oh.
All right.
Anyway, Leo's back. Get your microphone on there, Leo. You got it on?
Hold on. Let me bring the chair down a little bit.
That's okay.
Do you want me to sit there and you can sit here?
No, I like this. This is perfect.
Okay.
We're not blocking any screens.
So
I'm hearing you doing Spielberg holograms, animes in pit lane.
Yeah. Yes.
That was of course, coming out of a repair.
Yes.
So
indeed.
One of our competitive teams in GT. Hi.
Oh, this is good. We've got someone who knows what's going on.
Yeah. So why don't we talk about the F1 drivers that are competing this year?
Oh God, we would
There
have
seems
to
to be
find.
a large number of ex-Formula One drivers
Well,
there.
the cruel part of the comment would be that Le Mans is where F1 drivers go to retire.
Yeah.
Wow.
But that's not necessarily true. No offense to Mark Webber and Porsche.
Wow. Because Mark Webber was there first.
Well, that's just it. To that point. So, however, Le Mans racing has always been part of the F1 career experience, either going in or coming out.
Right.
Michael Schumacher
Coming
raced Mercedes in these type of cars to elevate himself into an F1 ride. Mark Webber took kind of both steps, if I recall, same way.
Yep.
But you're
Actually,
right.
he took a lot of steps.
Oh, you're talking about the flips?
Yeah. Well, the YouTube.
And he stuck the landing.
And he did.
Freaking.
Was that a Petite though when he stuck the landing?
No, that was the Porsche GT1 at Road Atlanta.
Where was that? Road Atlanta.
This
Yeah,
was-
Petite Le Mans.
No, yeah, but these were the Mercedes he flipped.
Oh, that's right.
In
He
Le Mans.
never drove the Porsche, did he?
No,
Am I,
not to my knowledge.
Okay.
Put one in the woods. I can't remember who flipped the Porsche.
No,
I'll
that
have to
was,
go to YouTube.
I can't remember. I'll have to
So
look
the
it up.
point
Anyway,
is, so point is, you are absolutely right. The third Audi that got added this year has Luca Di Grassi, the ex-Pirelli development driver, ex-F1 guy.
Yep.
Racing Marc Genet, ex-F1 guy.
Yep.
Right.
With Oliver Jarvis, who's a young gun who I don't think has F1 experience, but I bet you he has open wheel somewhere.
Sure.
And then if you look at Toyota, Toyota took the Peugeot route, where all of their guns have F1 experience, right? Everyone from Wirtz, Lapierre, I think Nakajima even did something open wheel. Maybe I'm thinking Formula Nippon.
Which Nakajima? There's many. Aren't there?
Kazuki.
Kaz did. Wasn't he an F1 test?
See, I thought
Kaz
he
did a
was.
test
And he
for...
did. No, he did a season with Williams.
He did a season with Williams, yeah.
Thank you. And
By
then
the way, don't
Anthony
forget
Everson, Sebastian Buemi.
And Kobayashi.
And Kobayashi is with Ferrari.
Yeah.
But he's my favorite, so that's good.
You like Kobayashi?
I love Kobayashi.
Yeah,
Well,
I mean, he's
and then
Mr. Excitement.
Mr. Excitement.
Saracen was an ex-F1 pilot.
Yep.
So that's all that. And then as you go down through the field,
And then Jimmy
Absolutely.
Bruni was in the AF Course car. Is Fisichella there this year?
Fisichella is in. He's
Yeah.
still with AF Corsa. I did not highlight them all, but they're all out there.
Jan Magnussen.
Magnussen is still with Corvette.
Well, Manassian's trail was F3000 to kart to being fired from kart after about a half season in 2000.
Manassian.
Wait, by the
or
way, did you-
Manassian or Magnussen?
Manassian.
Did you already say Fisichella? Because I don't remember hearing it.
He
I
did.
said Fisichella.
Okay, sorry.
Someone did.
It was said.
It was said.
People said it.
So the argument has always been, does an F1 driver have the right mindset to race endurance racing? But I think the argument becomes negated when you look at the pace these cars can carry.
Yeah.
And we got into it a little bit with our McNish interview. Now you can argue vehemently that an endurance racing guy is driving at the limit harder than an F1 guy is managing his Pirelli tires. So
Well, that's another
Yeah.
thing,
you know,
right?
who's doing car management versus who's racing hard?
Yeah.
And the G loads here, these cars make more downforce than an F1 car. They've got less horsepower, but remember we saw that video on YouTube of
I was
the
gonna mention
R18
that.
going around Monza?
Yeah, without the chicanes. That was crazy.
Mega faster
Yeah.
than the F1
Sick.
cars.
I mean, I think the idea is that F1 drivers are athletes, so it's just another training regimen for them.
I'm going to tell you they're all athletes.
Yeah. No, but what I mean is, it's not just the athletics. It's the you could train. And this is something you train for. You don't just jump out of an F1
Right.
season and jump into.
No, and I know there's been
Although
It's a very different training too
Yeah.
for Le Mans than it is F1 because there's a lot more G loading on the necks in F1 than there would be here. There's a lot more endurance needed for an endurance race.
Yeah, I'm not the guy to tell you. I have a feeling that the braking capacity of these cars is probably very, very similar. So I think the big difference is you get to do an F1 race, you get to go home, debrief, party, whatever.
Right.
You get to take a rest here, get back in the car.
Yeah.
Every WEC race is 6 hours.
It's too long.
Everything else is Le Mans, the 24-hour race. Matter of fact, Le Mans, we've had 2 WEC races. We've had Le Mans right now, 24 hours. The rest of the season is another Le Mans plus one more 6-hour race.
Right.
So, I mean,
It's true. I know.
the F1 guys, and you said it in the video, it's like 18 times an F1 season in terms of distance and time.
Yeah, sure.
So I think
This one race is a whole F1 season basically.
So I would argue that you are
In miles.
You are a marathoner when you're driving one of these cars, but you're doing it at a sprint pace.
Yeah.
So
it's true. It's changed over the last few years too because when the cars became a lot more reliable, we didn't have to worry about conserving everything all the time.
Right.
So now they can run a stint like a madman every time, and Michelin makes a killer tire, which now they can double and triple stint it, right?
we're going to find out.
Well,
Later
they
in this
also-
race, we're going to find out.
I heard initially on the Eurosport broadcast that there's an intermediate Michelin tire with no tread on it at the race, which
yes.
is just a super, super soft compound
Yes.
that can get heat real quick.
They played with that last year.
That's ridiculous.
I think it's awesome.
That's not a thing. That shouldn't be a thing. It's in the rain. You need to have a tread, as far as I'm concerned. I've driven a car on.
It doesn't sound very realistic at all.
Doesn't it? It sounds like it's fake. Because I've driven carts, which are not cars, but on slicks in the wet, it doesn't sound like something that's possible to me because it's awful to drive a car down.
I mean, I'm only guessing. I guess it generates enough heat, or it sucks up the rubber, the water.
Well, it's all in the compound, whatever.
And again,
I mean, if it's
key is intermediate.
Right. That's true.
You say that was a Michelin?
Put yourself on camera when you.
Oh, actually, I can't. Sorry. Did you say you were talking about the?
I think I heard it was a Michelin.
Come on.
Sorry, dude.
Come on, camera. There
Toss.
it goes. You talking about this the
Cushion?
the slick
Hey, it's like a seat
intermediate
insert.
raise my
Watch
seat.
this.
Is it
Perfect.
Italian? You said it's Michelin.
It's Michelin.
Because one of the I can't remember. I heard it one of JF's Audi driver interviews. He was talking about a super advanced Italian tire, but he didn't say the manufacturer. He just said Italian tire.
Maybe it was Pirelli. Maybe it was a Pirelli. I'm pretty sure it was a Michelin.
No. It would have to be Pirelli. But Leo, in general, what is the standardization of tires in Le Mans? How does that work? How does tires
Obviously size, and I do believe there's a limit to the number of compound that a team can run, and I'm assuming there's also a limit of the number of tires that can be distributed to the teams. Where that count starts to kick in at a place like Le Mans, whether it's practice or the race itself, I am not sure. But and then frankly, the economics probably limit how many compounds there are. Now, the other rumor that keeps floating around is that a company like Michelin develops tires for a given team, but the understanding is it's economically a little more standardized than that.
Right.
However, in the LMS world, there's always been that discussion of who's got the Michelin tires and then who's got the Michelin tires.
Right.
So we'll see.
Well, this is the tire. I have a picture. I don't know if you can't see this, but it's a tire. If you go on the internet and Google it.
Google tire.
Google tire online. tire.internet.com. But it looks exactly like a slick. There are noticeable there's like seams along the tire, but other than that, there's 1-2 seams. It's on Michelin. I Googled Michelin Intermediate Le Mans. It's on michelinalley.com. So this is their hybrid. It's a hybrid slick tire.
Stunner?
Yep, that's it.
All right, let's take a look at this.
Where's it going to pop up for me?
No, I'm looking at timing the score. I
So
think he's going to throw it there.
So just to finish up the F1 drivers in Le Mans, you said Buemi?
Yeah. Run in F1 with Lotus?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, and
with Williams.
And with Williams. So he's in, I think he's in one of the Rebellion Lolas, isn't he? No, where is he now?
That's a pretty
wow, look at
solid.
this. Old guy goes away with the glasses.
Well, I can't read the paper.
And then Shinji Nakano is in one of the P2 cars. He's an XF1 guy.
Here we go. This weird tire.
So the only things I can see on the tire are a seam, which looks to be every...
audio explosion.
Holy audio Batman, yes.
We're having audio problems.
Okay, good.
Well, I would argue those are just mold.
Oh, we sound like a fax machine. I got that a couple times this morning when I was listening too.
Yeah. RIP headphone users.
Again, the key, guys, is that's an intermediate tire. That's not full wet.
Right, it's a drying conditions tire.
Track is damp.
So that's great for,
It's a squeegee. It's a big.
It's a soft, big, soft squeegee.
It's a big sponge. The tire gets big. It gets bigger as it picks up water, and it's like a shrinky. It's like a shrinky. It's a shrinky dink. Is that what it was called?
The opposite. No, those things.
It's the opposite of a shrink. It's a biggie dink.
No, it's the. I don't know. It's really,
never mind.
Call that.
That's,
we are getting.
But
that's from something else that I.
It's
don't
from the gumball machine. You drop it in water, and next morning,
dinosaur.
It takes over the house and
murders you and your family.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's good.
So here's the question on the F1 thing from my version.
Go right ahead.
So the young guns, the Lewis Hamiltons of the world.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Don't get me started on Lewis Hamilton.
All right. Well, hold that thought. So we've got these F1 veterans who have stepped up into these cars, P cars, and they run really, really quick. However, the young guys take it to the extreme in F1. At least that's the theory. How much faster would these cars be if the Vettels and the Hamiltons got in the P cars? I mean, is there, in fact, a difference of an F1 driver at a stage in the career, and are we leaving some performance on the table?
I bet if we saw Alonso or if we saw Hamilton, even Button. Not even Button. Button's very good.
Come on.
If we saw any of these, Button's one of my favorite drivers. But if you see one of these guys get into one of these cars this time around, I think that it might be actually a different level. I think it would be. For their stint, I think we'd see even faster lap times.
I think it's hundredths, tens and hundredths of a second, though. I don't think it's.
I would go a little more. I'd go with tenths, a few tenths, which is a big deal on a car like that. And I think that because
tenths and hundredths of a second. yeah.
I mean
right,
like a few tenths,
a few tenths, right,
but because drivers like that are now required to not do things like this anymore.
So here, it wasn't necessarily a loaded question,
right?
But I think here comes the other piece that is getting missing from these marquee events like Le Mans and Indy. If they really are the best of the best, wouldn't it be great to see the best drivers in these allegedly best cars? For example, it really was impressive when A.J. Foyt showed up from the 500 in '67, got in the Ford GT, Mark IV, and won the goddamn race.
With and invented spraying champagne in pit lane.
Right, which is the only thing I remember of his accomplishment. Yes, you're absolutely right. But that transfer, that ability, I mean, and we're all going to talk about Mario Andretti. I think Mario even finished second in this race, driving a Courage.
Yep.
One year.
Did. In fact, it was 95.
It was with Michael, too, I think. In the Michael.
No, that was a different year.
That was another time that they tried.
That was a different year. But in the Courage, it was 95, and it was...
it was 95?
That was the year. He's the guy who got in between the McLarens.
So I'd love to see that, because I do wonder, a guy like McNish or Christensen would take up the challenge, just as they have against the kids, Lauder and whatever, to prove that, no, we still know this craft, we're still quick.
Right.
Is there a big difference? Does the technology, quite frankly, negate the limitations? I know the driver has a big role, but is there only so much the driver can bring to this, and there's a limit of how fast these cars can technically go? I think you'd see that gap, and I'd love to see the challenge of, are F1 guys actually the pinnacle or not?
Well, I think that the problem would be also is that they don't have experience in these sort of cars anymore, because no one lets their drivers do more, barely anybody, I shouldn't say no one, but they don't let their drivers do more than one thing anymore.
Well, and
we're out of an era of, versatility.
Well, that's where in the old days, to that point, in the old days, Ferrari used to run F1 and sports cars. So you'd see a John Surtees come over, a Scarfaiati come over, and a Lorenzo Bandini, my favorite, and do this. But now McLaren does not race here anymore, for now.
Right.
And to your point, are they ever going to release the guy and let him run?
No. Because you see,
release the Perez.
Well, we had a time when Mario Andretti would run Daytona, Le Mans, Indy, F1, just whenever there was a race. I remember there was one he talked about recently where he ran, I think it was at Monza in the 60s, qualified on it was a Friday qualifying, I think, flew back to America to run a dirt track race.
Yep.
And then flew back to Monza to again run F1.
That's badass. That's real race
That's
car.
really cool.
That's a real driver.
Well, and there was
driving at all costs.
And I think there's a side story to that one. I think that he and Bobby Unser, of all people,
Bobby's awesome.
had F1 races, had F1 rides.
That was the same weekend. That was the two guys.
And when they showed up at Monza, the FIA or whoever was running it back then said, no. You've raced within a 24-hour period. That violates our rules. You shouldn't have bothered to come back. And they never raced that particular race.
Right.
And they were so pissed. Why didn't you tell us before we got on the goddamn plane?
Right.
But that's ridiculous. But you're right. There was let's go island hopping to go racing.
Yeah.
Let's just go racing. That's the thing. There was the whole. It was back in the day too when.
Thank you.
I'm listening.
Well, when Mario started racing with his twin brother Aldo.
Yes.
So they started racing. They started doing dirt tracks without telling their parents that they went racing, and they only had to tell their parents once Aldo had an awful crash that disfigured him for the rest of his life, and he couldn't drive. He didn't race anymore after that. So it was a time. We're in a very different time now where we can't have people that'll just be, driving anything at any time. Raikkonen's probably the closest person right now that will hop into anything.
And I admit there's a transition. And I would probably kind of maybe even contradict myself. I'm not sure there's a lot left on the table if we had one of the F1 guys get in these cars.
I just don't think that we would see. I don't think we'd see an F1 guy. I'm talking to you about looking at the screen.
Yeah.
I don't think we'd see an F1 guy go out there and be slow. I think we'd see an F1 guy get out there and be fast, but I don't think that immediately.
They're
I
not
think
miracle workers.
I don't know. I think that they would be fast out of the box. I think they would be right on pace, but I feel like the transition the other way would be harder to go from a prototype car to a single seater.
I got to tell you, and it was something that I think you said earlier. I have a feeling that the cars are not that dissimilar. At this level of performance, the G-loads in braking, the G-loads in cornering, it's a very physical experience. It's not like driving a GT car, no offense to those guys. It's not like driving World Challenger production cars around Belle Isle, Detroit. I mean, this is serious stuff.
Yeah.
The chances that, frankly, I've gotten to get in some quick cars again, the biggest thing that I'm reminded, holy shit, I'm not ready for all of this. And the last part of it is your eyes. How quickly your eyes have to adapt to the pace and speed of what's going on.
Yeah.
You can say just look farther down the track, but it's not as easy as that in my mind. And you have to be ahead of the car.
You have to be
far ahead of
Far
the car.
ahead. By the way, I just want to mention that again we are in that gap between Audi's fueling and Toyota's fueling, because we were talking before, Toyota's carrying more fuel. It's an extra. It's about 2 laps more that they can get between stops.
Correct.
Than Audi's getting, and we're right there now. That's pretty much confirmed. It's approximately 2 extra laps. So
they can definitely make 11 in the Toyotas.
Yeah, it's definitely 11.
But if they run an economy
it's approximately.
At this point, I understand that means ultimately they're going to be making less stops. But as far as and are they battling with Audi at all? Have you seen anything? I mean,
Well, to Mike's point, when they're off cycle, like when they all even up in terms of pit stops, that's not really the cycle that's advantageous for Toyota. When they're even, then Audi is running 1, 2, 3, right?
Fire in the pits.
When
right, that's what I'm saying. So when they're actually even,
then it's
and Toyota takes an extra or takes
less.
a late pit stop, they're not exactly like breaking away with those extra 2 laps.
No, but they're running second and third. So they're right in the mix with Audi. Audi's maintained the lead pretty consistently through this entire race so far. Is that correct?
Yes, pretty much, except for a brief spin at the beginning.
No, they have not fallen behind. And eventually what's going to happen, the computers are going to start doing the math, calculating how many pit stops, what cycle we're on, and how can we take advantage of fewer pit stops to be where we want, either in the lead or at best close to the lead. I have a feeling that if everything holds true, this is going to go back and forth, playing a lot of chess, and then gloves really off at the end of the race. In the last hour of a 24-hour race,
turning up the wick.
And should be us shutting up and watching.
Yeah, exactly. If
by
we're
the way,
still awake.
And to your point, yes, level 5, the American P2 car was on massive fire.
Yes.
At HPD Honda, the only one in the P2 class.
Well, it's funny because when Honda had engines in F1, they never blew up. Being sarcastic.
Oh, is that a? That's a.
That was a joke. They always explode.
The new Honda.
The next Honda is going to be great. Now,
all right, I just pulled up the once that gets going with Audi's live stream in car.
Oh, great.
So it's Choulier. It's the #1 car. Lap 74. Let's see if
Hey, Josh,
we can
do you have the images?
spool this up so we can actually see
Actually,
it.
I should ask you, Michael.
Yes.
Do you have, do you have images for the 1995 race? Did you pull any images?
I did. I pulled them, but I don't have.
You don't have them?
No. I have them up, but I can't. Let me
You
see
have
if I
them.
can show them.
You have them. Josh doesn't have them.
I have them. Josh doesn't have them.
Okay, forget I even brought that up.
Oh, and now we got to.
Put some racing up there.
Put some racing.
I'm tired of looking at those colored bars.
I might. What?
All right, here we go. We're back. We're back up there.
We're
Hold
back
on a
to what?
second. No, we're back to. Come on.
Can you, when you're done playing on Facebook,
Yes, when I'm done with it. I was just checking. I was going to.
since we've negated timing and scoring,
You want me to put timing scoring up here?
if it doesn't slow you down, at least have it as a page we can go to from time to time.
Yeah, sure.
Is that okay?
No, but I'll do it anyway.
Okay, wait a minute.
Race control.
So how fast are the Audis getting on Mulsanne?
This is the
So
speed.
300 kilometers? No.
So what's that? 200 what?
What was that? I'm working with a bunch of friggin'
Hey,
comedians.
How was you doing? How he's doing?
By the way,
I'm going to
you
sound
guys,
like an American. What is 300 kilometers?
186.
Look at this guy.
Wow.
It's 0.62.
So we're not up at that. Okay, we're not up at that Peugeot 240.
Well, with 253.
Miles
You
an
talking
hour?
about Group C? 253.
Oh, you and your Group C. You know, I'm surprised you didn't
that's
mention
the
Group C during the Derek Bell conversation.
You know, I didn't. You're right.
Well, I know you didn't because I was listening.
But I instead decided to use the McLaren thing, which he was just him messing around and just got into third just because it was the car's problem. But him and Justin did a pretty nice job in that.
Yeah.
95. All right, go ahead. So what were you saying?
No, I wasn't saying anything anymore. So I'm looking at the overall classifications here, just trying to catch up to where we are.
Here we go.
Hey, Leo, good question.
Yeah.
Has any WRC driver ever won Le Mans?
Wow, I'd have to go to
There's
that. I'd have to go to that Portuguese site.
No, you're right. That is actually.
Yeah, what is the URL to that site?
Is that?
Has Carlos Sainz ever driven at Le Mans? He didn't
I was
win.
just thinking, like.
Wait a minute. I know where he's going.
Okay.
God damn it.
You got your.
Michel Mouton?
No. I
just like saying that
I
name.
can't
Michel
believe.
Mouton.
I can't believe I can't remember his name. Who is racing up Pikes Peak?
Yes.
Whoa.
I know.
In the Citroën or Peugeot?
It's
Sebastian Loeb.
Sebastian Loeb. No one has ever won Le Mans, but a WRC guy has finished second, Sebastian Loeb.
And what
If you want to look it up, it was like 2004 or 7.
Look at you,
He
killing
was-
it.
I think he was in a Pescarolo. Yeah, seriously, Google
okay,
away, guys.
okay, hold on a second.
You know, 'cause-
I'm not going to do that.
It's so cool that Leo has no laptop and he's schooling.
He's just
his trivia right now.
I mean,
I think I know I'm right about second place. I'm not sure exactly when. I know I'm right about Pescarolo, and I think he may be the best performing WRC guy. Was that a trick question? Was that a loaded setup?
might have been. Well, let's see. I mean, if my
Well, in 1994.
That's right.
Well,
John
look.
Fitch.
John Fitch did
that
it.
sounded like John Fitch when you were talking.
John
By the
Fitch,
way,
rest in peace.
Hey,
Yes,
good news.
yes.
Crone is back on track out of the gravel.
Yeah,
pit.
Crone.
Yeah.
So does he win another Spirit of the Sandbox award?
He's back on track.
So much spirit.
After going in the
I mean, I
in
know
the kitty
you know
litter.
Tracy will never invite me into the hospitality tent, but
Where is this timing and scoring that you were talking that you speak
this
of?
mysterious timing.
This
and scoring?
mysterious timing and scoring.
Drive.tv, just go there. And then there's
I don't know what that is.
Flash Drive.
By the way, I'm sitting on a cushion now. It's like an insert in a race car. See, it's better.
Can your feet touch the pedals?
No.
If it's
we
any
still have to
consolation, I'm
adjust those.
standing right now. I just have really short legs.
All right. He's no. All right. Let's see. Here we go.
So here's a
2000.
meaningless spec that I found. So Audi for the past couple of years, at least last year, finished 1, 2, 3.
Yes, they did.
Okay. The best victories at Le Mans were the following: Porsche 3 times in 1983.
They won 1983 3 times.
Hear me out.
I'm sorry.
Close. In 1983, they held positions 1 through 8.
That's pretty good.
1984, 1 through 7. 1986, 1 through 7. Okay? And they weren't the only ones to do this. Back in 1963, Ferrari did positions 1 through 6.
Mm-hmm.
So as far as I'm concerned, Audi are wankers to just finish, top 3. Big deal.
By the way, it was 2006.
But that's amazing, huh?
Yeah, 2006, Sebastian Loeb second overall in Le Mans. Wow, you killed it right there.
Actually, and I bracketed the year. I said 4 or 7.
You said
so
4, you bracketed. It's
I'm like landing Scud missiles in Afghanistan.
Nice.
It's not even funny.
Moving on.
Moving right along.
Okay, wait a minute. I can cross this little factoid out. We did that one.
Oh, cool. The next 7 pages are empty on Leo's notebook. So all the,
So
Wait a minute. Look, here's the page. Here's some work.
we've run out of factoids.
Yeah, that's right.
That's it. All the Le Mans facts have been said.
Here's a picture. Here's a page of where the Americans qualified.
Next.
Yeah, I know. Wake me when that's over. By the way, to that point.
When is the last American winner of overall at Le Mans? Leo, without your laptop.
I just want to. Sorry, wait a minute. I just want to make sure Are we good?
No, we're off right now.
Shitballs.
Dan Gurney, 1967.
Really?
I don't know. We need
I don't
to
know
look.
either. I'm asking.
The last American to win Le Mans. For
Wait,
the group?
Say what?
Seriously, question for the field. Last American to win Le Mans. I fear it's Foyt and Gurney in 1967.
Was it that
Well, here we
long
go. List of 24-hour of Le Mans winners. and we'll just go down here until we see an American flag.
Okay.
Davy Jones, 1996.
In a Yost Porsche. Wow.
And then Hurley Haywood in 94.
Maybe it's
There you go.
because
And
I'm
Price
a
Cobb. in a
That
silk
Davy
cut.
Jones.
Oh, sorry. Different.
Al Holbert in 962.
Oh, so I was completely off base,
Yeah, Leo, you were about 30 years off base.
which is pretty much where my memory is right now.
But Dan Gurney, AJ Foyt, that was a long drought until Hurley. It was 10-year drought until Hurley won in 77.
The Porsche guys, yeah.
We're not on, but if we were on,
We
we're
are
going to
not
go to
on?
break right now.
Why are we not on?
You guys really, you're terrible.
But they're saying we're not on.
Audi, since its debut in 1999, is the current brand of dominance at the Le Mans 24. 11 overall wins and counting, second only to Porsche's 15. 3 optimized hybrid diesel Audi R18 e-tron Quattro are the battle wagons built to continue the Audi tradition of winning, to create their own 25 hours of Le Mans, the twice around-the-clock race, plus the winner's podium celebration. Optimized is the word Audi uses to define the 2013 car. Maximized improvements in aerodynamics, most notably the long-tail design, but also a host of extensive detail enhancements, including an F1-style engine exhaust-blown rear diffuser underbody, and weight, examples being the sophisticated carbon tub and the composite transaxle gear case, all to allow for the addition of the e-tron hybrid systems, and power. The 2013 model 120-degree V6 diesel TDI is improved to the point that the ACO FIA invoked last-minute balance of performance benefits to give the Toyota a better chance to compete. Efficiency is a trademark of the Audi TDI performance. The e-tron system takes optimization to an even higher level, allowing efficiency to remain one of the stronger weapons in the Audi arsenal to beat the competition and win another Le Mans 24. Head of Audi Motorsport, Dr. Wolfgang Ulrich, defines the hybrid diesel R18 e-tron Quattro best. There's hardly another motorsport discipline in which the creativity of the engineers is rewarded as highly as it is with the Le Mans prototypes. The hybrid diesel Audi R18 e-tron Quattro, 3 of them in the hands of their veteran champions, Alan McNish and Tom Christensen, or their young guns, 2012 Le Mans 24 champions Marcel Fassler, Andre Lauderer, and Benoit Trullier remain the logical favorites for the 2013 race. And the intriguing part of this whole R18 exercise is that be it engineering, design, materials, or other facets of car build, many ideas from Audi Motorsport will continue to influence Audi's production vehicles, optimizing their lightweight, power, efficiency, safety, aero, and more.
When you think of Le Mans, you think about Porsche. They've won the famed endurance race a record 16 times. But the past 3 years have been difficult. Their top-of-the-line production-based sports car is the RSR, and the aged 997 platform hasn't seen a major victory at the La Sarthe circuit since 2010. In fact, in the past 6 years, Porsche has only had 2 class victories, the other in 2007. The last time they were on the top step was with Alan McNish, now of Audi fame, back in 1998 with the GT1. And even then, the 90s didn't have many results. The bulk of Porsche's dominance was back in the 80s. But for 2013, things are changing. For this year, we finally see a new Porsche GT car on track, the 991 RSR. The new platform is a little longer, but its power plant is nearly identical to last year's 997. Factory drivers are saying the new car does have an advantage though in high-speed corners, and the aerodynamics are vastly improved. The new car is in the hands of Team Manthey of Nürburgring fame, but this isn't a customer racing program, it's a factory-supported effort in GTE Pro. Their primary car, the number 91, is running in WEC with Jörg Bergmeister and Timo Bernhard. For Le Mans, Patrick Pilet joins them. The sister car, the number 92, has 3 more factory drivers, Lieb, Lietz, and Dumont. If that list of factory drivers doesn't surprise you, it should, especially as this is the 50th anniversary of the 911. Absent this year, the Flying Lizards, a dominant force for the past 8 years in the American Le Mans Series, they've moved down to the GTC class for 2013. Patrick Long, the only American Porsche factory driver, once with the Wizards, joins Dempsey Racing Proton with Patrick Dempsey and Joe Foster in the GTE AM class for Le Mans. But the plot thickens. Just last week, Porsche released these photos of their new LMP entry racing around their test track in Weissach, set to compete against Audi and Toyota in 2014. So 2 new cars in 2 years, each in separate classes. Could Porsche's dominance continue into the next decade? Could they regain the success they once had in the 80s? Only time will tell.
Ralph Gilles, president and CEO of SRT, defined the reasons for the return of Viper to the racetrack. His reference to Riley is Riley Technologies, the storied race car builder that handles the construction and racing of the 2 new SRT Viper GTSRs. Return to Le Mans was the logical extension of the new Viper program, as the car dominated its GT class with 3 straight years of winning in 1998, 99, and the year 2000. And Viper was a truly international racer back then. In addition to Le Mans, Viper took home 3 Nürburgring 24 wins, 2 Spa 24 wins, victories at Daytona, Sebring, the Petit Le Mans, GT championships in France, Italy, Belgium, and 5 FIA GT Series crowns. Viper, now and then, does its racing the old-fashioned way. First, a close connection to street car design, making the GTSR race car an extension of technology you can buy. And second, when racing demands more speed, Viper's answer is good old-fashioned big motor cubic inches or liters. 8 liters of V10 power go up against the much smaller displacements of its Corvette, Ferrari, Porsche, and Aston Martin competition at Le Mans, and BMW in the American Le Mans Series. The GTE rules say only 5.5-liter maximum engine size, like on the Corvette. But the FIA ACO grant Viper a technical waiver because they want Viper to race with them so dearly. The big engine is compromised with a highly restricted air intake to create a balance of performance. And while it chokes Viper down on revs and horsepower way below its potential, it cannot take away the advantage the big V10 has in torque. So acceleration off the corners is a Viper strength. And fans can clearly recognize the low-throated Viper roar versus a Ferrari scream or Porsche revs. Aerodynamics are maximized for low drag at Le Mans. Weight has been coming down and redistributed around the car to create better handling. Advanced race car design, suspension configuration, tuning, and component technologies make Viper an ever stronger threat to win again. The Toyota TS030 Hybrid LMP1 car stands a good chance to win the 2013 Le Mans 24 endurance race. And yet, everything about this Toyota at the Le Mans 24 speaks the word loser. Have I got your attention now? But it's not what it seems. Let me explain. The Toyota TS030 was spawned from the losing Toyota F1 project. At Le Mans, the TS030 represents 16 years of Toyota losing the 24-hour race. Way back in 1985, Toyota started coming to Le Mans to win with some phenomenally memorable race cars. The 85 to 94 CV series cars, the Toyota Supra, a V8 MR2, the TS010, and the infamous TS020 Toyota GT1, the last Le Mans competitor for Toyota, but it lost the 1999 race. Audi's arrival in 1999 may have had something to do with Toyota's decision to quit Le Mans, and everything to do with Toyota's decision to return in 2012. Toyota knows to be a global leader, you have to fight and win like one. Accept loss, learn from it, then fight the best to be the best. At the 2012 Le Mans 24, however, Toyota was pressed into the role of Audi's main rival before it wanted, because Le Mans and the entire World Endurance Championship lost Peugeot from its roster of competitors. So while Toyota led the race at one point, in the end, Audi prevailed and Toyota lost again. And still, the Toyota TS030 Hybrid has proven itself a formidable, hyper-sophisticated race car. Born from the cumulative knowledge of Toyota Motorsport GmbH, once known as Toyota Team Europe, This is the team responsible for the design, engineering, and racing of the World Championship Rally Celicas, the Toyota GT1 at Le Mans, and the 2002 through 2009 Toyota F1 team effort. Toyota Motorsport has the talent and know-how to win. TMG F1 experience spawned the aerodynamic genius of the Toyota TS030, the beautiful carbon composite construction of this car, the packaging of components including the hybrid drive system, and the team's rapid update capability that has seen the car evolve quickly with a constant stream of new pieces. A 3.4-liter normally aspirated petrol-fueled V8 produces 530 horsepower. The next 300 horsepower comes from the electric motor, charged by regenerative braking into a supercapacitor for quicker energy capture and discharge. The V8 hybrid system powers the rear wheels only, giving the Toyota the advantage, per ACO FIA rules, to be able to use hybrid at any speed. Le Mans represents for Toyota a validation of its hybrid leadership and gives that achievement a spirit and personality way beyond what any Prius sales record or driving experience could. As such, because of its racing record at Le Mans and most recently in F1, Toyota almost has no choice but to win this 24-hour race, which makes it all the more fun to watch this very cool car fight for victory.
For sure, it's a huge advantage to have a temporary quattro. Everybody knows, like, four-wheel drive is a lot more traction. So at the pre-test, we got a taste of it, and I can tell you it's a big advantage because when we accelerate out of the slow-speed corners, before the quattro comes in, there's not a lot of traction, and then when it comes in, there's a big help. So I think we're in a really good position if it starts to be wet. So obviously it's not nice for everybody. It's very demanding to race in the wet at Le Mans. The downside of our system obviously is also the braking. We have the engine and the motors on the front axle, and when we brake, they recuperate more, and sometimes when the grip surface is very low, it's easier to lock the wheels, so you have to be very accurate with your driving style and to make the most out of it and not get into a mistake. But this is something we can control with the system, which we've been working really hard on, and so at the test it proved that it worked well. Yes, we drove in the rain, and obviously any corner above 120 kilometers per hour, you will benefit from mid to exit on the acceleration. Porsche curves, it's a bit faster, so it's more flowing. So the percentage of acceleration is not as high as if you would just exit a corner out of with 120. But still, you feel more confident even there to pin it and then just to have a better time.
We had to find, to do a big step. You know, we saw at the end of last year that Toyota was very strong, very quick, and we are not talking only about Le Mans now. We are talking about the World Championship, and of course you need reliability for Le Mans, but you need performance for the races. And we worked really hard during the winter to increase our performance, to find some 10 seconds, you know, everywhere. So it's really hard, you know, when you start from one-year-old car, and you have to keep this car, but you have to improve a lot in terms of performance. You have to work on every details, and I think there the engineers have done and the mechanics have done a very good job. Basically, you have a little more switches, you know, to understand and to work with for the hybrid system, to configure everything, and then basically also the car changed a lot compared to last year. Okay, we had an Ultra, but even the e-tron car was exactly the same. You know, it was only the hybrid system on. Now we have also a brand new car. You know, everybody works really hard in terms of aero package, of sort of things. I mean, they improved the hybrid system also to get a little bit more performance. We have a blunt diffuser, so it's a lot of new things. So at the end, the car compared to last year is much better to drive. Easier, there's more overall grip, you feel a little bit more power. So for a driver, it's pretty cool to drive now. I joined Le Mans in 2008 for the first time. Then since 2009 I'm here every year. 2010 I'm here every year. And to know that just a few years after you started here in Le Mans, you are able to join Audi and being teammate with Alan McNish and Tom Christensen, which are big reference here in Le Mans. And I mean, Tom won 8 times, Alan twice. It's for sure it's something special, so I'm really proud of it. But then at the end there are racing drivers like I am, and we just try to go the same way, to push as much as we can, and to be able to win. So it's for sure I learned a lot from them, but I hope also in the other side that, you know, I'm from another generation, so maybe I can bring something to the team. So I would say that both ways we try to help each other. As I said before, Le Mans it's not really a performance thing, you know. We saw last year that both car number 1 and car number 2 did few mistakes, you know, during the race. So you know that if you do a race without any mistakes, you have a chance for a win, you know, even if you're not talking about performance. So that's the main thing. After, for sure, at the end, when it's close like 2010 with 13 seconds difference, every second counts, for sure. For the pit stop, when you restart from the pits, you know, the way you go in the pits, the way you go into traffic. So it's important, and of course when you are behind the steering, you try to maximize that time and that performance to make sure you don't lose time. But at the end, I think what we have to be careful and think about is to do a race without any problems. And you have to be safe enough in the traffic, and also aggressive sometimes, because you cannot lose too much time. But you have to be aware that you have to be far away from the problems. You have to take care, you know. Here, I mean, it's easy to win 4, 5, 6 tenths a lap if you cross the yellow bananas on the chicanes, for example, or Tertre Rouge. But you do it 1, twice, it's okay. But if you do that the whole race, for sure you're going to break the splitter. You can break the floor, and then you lose a lot of time. So at the end, it's not really good to take these kind of risks, because you're going to lose more than what you win. So for sure you have to go away from those bananas and curbs to make sure that, I mean, it's much better for the reliability of the car, and that's the most important during 24 hours.
How much, there's been a lot of talk in the press about the blown diffuser. How much has that changed the handling of the car, especially in extreme conditions like wet?
You know, this is actually help us for our aerodynamic. It's actually an aerodynamic tool which helps us a little bit to get a little bit more efficiency from the aerodynamic side, but it's not. It's not that we can feel it that much in the car. It just helps a little bit aerodynamic wise, and that's all. Actually, it's a little tool we have.
Do perhaps maybe then the long tail, does that affect? Is that more of an efficiency thing as well?
Yeah, it's more efficiency for sure. Because we try to get as much top speed as possible without any drag, and long tail helps us a lot in this case. Also there, you know that in the end we have to have a really good aero balance in the car for the fast corners, like the Porsche corners, and therefore you need a well balanced. So you don't actually feel the long tail, but for sure it's a little piece, it's a tool a little tool which helps us to balance the car with good efficiency on the straight, but still have enough drag, enough downforce in the Porsche corners. So therefore, it's you cannot say when you are in the car that now it's completely different because you have the long tail. You have to balance it as well. You have to make a good setup. But once it's in the window, then it's really fast. You know, as a driver, you always want to go the fastest possible and want to have new tires and get out and nail at the time. But yeah, it's a privilege to get the pole position, and it's worth to fight for it. But in the end, it's only the race count. So if you are not really sorted with the setup, I think you have first to get concentrate on your setup to do there the right things, because you have to go after with this car for 24 hours into the race, and you need a good balanced car. So pole position will be a good thing if it happens, good, but at the end only the race count.
So you're still working on setup tonight then?
Yeah, we have to do we will try quite different things. It's important for us to know which direction we want to go. We had some little issue yesterday with the setup, but nothing which we have to worry about it. But we were not not happy enough, I would say. We still have now time to make a good setup on the car, and we're pretty sure that we will find a good solution for the race.
Of course, Porsche is a sister brand of Audi, but there's so much competition within the group. They're going to want to arrive, and already in their first year be competitive. And I think it's going to be a great rivalry, both on and off track. Pushing the limits of the technology and the rules, but also on track, close fight. So I can't wait till they come in next year. I think it's only good for sports car racing, and also for Le Mans and Audi themselves.
It should be fantastic for racing. We're up in the press center just kind of bullshitting about it and trying to figure out where this fits. I mean, Peugeot was such a hard-fought rivalry, and we're still a little new with Toyota, but they always kind of say you compete or you fight with your siblings maybe even more than you might against your chief rivals.
Yeah, I mean, it's very true. It's like an inter-team battle. You always want to beat your teammates. That's the first people you want to beat. And I think with sort of Audi and Porsche, you're going to get that same feeling. Neither company and neither brand's going to want to be beaten by their sister brand.
Sure.
So that's going to be, that doesn't mean we can take our eye off the ball and not focus on Toyota as well. But it does add that extra element, and I think it's just going to make the race so competitive and so interesting, both as a spectator and a driver. We've got H this year, and I had him last year as well. And the great thing with him is he's won it. He's done it all before. He's very calm under pressure, and you need that. You need someone on the radio that's calm, knows exactly what they're doing. And as a driver, it's great because it gives you that confidence. So far, we've all been working very well as a team, which is key to winning Le Mans. Yeah, we raced together in Spa, but I mean, here in Le Mans it will be Luca's first time. It's Mark's. He's done it numerous times. He's won it before with Peugeot. So we've got a real mix of experience. Myself, it's my third time here, but as a team, we've gelled really well. I think it's not a disadvantage that we're less experienced than the rest. Of course, Lucas has got to learn the track, and he's got to bring himself up to speed. But from what I saw in the pre-test, he did that already in 5 laps. So I think it's a great lineup. It's a real mix, and hopefully we can take the fight to not only Toyota but our teammates as well. it's really unclear at the moment. They gained 3 litres in fuel capacity. The big question mark is, does that 3 litres allow them to go an extra lap? We know they're already a lap. They can go a lap further than us because they have a much bigger fuel tank. The question is, does that 3 litres then allow them to do another lap on top of that? And we didn't see, they didn't show their hand at the test, so we're not sure going into the race. But if they can do 2 extra laps, that's a big performance advantage for them. Because it means we then have to go, for every lap longer they can go on fuel, we have to drive 0.6 of a second quicker per lap.
Really?
Yep. Because throughout the race they're going to save so much time because they're going to have to pitch so much less. So, if it's 1 lap, we have to go drive every lap 0.6 seconds quicker. If it's 2, we double that to 1.2, and that's a lot of time to be trying to make up each lap.
I would imagine that's a bit of pressure too, because if they do have a hand to show, I doubt they'll show it before the flag drops and the race is going.
Yeah, I mean, we go into the race with a lot of unknowns. There's a lot of talk in the paddock that they're only able to do 1 more lap, but I think they're playing their cards very close to their chest, and that means we're going to have to approach the race with a full attack mentality and go out there and just push straight from the green line. Quite fortunate so far in testing, the majority's been dry. The pre-test here was wet, and that was probably the first proper running I've done in the wet with the car. But I have to say, we seem to have a very good balance, and that's the important thing in the wet. Because if you've got quite a neutral car, or even a little bit of understeer, it gives the driver the confidence to push. The last thing you want is a car with a lot of oversteer, because then you really have to come back off the limit, just to make sure you don't make mistakes.
Sure.
Because we run the hybrid on the front, the power comes through the front. We're not allowed to activate the hybrid until 120 kilometers an hour. That's different for Toyota, where they run the hybrid on the rear. They can activate it as early in the corner as they like. So in dry conditions, I'd say it's a disadvantage for us because we have to wait longer to activate this booster power. But in the wet, because we get the power, the extra boost in the front, it's more of a benefit. But from our personal opinion, we'd like to get that boost as early as possible.
Well, the car is a very good evolution from last year. Last year was actually a revolution with the hybrid, etc. And we managed with many things to improve the car. The hybrid system is stronger. We got better aerodynamics, better efficiency down the straight, and the engine people didn't sleep either. We compensated with the engine power, so we're very well prepared, and this is the maximum we can do. What the ACDO decided towards Toyota, we've been surprised, but nothing we can do about it. It's something for them to handle. Obviously, it's something positive, I guess, but we're doing the maximum we can, and we cannot influence what happens outside of our garage. Obviously, Toyota showed good performance last year, and you would expect that they learn even more and that they would do better. The pre-test, we were faster than them. Let's see if this was the real result and the real gap. And then there's a possibility that they do 1 lap more, which is a high possibility that they do 1 lap more, but maybe even 2 laps. And depending on these differences, the strategy will be very interesting. And let's see if we can compensate with speed or not.
You think they might get 2 laps out of the front?
Well, it depends. They got those extra 3 liters. I mean, it doesn't mean the same thing for them than for us. For sure, with 3 liters, we could do an extra lap because we're on a diesel and it consumes less, but our fuel tank is a lot smaller, so a lot of people get maybe confused. Why is a petrol car driving longer than the diesel? But it's because they have, I think, around 76 liters and we only have 58. So this is something people have to understand. But We will find out, I guess, in the race. You know, some people say they will not be able to do that extra lap with those 3 liters, but it's always a benefit, even if you carry that little bit of extra weight. You know, Le Mans, there could be a safety car, there could be some situation here and there where you always benefit to have a bit more fuel in the car that could help you to do that 1 extra lap. And over the distance, if it saves you 3, 4, 5 stops, it's worth a lot.
Paul Newman, James Garner, Steve McQueen did a Le Mans the movie, but you're on a quest to go to Le Mans.
Right, have gone to Le Mans, so it's nice to be going back to Le Mans. You look at Newman was second there and drove very well. I mean, that's it for endurance racing. Le Mans is the ultimate.
Did that inspire Dempsey Racing, or where did this whole thing come from?
Lunacy, I think, was the thing that inspired me, because to be a team owner is a lot of work. I mean, we spend 90% of our time hustling for money. It's harder than the film business in many ways. It just sort of fell into place. It started out with what was Hypersport at the time. It was sort of going under, and I had an opportunity to come in and buy a lot of the assets and to go racing, and then one thing led to the next, and suddenly I found myself as a team owner. And thank God I was partnered with somebody who understands the business as well as Joe Foster does.
So I got into racing because I saw Grand Prix with James Garner. Did those movie guys inspire you, or was it something
No, not
separate?
so much. It was, I grew up racing. My dad was a car owner, short track racer in Maryland. We were always big fans of racing, you know, Indy 500, Formula One, all those, Daytona, all that stuff. So I've always been a fan of racing. And then I had an opportunity to go get my certificate, my SCCA, because my wife got tired of me watching races on the weekend. And so I went up to Skip Barber's class, his school at Mazda Raceway. And then I came down here about 10 years ago and started doing the Panos Racing School. And that's how I got started racing in their series, and then got the bug completely from there. Because what happens with those schools, and I think it's the best way to go racing, is that you get your SCCA license, they give you the technique that you need, and then they go off into those series are great. And that's how it got started. Then I got deeper and deeper into it.
When you approach the work of acting, your mindset, is it the same as when you approach racing the car?
I think there are a lot of similarities to being private in a public world that apply. Certainly, like, you see the energy and all of that that's going on here. You have to disengage and really focus on what you're doing in that moment consistently, and not worrying about what happened in the past or what's happening in the future, but what's happening right here and right now. And I think a lot of that training, a lot of those skills that I've developed over the years, acting, helped me tremendously in the car. Conditioning is the next big thing, because then that supports your mental approach and the consistency mentally, and then seat time and experience.
Last question. I could argue that managing a career in acting is probably similar to managing a career in racing. What would you tell a young racer to manage his or her career that you've learned from acting?
Well, I think certainly the more education you have, the better off you're going to be, whether it be business or marketing, and certainly engineering. I think all those things really will help you in a career. How you deal with the media is really important, because your sponsors are looking for a presentation, so you have to handle yourself in that way, and you have to develop all those sides of your personality. And you have to be in the car, and you have to be good. You have to be, you know, having results.
And not to play Can You Top This, but I'd argue tenacity or maybe survival. Talk to me about that in your world.
You have to want it more than anything else. There is no failure. You can't accept failure. You can't accept defeat. You have to really believe or have the desperation to not quit. And I think that's what I've just survived, because there was no other alternative. I had to succeed.
Perfect. Your team's about to qualify for Petite. We'll let you go.
Thank you.
Thank you.
My pleasure.
Slapper.
And here's a Ferrari, an Am Ferrari. Am Pro, Am Ferrari.
Looks like an Am Ferrari 'cause it's red.
Sitting on the side of the road. Good God, where do we go actually racing? What are these people going to do?
I don't know.
I was going to chat a little bit about the American side of the Le Mans 24.
It was the Lotus LMP2 car that lost its engine cover, by the way.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Adding lightness on the go. Okay, so Americans in Le Mans.
Okay, so we've got 15 racers.
Right.
15 plus, actually. Everyone from Alexander Rossi in the Caterham in P2 to our friends Cooper McNeil. I think Spinelli mentioned long ago in one of the Corvette amateur cars.
Yeah, it was a...
Bill Oberlin in a pro Aston Martin.
Sorry, Cooper McNeil, one of the Porsche Young Drivers Academy students.
One of the. He
one
didn't
of
win
the,
it. He
one of
was
the
one
four.
Of them.
One of the four that we showed, right, on our channel called Drive.
I'm sure Drive did show it.
What's going on? Why is everybody spinning all? Is there oil on the track?
There is.
Something's going, because there's been now, this is the third car off we've seen in the last.
Yeah, I'm completely guessing.
Yeah, I'm guessing too.
But no. But I think what's happening is they're trying to catch up.
Authentic commentary.
Oh, Le Mario Kart.
Yeah, this is great. We've seen more spins on a full course yellow safety car than during the race.
Oh.
What are we having a side conversation? What's going on? What's up?
More spins on this corner than Spinelli in a house full of mirrors.
Wow.
Sounds like the jokes are out. So I don't know what that's supposed to
Okay. Let me just make sure, because
we're getting people saying they have nothing still.
it's all right. Well,
That's
we'll
okay.
give them a little time. I think.
I have something, which means that we do have.
All right,
Yeah, we have something. Anyway,
so
we're
we've got
good.
about 15 Americans in the field.
Okay, and obviously with the alliance with Le Mans Racing and United States Sports Car Racing, whatever. Hold that.
USCR, RC, ALMS, GM.
MOUSE.
Yeah.
Yeah, that one. And we've had a history of an alliance. Do you think we should push for more Americanization in Le Mans? For example, I could argue that we don't see Ford here. I could argue that if we go back to a number of images here in a bit, we had the 1976 experience of NASCAR at Le Mans.
Right.
As a matter of fact, can we show that, Josh? Can we show those pictures?
Yes.
Cool.
Finally, yeah, this will be fun, because this is actually an interesting period in Le Mans history.
So, and I'm going to get some of this somewhat wrong, but somewhere in this process of trying to create an alliance with American racing and to embrace more racing, Le Mans allowed NASCAR spec cars to be modified to race the 24-hour endurance. This is, I think, Herschel McGriff in what is obviously a modified, almost sportsman Camaro.
That's awesome.
I mean, look at that wing.
And by the way,
look at the site, USA. The sponsor of this car is America. That's who sponsored the Camaro. It wasn't a corporation.
Yeah.
It wasn't Panasonic.
It was America.
USA.
That's an America wing.
so one has to ask the question, is that good awesome or bad awesome to represent America? Can we see another picture of some of this stuff? Here's the Dodge Charger.
Oh, the Charger.
One of the
Oli.
Chargers.
Is that the Oli Charger?
I think there were a couple of them.
There were a couple. I don't know if that's the Oli. But
And by the way,
it doesn't have enough headlights.
the Olympia Beer Charger.
and by the way,
Pacific Northwest.
if you look at the air dam, it also says USA on it, just to make sure
Just so you'll know.
that the French and Europeans didn't get confused.
Oh, there you go, Torino. It's Starsky and Hutch versus Hurley Haywood.
Very good, well said, well spoken. By the way, and what they basically did was modify these cars for 24-hour racing, which meant adding headlights, a little bit of aerodynamics. You can see the air dam.
Oh, it's a great air dam, yeah.
Yeah, right? I
Wow,
mean,
those extra rivets in the bumper.
That's an air
no, that's
bow
production.
tie.
Oh, that's production.
That's
Okay.
production. The cars had a significant problem lasting more than a few hours, and there may be one more picture. There we go.
Oh, there's the Oli
Olympia
Charger.
Beer.
Yeah, there you go.
So, but the logic,
Pride of the Pacific Northwest.
the beer, not the car.
Yeah, the beer. Although I do know, I know a guy who.
I knew a guy.
I knew a guy once. This guy who races that in Le Mans Vintage.
I actually, okay.
Just
The
saying.
car, no, the car's still around.
The car's still around.
Are they NASCAR spec cars or are they Trans Am spec?
No, they were NASCAR spec.
NASCAR spec?
And I'm sure the logic was, well, we go 200 miles an hour or near that at Daytona, and you've got this Mulsanne with no chicanes at the time, so hey, bring them on.
Yeah.
Brake zone? I don't know. Point
Yeah, we
is,
can take a guess.
point is, while it didn't work as a racing exercise, it was one of those steps to make America, frankly, more closely align and embrace Le Mans racing.
Right.
Now, Jim France, we've already mentioned this earlier, was invited over to wave the flag because of the alliance with USCR.
Right.
And I don't think it is any secret that there's a discussion to find a way to have Daytona Prototype, which are the premier prototype racing category of car in American racing right
Gorgeous
now.
cars too, just beautiful. Beautiful. Beautiful cars though.
So either I have to come up with shorter sentences, or we have to find a stream that stays up.
Yeah, I mean, I think for some people we're up. I think a lot of people are having trouble
Understanding what I'm
refreshing.
saying?
And what's happening is that when they try to refresh.
I have it.
It's when they try to refresh, they're getting another commercial. So that's kind of. It's not like we're making a whole bunch of money on that. So that kind of sucks. But I mean, it doesn't. It sucks for you guys. I don't mean it sucks that we're not getting money for that, but whatever. No, forget it.
Are you going to show them our bank account in a minute? Or?
Anyway, so
to have us to have extra uplink and stuff, so it's not us. We have 30 megabits up here.
no, but what's been happening though is that people have been refreshing and they get a new commercial every time they try to refresh.
Okay, so let me try to get to the point then.
Let's just
Whether it is Daytona prototype the car or not, should there be a concerted effort to get more American teams and drivers racing at Le Mans, and who would it benefit most?
Who would it benefit most? It would benefit, when you think about it, what does Le Mans give anybody to race there, right? So it's development, knowledge, and thanks, Ian. Development knowledge, but not a lot of. I mean, they're in front of the world. So if you're marketing a car, or if you're marketing your brand to the rest of the world, you'll get more out of it than if you're just it's a car or it's a brand that isn't offered overseas. You're not really getting a whole lot of marketing value out of it. So you have to be getting other things. You have to be getting R&D knowledge from it. You have to be getting if there's a prestige thing that you want to associate with. But other than that, what does it get you?
Do you think that you're thinking that American brand should be incentivized to compete at Le Mans?
I mean, if Buick were in Le Mans, would it matter?
Well, no, we can't even fit Shaq in the production. What are we going to do? Put him in a race car? In answer to the question, I think the question that I'm trying to ask is, the Corvette model has basically said, we're going to race in America, but we're also going to race this car at the most prestigious endurance race to validate Corvette.
I agree with that, yeah.
So
they've been doing that through Nürburgring testing, right? So, and that's become. No, what I'm saying is that what's.
Who's they?
American automakers have
go
been.
ahead.
Well, so American automakers have been using the patina of Nürburgring testing
to validate
their performance pedigree or whatever you want to call it for. I mean, now it's 20 years, right?
Okay. We're back to green.
Maybe it would have. Maybe it's starting to have diminishing returns. Maybe Le Mans would make, if somebody wanted to kind of move outside the Nürburgring clutter and start using Le Mans as their,
So I'll try it again this way. We'll go with the Daytona prototype. Forget the spec.
Right.
Forget the ugly, because somewhere along the line in the generation, whether it be 2015 or 16, they're going to evolve the car again.
Yes.
Would racing the Daytona prototype category at Le Mans elevate the cachet of United States sports car racing in the American races? So if this was an international car with teams going back and forth, would that make U.S. sports car racing even more prestigious in America? Or does it not matter because Belle Isle is Belle Isle?
To me, I guess it would make it more prestigious to have, because if we have a top class that can only compete in America and it can't prove itself on a global stage, then it's irrelevant on the world. It's irrelevant to anybody that doesn't race that car.
Right.
That car doesn't mean anything. We don't know how fast it is compared to these cars. We don't know how good it is. We don't know anything about that car on a stage.
We're living in our bubble.
And that's what always happens in American racing too, is we end up in a bubble where we don't participate globally. And I think that if we put that wonderful Daytona prototype car at Le Mans, it'd be good for the car. It'd be good to legitimize sports car racing in America. But we also already had top teams that were competing in America competing at Le Mans. We had Audi Sport competing in America for quite a long time.
Go ahead.
And then they'd compete at Le Mans. And so we'd see these cars in America week in, week out, winning the races here and then winning the races over there. But we didn't gain any popularity from it here.
Well, see that, and it's funny because I wasn't trying to lead the witness. Right. I was going to mention Audi, and you actually paid it off with the harsh reality. Maybe we all live in a racing bubble because I've heard fans talk about missing Audi at these big races after, Petit Le Mans, for example.
Yeah.
Audi came back to Sebring and it was like, oh, it's all exciting.
It was great.
But when they were here full time, it didn't elevate the cachet of it. It didn't elevate more viewership.
Nope.
Now that they're gone, we're all pretending like, oh, well, we missed them and we would be more attentive. I don't know. I guess I get to the next part of my question. So your Ford Mustang, you're going to come out with a new Mustang.
Mm-hmm.
You want it to be more of an international Mustang, from what I understand.
Yes.
Is this the moment where Ford should go race the car internationally as a GT car?
I don't think so.
And I'm not arguing one way or the other, so please explain.
Well, when you have cars that compete on the world stage from America, you have Corvette and you have Viper. Corvettes and Vipers are meant to do this sort of thing. That's why Corvette has a legacy of being at Le Mans and being in Sebring way longer than the C6 and the C5 have been around. They just returned after a long absence. The Viper was the car. It was the first. Was it the first Dodge? It was the first Dodge to go to Le Mans because they wanted to take the fight to the big supercar makers, the guys who were already at the track. They wanted to prove their car is great. The Mustang has what, a 50-year history.
1964 and a half?
Yeah, you've got maybe a couple times GT350s doing Trans Am, other stuff like that, but you don't have.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
But you don't have a history of that car competing, so I don't know what Ford would get out of putting a major investment to making that car into a GT car to race on a global stage to show that it's going to compete against it doesn't compete against the Corvette and the Viper on the road.
So now I'm going to move from my racing mindset to say, if you look at Ford's lineup, where does the Shelby GT500 fit? Are they trying to make it a competitor against a Corvette, or is it a Camaro plus competitor?
It's a ZL1 competitor.
Okay.
It's barely a ZL1 competitor because they're so different. The GT500 is a straight line car, solid rear axle. It's not going
here
to
we go, the solid rear axle.
I think people are going to flame. They always have. I've always said it needs an independent rear after I drove it. And people are like, no, it doesn't. You just need to drive to the car. I'm like, well, why can't you just make the car better and then I'll drive it like I like? And the ZL1 can actually go around corners, so it's got a great suspension and stuff. But those two cars are a very American way of racing. And to me, that's a Trans Am car.
Now, in the old GT, oh my God, I'm going to get it wrong, the old IMSA GTS days, remember Roush Racing raced Mustangs in GTS? Raced them against?
Was it the Fox, the 2 generations ago Mustang?
Well, they were totally tube chassis race cars versus
like the ones that were in Trans Am too, like the mellow yellow, not the mellow yellow, but whatever Tommy Kendall drove.
Yes.
So like those cars.
Similar design, yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
But there were also the Capris that raced. There was all those sort of things.
Mercure, Lincoln. They just kept changing body. But the point is, they chose to race the car in international sports car racing. Now, I'd have to double check. I actually think they took it to Le Mans once or twice, but I'm not sure on that.
But I don't think that.
But if I'm going to try to sell Mustang as a global brand, you think the Europeans would react to finally seeing a Mustang on a racetrack?
Probably.
Or do they need to see Von Gittin only?
I just don't think that would be a total, right now, if how they market the Mustang, would be a total change from everything they've done in the past. If they changed over to doing that, it would be a total change from the last 25 years of how they've talked about the car. So it would require a total change in how they market the car, and then it's a totally different base of people.
So Auto Boys, the two of you. New Mustang.
We're the Auto Boys.
New Mustang's going to have independent rear suspension.
Yeah.
Still going to cling to a V8. Rumor is the performance one is going to be called the GT350.
Yes.
According to Road and Track telling us.
Mm-hmm.
To your point, from what you're hearing, are they going to cling to the traditional pony car mindset, or is this thing going to evolve to an affordable Aston Martin?
I think they're trying to evolve out of it, and they're going to use design and obviously IRS maybe to bring it more in line with kind of a. And we always point to the European ideal of performance.
I'm listening.
But at the end of the day, a lot of people who buy Mustangs buy them to go to the drag races.
Oh.
So, no, I'm just saying, and that's always been part of the American experience, right? So do you want to, and it's not that it'll be a lost cause with IRS. It's just that you're saying to the drag race boys, to your core, that they're not as relevant to the brand going forward. And you know what? The answer is they are not as relevant to the brand going forward, unfortunately.
So I've got the pro and con. I was involved with meetings at GM where they were wanting to launch Camaro.
I can't get it over there. I'm having trouble. It's not working. I can't get it. I can't get it running.
Yeah, it's okay. It's not important.
I can't get, Josh, I would love to.
What's
but
happening?
I can't get anything to run on that. Will you guys, let me sort this out. And
so you had a meeting talking about
reading.
Camaro.
Yeah, in my mind. Oh, okay, so what I was saying.
Let's see if I can get this to work. Go, I'm sorry, you guys keep talking. I'll just keep trying to get Audi to work.
So I was in a meeting with Chevrolet and Camaro. And before they launched the car, they were trying vehemently to deny that it was a muscle car. They were going to try to position it as something different than that. But at the end of the day, independent rear suspension or not, it ended up being the next generation of a muscle car. True.
It's pony car.
Pony car, whatever.
Yeah.
I'm not going to get into that.
Right.
So are you guys saying that the marketplace can't evolve a car? They can't, on something as iconic as these cars, Mustang, Camaro, maybe even Porsche 911, they can't evolve in their mindset the brand moving to some different position.
I don't think so.
You don't think so?
I don't think so. That's why, remember when they built the 928, for when Porsche built the 928, they were going to intend the 911 to go away.
Go home.
Nobody wanted the 928. They wanted the 911.
Yeah.
They wanted it how it was. I mean, there's cars like Mustang tried to evolve once before.
Ford Probe.
And Mustang 2. They tried to make two cars that were, the Ford Probe was supposed to replace the Mustang,
Right.
front wheel drive.
Right.
Mustang's still around, the Probe is gone. Mustang 2 tried to make the Mustang more a piece of crap.
Efficient, affordable,
and terrible. And that didn't work out either.
Yeah.
So these cars have changed briefly over the years each time. There was a Camaro that became the Camaro Berlinetta in the 70s, which is supposed to be more luxurious Camaro. That's gone. These cars have always gone back to what they were best at, what they're known for, and that's what it's going to stay. I think for certain brands like that, I don't think it's going to change. I really don't think it can.
Wow.
That's why the Porsche 911 is still rear engine.
I think the problem with Ford is that they've created this one Ford ideal that merges the European Ford and American Ford.
Right.
So either they're going to do that and do it all the way, and that means that the Mustang is going to go along with it.
Mustang's a defining moment then.
Yeah, then it is, right, exactly. Mustang may be the most defining moment of the Ford One World policy because it means that what's good for Europe is good for America at that performance level.
Aren't they setting up marketing and distribution to bring Ford to other markets, including, of all places, Australia, as well as Europe? Is that true, or am I just kind of fantasizing?
What, the Mustang?
Yeah, Mustang.
Yeah, well, the Mustang's going to have to go to Australia because Ford's not going to build any cars in Australia anymore.
Yeah.
So the only place...
Leading the witness again.
Well, the only place that the Mustang, I think, would be good in racing, and now you're probably leading me again, but it's going to be V8 supercars. Because the Falcon's going away in 2016, they need a car to replace. Yeah, the Ford Falcon. Oh, mate, I'm going to get rid of the Ford Falcon, and we're going to put the Mustang on track.
That's pretty good.
It is good.
Well, what's funny is I was told that it's a lot of people who not from Australia, they tell me that it's pretty good. But then the people from Australia say that I sound like a bad Steve Irwin. And
well, that's the problem with doing accents to the people who
crikey, it's
speak
a spider
that way.
on my balls.
Crikey, there's a spider on my balls. What part of Australia is that? A Lower East Side of Australia? Crikey, there's a friggin'
Goodfellas, the Australian edition.
No, what they say that I say I'm from Melbourne, and I ask people if they've been to the Grand Prix before, and then I'll lead them from there, and then I'll say I haven't been back in a few years because it's tough to go back because my family's down there. I like to visit, but I can't go back as often as I'd like. But I think seeing a Mustang out there at Bathurst, I think that'd be pretty great.
Do me a favor, do the line, "That's a knife."
No, that's a knife.
Okay, made my day.
Yeah, all right.
But anyway, so
that's not a knife. That's a spoon.
No lunch.
I saw you played Knifey Spoony before. That's from The Simpsons. I don't know
So
if you
I'm going to beat the America thing to death by using it as a transition, Josh. Can we run the Corvette profile? Because you already shown the Viper one, right? Yep. Let's show everyone a little bit of the story between Corvette, which, by the way...
It's like I mixed Texan with Australia.
It's very drawly, yeah.
I applaud you guys when I was off camera talking about the great battle between Viper and Corvette.
Yeah.
America, racing at Le Mans, they were battling for like 8th and 9th, okay? So
All right,
unless you
all right.
hate America, it was showing nothing good for America.
No, but I
No,
wasn't.
that class, that was GTS though, wasn't it? That was
GTS, what year are you in?
No,
That
it's
was in the
it's-
years when they were back. Not now.
Oh, I thought you were talking about a competition now.
Well, I think it's great that they're
Back on
now.
track.
Yeah, but I
And
feel
this
but
is a cycle. They'll be
they'll
competitive
be back again. Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you were
Oh,
lauding
yeah,
how
now
fantastic the competition
it's,
was
it's
today.
so great now to see them battle behind everybody else.
Well, that begs the question.
It must, oh,
Yeah, I just
God.
begged the question.
Sorry.
Have we not moved on?
Sorry, that begs the question.
Now, what if we had the Holden Commodore and the Ford Falcon drive racing at Le Mans in a special V8 supercar class?
You know, BMW actually.
I think that's, you know what though? If Australia, I think Australian racing may be more portable than American racing. And that may be something that you see, like a V8 supercar class before you see a NASCAR
Well-
class, or you see V8 supercars and NASCAR coming together and harmonizing around a global brand. Sorry.
Okay, so when you
Go
guys are
ahead.
done doing the accents and
All right,
thinking
sorry,
you're
go
being
ahead, go
snarky, I want the viewers to kind of fix what I'm about to say because I think there's some truth to it. It's not V8 supercars, but remember BMW and others ran around the world to create a collaboration between DTM and Super GT in Japan. And I believe by extension, there is an implied invitation to run those cars at Le Mans as a type of invitational class. Now, they tried to get Aussie V8 supercars to be part of this triumvirate because
Right.
BMW wanted one spec car around the globe. But you may be heading toward a path where, as we showed Herschel McGriffin is like wonked out Camaro, you may be heading down a path where production-based racing cars, whether they're sedan or GT, may be some of the category that comes to Le Mans. And Le Mans is this coming together of all these different classes.
Right.
Viewers,
A
if
catch-all,
there's
if you will.
a carry-all, if you will.
No, you're right.
What do you call that? What do you call the?
A walkabout.
Hey, it's a hunkawolla when you bring everything together.
What do you call the pickups in Australia?
Oh, utes.
Utes. It's a
Oh,
ute.
it's a
It's
ute
kind of a
muster.
ute thing of racing.
Well, it's not really a pickup. It's a small car, but you chop the back off. Oh,
It
yeah.
is, it is an El Camino.
I don't speak Spanish.
It's the Camino. It's the Camino.
Yeah.
The
It's like
Camino.
it's like a Ferrari, El Ferrari.
The
Tell you what,
Nino.
Josh.
Yeah.
Can we show the Corvette segment and we'll come right back?
You sure you want me to put it on?
Apparently, no. I'm not sure. Why? Is there a problem? Turned the iconic American sports car back to the Le Mans 24-hour race. For the past decade plus 3 years, Corvette racing has been an established force at the world's greatest endurance race. The Corvette Le Mans legacy goes way back in time, since 1960, when U.S. sportsman and racing legend Briggs Cunningham entered 3 Corvette C1s in the 1960 French Endurance Classic. In one form or another, factory run or private entrant, Corvette and Le Mans have been partners. The 2013 Corvette Racing Drive for an 8th GT championship marks the last LM24 run for the C6R race car. Designed for both the America Le Mans Series, where Corvette is the reigning GT champion, its most recent of a 9 Series championship run, and the 24 Hours of Le Mans, the C6R is an ever-evolving, multi-talented technical masterpiece. For Le Mans, the team focuses on consistent pace in all conditions. Pole position is not a Corvette priority. That plus fuel efficiency and minimal pit stop times mark the Corvette Le Mans 24 game plan. And the new for 2013 radar rear-view traffic management system was built for the Le Mans race. Also for Le Mans, the team removes the front dive planes, closes up the C6R grille, tilts back the rear wing, and lowers the ride height for a more slippery aerodynamic profile. That lowered suspension was refined in 2013 for better bump compliance and stronger corner-off traction. And yes, you Corvette disciples, the C6R does its handling thing without transverse leaf springs, but still a ton of production C6 parts, like the chassis frame and Cascade Engineering, as program manager Doug Feehan refers to it, brands the tech transfer from race car to street car and marks the performance pedigree of Corvette. 14 years of Corvette racing delivered 85 wins and 55 1-2 finishes in their 141 races for the two-car team. 7 Le Mans 24 wins, 8 Petite Le Mans wins, and 8 more Sebring 12 victories, plus a number of Green X Challenge awards for efficiency.
But Le Mans is the cornerstone of the Corvette racing program, so history is great, but an 8th Le Mans 24 win is all that matters now.
And we're back.
There is?
Professionalism.
There's a beer. I hear there's a beer.
Sorry, that was Matt's fault. I think there is beer
In the fridge?
Yeah, there might be a few left.
This is fantastic. We're going to transition because it's almost 3 o'clock here in New York. And it's time to transition from coffee to beer, I think.
And
That's a late transition.
So,
Coffee to beer.
Josh,
Be a dark 30.
why don't you run the intro again, and we'll transition our desk group.
Okay.
Okay?
Okay.
Uh-oh.
Audi, since its debut in 1999, is the current brand of dominance at the Le Mans 24. 11 overall wins and counting, second only to Porsche's 15. 3 optimized hybrid diesel Audi R18 e-tron Quattro are the battle wagons built to continue the Audi tradition of winning, to create their own 25 hours of Le Mans, the twice around-the-clock race, plus the winner's podium celebration. Optimized is the word Audi uses to define the 2013 car. Maximized improvements in aerodynamics, most notably the long-tail design, but also a host of extensive detail enhancements, including an F1-style engine exhaust-blown rear diffuser underbody, and weight, examples being the sophisticated carbon tub and the composite transaxle gear case, all to allow for the addition of the e-tron hybrid systems. And power, the 2013 model, 120-degree V6 diesel TDI is improved to the point that the ACO FIA invoked last-minute balance of performance benefits to give the Toyota a better chance to compete. Efficiency is a trademark of the Audi TDI performance. The e-tron system takes optimization to an even higher level, allowing efficiency to remain one of the stronger weapons in the Audi arsenal to beat the competition and win another Le Mans 24. Head of Audi Motorsport, Dr. Wolfgang Ulrich, defines the hybrid diesel R18 e-tron Quattro best. There's hardly another motorsport discipline in which the creativity of the engineers is rewarded as highly as it is with the Le Mans prototypes. The hybrid diesel Audi R18 e-tron Quattro, 3 of them in the hands of their veteran champions Alan McNish and Tom Christensen, or their young guns, 2012 Le Mans 24 champions Marcel Fassler, Andre Lauderer, and Benoit Trullier, remain the logical favorites for the 2013 race. And the intriguing part of this whole R18 exercise is that, be it engineering, design, materials, or other facets of car build, many ideas from Audi Motorsport will continue to influence Audi's production vehicles, optimizing their lightweight, power, efficiency, safety, aero, and more.
And we're back. Look at this. Look at these guys. Leo's, oh, watch your step.
All my notes are missing. You had a question that you wanted to discuss. Hi, sorry for my...
Hi.
Yes.
There we go.
Amateur drivers.
Oh, look at that. There's Ian.
Yeah, if we all sit properly, we can block him out. I'm leaning the wrong way.
Hi, Ian. Wow. So you had
I had a thing.
a thing?
A thing. I had a thing to say.
Oh, thank you.
Amateur drivers
Yes.
at Le Mans.
Yes.
I don't think they should be there.
Oh boy, you know what? You're actually you sound like Orlov, but keep going.
Well, I don't think they should be there because over the last couple of years, we've had a number of very large accidents.
Yes. we have.
And a number of those very large accidents have been caused by a prototype car coming in contact with a driver, an amateur driver in one of the Pro-Am entries in GTE. And they're not doing a very good job because, like, okay, for example, Toyota coming down last year, end of the Mulsanne Straight. Davidson turns in with a Ferrari that's not turning in. Davidson was wide. Ferrari wasn't
The other
wide.
way around. The
Oh,
Ferrari,
he was on the outside. Oh, so he turned in. I'm sorry, he
Ferrari
turned in.
turned
early.
in.
Yeah. So and took out Davidson, broke his back into the wall. Year before that, McNish was it 10 laps into the race?
very early.
It was very early in the race. Another 4.58. That was. I don't remember who it was.
One of the luxury racing cars.
Yeah, it was another
Team's
AM.
not
It was
here,
another
but
AM
yes,
car.
Definitely an AM car.
He almost killed probably 10 people behind the fence
Go ahead.
and himself.
Go ahead.
Then there was Rocky,
Mhm.
who had a horrific crash at night when Rob Kaufman,
Same type of move.
another amateur driver, it was the same sort of move that happened on Davidson
Right.
the other year. Just it's like you didn't even see the guy coming. These are drivers that you need to be at the top of your game if you're going to be driving 24 hours. You have to be overnight. You've got to have the headlights. If you're overnight in the rain and you can't see, or even in the daylight, you can't see a car coming behind you, flashing its high beams at you, knowing that it's going to be a faster car, because the headlights are different colors on those cars, so they know that they're P1s.
Mhm.
If you can't tell what's coming up on you and you can't get out of the way in time for something that's going to be much faster, you shouldn't be on this track.
So here's.
Right, a black American Express does not grant you entry.
Look who's here. So we should probably introduce the newcomers.
Why? Who gives a shit?
So instead of discussing.
Wow, really?
Oh,
Who
can I-
gives a shit?
can I
You're a-
swear?
You're a huge star.
We'll pick that up.
We'll pick that up later, but that's just that's a preview.
Leo
of
giving
things
up
to
his
come.
chair. Look at he's got his cushion too. You got hemorrhoids, Leo. You need the donut.
No,
Hello.
I have a height problem.
I'm gonna. Oh, it's a
Oh my
booster
God.
seat. I thought his bum was hurting. It turns out he's just short. Oh, it's so sad.
Look, you know what? When Leo goes nuclear, I don't want to be here. So
Oh.
you could.
But Leo is wearing jeans though today.
It's casual
Yeah.
Leo.
No, that's formal. That's formal Leo.
Oh, Leo's usually
Look
wearing
at
no
that.
pants.
Casual is like an Umbro soccer shirt. Yeah. How? Oh, is he mad? Is he upset? Is he listening?
I don't know. We'll see later.
Hello.
So Matt Farah's here.
Who?
What
Just
what
flew
segment are we in the
I have no-
hour rotation?
I don't know.
We're on the.
What do you want to talk about?
I want to talk about the fact that I was in my hotel room.
Yeah, Dan Fredrickson's.
Oh, is he?
Yeah, he's on there.
I swear to God,
He's having trouble with
have
the stream though.
He may or may not. You know what I'm gonna say.
What? Dan
He
Fredrickson?
really looks like he touches kids.
Dan Fredrickson?
You seen a picture of that guy? He looks like he touches kids. I mean, it looks like Dwight from The Office has a white van, and
Yeah.
that's him. Google him. You just Google images.
By the way,
he'll
I've
come
been
right
trying
up.
to get. See, you're not helping my cause. I've been trying to get him to come on the show and be like the cars suck guy.
You know what Dan Fredrickson would do because he's so e-conscious?
Yeah.
He would take
an opener
robot from AI. That would be his jam.
That guy.
By the way,
is
Zach Clapman. Have we introduced this guy? Do you know who he is?
They can't see me, but it's okay.
Get on that live shot.
There he
you
is.
go.
Oh,
hell yeah!
oh.
Look at that
That's,
shot.
that's like
Who set that
A-class
up?
producing right here.
That's right.
Real
That's the beauty
time.
shot.
That's right. We're
I'm just sitting like this naturally.
Oh, look at that. We have
Oh
three
wow,
cameras.
I look fat in that angle. Oh, I look fatter in this angle. Fuck.
Dude, wait till Fort Man Boobs rises again.
Oh
This is
boy,
gonna be huge.
it'll be a man boob off
It'll
between
be a
you and I.
boob off. Yeah, we're gonna.
Can I get an opener? Somebody. Megan, I thought you were the intern. Can you intern me an opener? A lighter. Yeah.
That shows up.
Can you intern me an opener?
Isn't that what interns are supposed to do?
I didn't know.
Open beers of the talent.
To intern.
Oh, that was magical, wasn't it?
Quite the verb.
So Scottish. I just want to
Thanks,
say.
Ian. You were a little late on that one, but you get points.
Scottish Bad Boy says I want to slap the top of Matt's head in a Benny Hill type way.
You want to do it for him? Let him live it out. Come on.
Am I supposed to
I can't
touch-
reach
You're supposed to
over
hit me
there.
in the back of
Yeah,
the head.
How am I doing this?
Give him a nice.
A Benny Hill slap.
There you go,
Oh.
that's it, yeah, there you go. So, so did you use the? Yeah, you could have used the table and cracked that beer open.
Oh,
Well, this is an IKEA table. I would have smashed the
This
table.
is the same as the Smoking Tire podcast table.
And you guys have never.
Has a comment about Matt. He said, I will not be able to adequately piss off Matt without being able to see.
Well, you can see me. Here I am.
Oh, wait a minute. So Dan Fredrickson can only hear us and not
I
see?
don't know.
Look,
I don't know. His van must not have adequate reception.
I'm trying to get him. I'm serious. I really want him to come on the show as like a counterpoint.
That guy is such a creep that all the things he advocates, the forums have kicked him out. He's all like pro electric cars. He's been booted from like 3 electric car forums.
I think it's.
Remember Vitsa? Remember when we had that day of just Googling that guy? we were so bored for like 3 hours. We were
Googling Dan Fredrickson. No, I think.
Oh, the creep.
I think it's good internet. Mm-hmm. It's good internet.
I turned on my drive stream from my hotel room this morning.
Nice.
Heard you giggling about a certain Aston Martin bending Armco. And I was like, "Oh God, the stream is delayed.
By the
What's
way,
happening?"
I wasn't giggling, and we know. Do you know what happened though?
Oh yeah. No, of course I know what happened. But like it was a perfectly timed delay in the stream, where I was like, "Oh God, Spinelli's really gonna get in trouble for this."
You know what? Like it wasn't. Well at the time, nobody knew anything. But anyway.
Oh.
Yeah. No,
What?
no, you can't. Nothing.
Yeah.
Nothing. There's some things. There's not things.
Not things.
But
They're
either
not
way, that was poor timing, I would say.
Well, I mean that's live TV.
It's racing.
It's racing and it's live TV.
And has there been? I've been out and about this morning. Has there been any? Not to like relive gruesomeness, but has there been any better video of that crash other than the chase cam from that Corvette?
There's only the chase cam, and then there's the aftermath of the hit and the spin into the track.
Did it look really bad, or was it like one
It
of those
was-
Dale
I haven't
Earnhardt
seen it. I
things
haven't
where
seen
it's
it.
like, oh wow, that killed him?
It looked like a lateral hit into the wall.
Really?
Perfectly parallel.
Driver's side into Armco?
No, it wasn't driver's side.
Oh, it was passenger side into Armco?
It was a right-hand drive.
It was right-hand drive, so it was passenger side.
Yeah.
That's
No,
still.
it was driver's
the
side.
right side of
Right-
the car. Oh.
Yeah.
That's like horrible.
It's-
And how
it's
long
horrific.
into the race was that? Like 10 minutes?
Yeah.
I was
lap 4, yeah.
That's lap 4. Jesus.
Yeah.
That's so sad. I was just with all those Aston Martin guys in Atlanta yesterday.
That's right.
Yeah.
You just came from the.
I drove the Rapide S.
Yeah, yeah.
Which is it's like the Rapide but with more S.
So a little bit S.
It's got a little more S in it.
It's like one more S.
It's weird. That car doesn't feel fast when you drive it. You're not like, oh, this is fast. And then you see the lap times, and you're like, I'm going fast.
I know. I was, Ulrich Betts, right? The CEO of the company.
Yeah.
So we're driving, we're doing like just a regular road drive, and I see this dude out of the corner, like side view mirror first, and then rear view mirror. He comes flying around this canyon road. I'm like, who is this, journalist who, doesn't know what he's doing? But by the way, this guy knew what he was doing. He came closing speed of like,
On the street?
a million. Yeah.
And what car?
In the Rapide S.
Oh, okay.
Cranks it over, passes 3 cars, pulls it. That's the CEO.
Oh,
right?
that was Dr.
Betts,
Yeah,
right, exactly.
I hear he's nuts.
He's nuts and a really good driver. So you could thank him for Aston's driving the way
Who
they
was
do.
it? Someone, I guess, showed him my tattoos on my calves, the gas and clutch tattoos. And he came up to me at an Aston Martin event and goes, "You are Matt Farah." I'm like, "Yeah." He goes, "I hear you do not brake because I only have gas and clutch." Oh, do I need to cover my beer?
Well,
do I need to cover my milk, my apple
it's not
juice
illegal,
with something?
but
Here, wait, I have.
no, it's just the brand thing. It's
Yeah, we can. I'll just. I don't know, but someone got mad at me when we did it on our podcast live stream. Yes,
true.
but Apple computers don't get you drunk.
There won't be any Fort Man boobs built.
So
later.
we were at Atlanta Motorsports Park, and Aston's, their factory driving team or whatever is there.
Yeah.
And they said the course record in a street car down there was 137.5 in a Lotus Exige S260, right? This guy, Andy, one of their factory drivers, goes out in a Rapide S and runs a 136.5 in a 4,300-pound sedan.
Yeah. Andy is.
Those guys are incredible.
They're
Incredible
really incredible,
drivers.
and they're
Yeah.
really good guys. I'm telling you, Aston. I wish they had more money. Is all I have to say.
I really do wish they had more money.
That's one company
If
that
the
needs
Rapide S got the Vanquish's interior, it's like, okay,
Yeah.
over,
Game
done,
over,
call
done.
the game.
Yep.
You wouldn't expect Astons to be like the leaders in steering feel at the moment.
No, but
But
that's
their
excellent.
steering feel is crazy good.
Hydraulics for the win.
For the win.
Honestly,
it's
like
really
that's,
good.
That's they're not, and that's another Ulrich Betts thing. I mean,
Yeah.
they could have easily gone to one of the new electric steering gigs,
And
but they have not. And he says no.
Yeah.
He said no. There
Well, it's a
will not
good
be.
call, and they've really managed to get a lot of life out of that ZF 6-speed transmission as well.
Right. Right.
It's
'cause
not terrible.
But and that's another thing, like the software that they have for that. Yeah, sure. The
Were you
software
eating
that
on
they've-
camera? Or you want me to
I guess
just
so. I don't care.
stare blankly into the camera while you go have your egg salad?
I mean, no, this egg salad. Who orders egg salad?
God, it's just because I ordered.
This is what JF is paying me for. I was
Hey,
like,
thank
he's like, Matt, come commentate
I'm
Le
Travis.
Mans.
Are
I'm
you
like, I don't know
Travis?
anything about Le Mans. He's like,
I
talk
did have
about
tea.
food.
So I have to cover
They
this
had
up.
chili?
It's in a
Oh,
different
thank you very
language.
much.
This Ferrari is the one that wrecked out during practice, right?
And it got beached earlier today too.
You guys want hot sauce? Or
I like hot sauce.
What
What accent? That's nothing. I'm
What's
not
happening
gonna-
during? Is anything happening during the race? Anything of interest?
There's a lot of cars driving.
No, I don't know what that is.
There's a lot of cars on the track.
Yeah.
We
So
are.
by the way, wait a minute. There's a
Wasn't there supposed to be
Toyota in
rice in
trouble.
here?
Is there?
Like like it's.
Did it drive into a garage while being piloted by a housekeeper?
Wow.
'Cause
Wow.
Oh, come on. That was an easy one. That was like a layup.
That was. All right. Let me find the.
It's starting to get dark there, huh?
Yeah, it's getting a little dark.
What
Sorry,
is
sorry.
what is it
Again,
in
stop
what's
it.
the
Stop
what time is it
Stop
in La Start?
9 p.m.
Oh, nice.
Hey, my pork bun.
Wasn't there supposed to be rice in this?
I got the same thing Zach got. So if Zach got,
got a chicken salad.
did you get what you ordered?
This might be yours.
Did you get corn
But
and
Astons
cilantro?
are actually in 1 and 2 in GT Pro right now. That's badass.
Yeah, totally.
Aston.
And Manti is stuck in third, even though they're they're cranking it out. That Manti has been doing pretty, pretty fair job against the Astons, but the Astons are just too quick.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
Well, and they're running V8s, not V12s.
Yeah. Right. Right.
I'm gonna go drive that car. Infineon.
Really?
Yeah.
So
they've invited me to drive it.
Tell me about what the GT.
The GT4 and the GT3. The 3 is the 12.
Yes.
The
right,
4
right,
is the V8, and the 3 is the 12, and they have invited me to drive it for tuned. Which, yeah, Infineon. That's where TRG is. How's that coffee, Leo? Good coffee? I'm staying. Finishing my coffee.
So look at that. All right. So, what have you been up to, Matt Farah?
Oh, I had to get a job. John Drive doesn't pay me very well. I had to get a job.
It ain't right.
So I've been renting cars. GothamDreamCars.com.
Yeah, tell me about GothamDreamCars.com.
Well, we have an office in Los Angeles now that I'm running. You can come see me there, Dan Fredrickson. If you'd like to come see me in person, I will give you my address right now.
What do you do there?
2323 Cotner Avenue, Los Angeles, 90064. You show up and we'll go do those things that you like to do together.
This is a very
Wow,
localized
this has
discussion
become-
right now.
I gotta
for
say,
one
for-
person.
Well, for all 12 of our viewers.
Dan Fredrickson has made quite an impression.
Yeah, that guy annoys me. No, we got good cars. We got Ferraris, Lamborghinis.
And what do you do with them?
We rent them. We rent them to people for money.
You exchange
That's
money
not a
for
bad
goods
gig.
and services.
Exchange money for goods and services. No, and then we do a Dream Car Tour, which is great. You done the Dream Car Tour before?
I have not.
You should come to LA and do Dream Car Tour. It's fun.
I heard it was so. All right, so that's where you bring.
We bring 6
sports
cars up in the canyons in Malibu, and you get a half hour in each car for $995.
Do I have to pay?
No, because you're media.
Oh, sweet.
You don't have to pay if you write about it. If you write about it for somebody cool that will
I
bring
have
us
to
more
write
money.
900 words about it.
But
write it on your Kinja.
And then did you see the video that I made with Mr. Rob Ferretti with my Mercedes?
The
testing the bulletproof.
That was a smart video.
Awesome.
It's a great video.
Very smart.
A lot of people got very up in arms about that video. About
I don't see why.
You know, the question you have to ask yourself when watching that video is Matt Farah, and yes, I just refer to myself in the third person, dumb enough to do that?
Well, it would
I don't
appear.
see why you wouldn't.
I mean, it's not like I have anything to live for, and no, but I mean, it's not like you shouldn't go do that. That's the dumb. If you go try that after watching that video, you will die.
Oh yeah,
Like it's not even a question. You will die.
Oh no, you can't. You can't.
You can't just go do that.
You can't just go do that. It's like, don't try this at home. I mean, really, don't try this at home.
And the video,
not even at home. Just don't try this.
It has a very
Just anywhere.
intentionally ghetto feel to it, but that doesn't mean it's ghetto. It doesn't mean we just parked a car in the desert and I got in it and someone shot at me. You know,
That's
there's
true.
a little more to that.
What's the backstory to that?
I mean, what you're seeing there is real, but it's not like no homework was done.
But I mean, if you haven't seen it, like tease.
Oh, so I bought a car on Craigslist. It was a Mercedes S600 Guard, which is the factory armoring.
It was badass looking.
It was awesome. I loved it. V12, $2,500, and we had to find out if it was actually, bulletproof. So we went out in the desert, and I sat in the car, and Rob shot at me with 9mm semi-automatic handgun. It's bulletproof to a point. That car will stop a couple 9mm rounds.
Now,
However, it will not stop anything bigger than that.
Did you test it before you got in?
that was my question.
Did you have someone shoot at the car a little bit before you got in it, just to make sure hey, maybe I'll be okay?
I mean, just
you kind of have to jump in with both feet and swim.
yeah, by getting a bullet shot at you at a high rate of what, 300 feet per second?
I think it's more like 900.
Really?
9mm is around 900, I think.
All right, okay.
No, but
I was
don't
just testing you guys.
Don't go try that because you will die if you don't take real precautions. You will die doing that.
Or that thins the herd if they do.
I mean, yeah, if you do, at least send me the video of your death because then I can laugh at you for being an idiot. Like that guy.
You just asked a dead person to send you a video of their death.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like that's that's a totally reasonable request.
That's a thing.
It sounds reasonable.
What's what's dumber though, doing that or crashing a rented McLaren on Gold Rush Rally? Which one would be dumber? I don't know.
I feel like getting shot in a car would be just as dumb. I think it's equally dumb.
Probably. But I'm still here.
You are still here.
Yeah.
Well, he's still there. You just drove the McLaren, didn't you? I read your little thingy on it.
Yeah.
It's nice.
It's
and
great.
Monticello too. That's a good place to drive.
Best car I've ever driven.
Yeah, most people say that.
It's unbelievably
Yeah.
good. It's so fast. It handles the ride quality is the most
Dude,
amazing
that's
part.
what's really crazy about it. When you're driving
Yeah.
on bumpy roads, that car is not quite Rolls Royce, but certainly 5 Series BMW.
Oh,
easily, yeah.
And it's not even that. It's just the way that it's done and how amazing it is. Like you've driven Monticello, right?
Yeah.
So they have that uphill left-hand sweeper.
Yeah.
That's incredibly long, late apex.
It's
but there's
turn 1, 2, 3,
It's like
5,
turn
I
5 or
think.
6.
Yeah,
Yeah.
5, yeah.
But there's a bump on entry. In the McLaren, there's no bump on entry. So you can really, instead of turning in way late, you can turn in a little earlier, get to the apex faster, get back on the power. You can be way faster through the corner.
So
it's just amazing. Except people in the post are now like, oh, but I want to feel that bump because it's the way they drive.
There's two schools of thought there. There's my school of thought, which is sort of I like scary cars.
Yeah.
I'm not really a fan of the GTR. I'm not really a fan of cars that do too much for you. But on the other hand, when you have a GTR or something, you can really feel it doing stuff for you.
Right.
The McLaren is a much more analog experience until you get right at the limit where it really has to be doing those things.
Yeah.
And then you can only kind of feel it. Even though the car's doing all that stuff, the McLaren does a much better job of convincing you that you just did it.
Right.
Right.
No, it's,
What do they call it? The steer thing where they break the inside.
Oh, yeah.
They vector the
brake vectoring.
Brake vectoring. But they have a name for it. The bump. Not. I want to say bump steer, but it's not.
It's not.
Vitsa's pointing at monitors.
What's the matter?
Is there something happening that we need to know about? It couldn't possibly be more important than our experiences with the McLaren MP4.
That's an Audi approaching a Ferrari at IC.
Oh,
this is a replay?
Which usually spells disaster.
Oh, he made it around. He's okay.
He made it.
Good.
That's how it should have looked last year.
That would have looped right back into discussion Leo and I were almost starting.
About
about amateur drivers.
thinking about having a discussion.
We were thinking about having that discussion.
Yeah.
We probably will.
See, that's how you do it, Mr. Kaufman, if you're around.
Whenever you talk about racing, you can't. It always ends up going back to gentleman drivers, doesn't it?
It's true, but
no. But the McLaren is. Anyone who says that car is too digital is a little. I don't know.
no, it's sick. I mean,
There are
once
people that don't have. You have nothing else to experience in your life. Then, if you're not impressed by that car,
Yeah.
then you're not impressed by anything.
Yeah.
As far as I'm concerned.
Right. Exactly.
Yeah.
I mean, the 458 is a little more fun. It's a little more fun.
It's a little more crackly.
It's a little more yeehaw than
It's
the
it's
McLaren.
like the GT3 versus the regular 911.
Kind of, yeah. It's just it's a little more crazy, and for that kind of money, you kind of want crazy.
I think if I think if McLaren, I think maybe change the throttle mapping a little bit, or
Throttle
just.
map. Are you
I'm just
qualified to
saying,
make that statement?
I think they need to change the throttle mapping.
Was that like Jack Baruth's "How to Be a British Car Journalist" article, where
Yeah,
it's like
that is kind of-
they've added 0.5 millimeter to the shims and it totally transformed the car?
I love that. Yeah, Jack.
That extra degree of
picked that
camera.
one. Yeah, exactly.
That really did it. That's what they did this year,
That's
and it's
amazing.
brought the car's alive now.
They brought
it feels
it to
alive.
life.
They brought it to. It really brought it to life.
They really tuned it.
It's like Spinelli sitting on the front porch steps in Queens, and he's like, "Hey, you know what I would have done if I built a supercar?
Let me tell you something.
Let me tell
if
you,
I was
Joey's.
a development guy, this
I'd
is
add
what
about
would've done.
2-3 degrees of camber.
I would have gone toe in, 45 millimeters.
A little more throttle
A
response.
little more throttles.
You got to use T's whenever
Throttle,
possible.
yeah, a little more throttle response.
But
I cut the springs myself. It makes it a little better around
I
the
did.
corners.
I brought it downstairs with the Dremel.
The sheer amount of mechanical grip that car has is
It's
unbelievable.
It's staggering.
Yeah. It's crazy though. At Gotham, nobody wants to rent it.
Really?
Nobody wants to rent it. It's by far the best driving car we have in our fleet right now, and nobody wants to rent it.
Is it that?
It's a brand thing.
I mean, you're in LA, right?
Very
few people are renting.
You don't want to show up. You want to show up in the Ferrari if you
You'd
can.
think, but the McLaren does have vertical doors.
Ah.
You know, if you're gonna roll up, you want to pop the doors.
So what rents more often than the McLaren then?
Our most popular vehicle is our F430 Spider, actually.
Really?
Yeah, because and once you think about it, it's very obvious
Yeah.
why. What's the cheapest thing you have with a Ferrari badge on it? That's what they want.
No Mondial there. You don't have.
Couldn't
like,
afford.
Mondial.
If
Alright, that's
we had a
$3
Mondial
a
for
day.
$85 a day, I guarantee you that thing would be out every day. No, the California and the 430 Spider, because the 430 Spider we got $9.95 a day right now.
Really?
Under-
$9.95.
$9.95
That's not
a
bad.
day. Yeah.
That's true. Somebody just made a point that now you guys are just eating and like hanging out.
Oh, you want to go back to the
Oh, yeah.
race?
Well, at least pay attention a little bit.
We were just
so
having a
that
little
Toyota
talk.
just made a left-hand turn, and now it's coming through a right-hander. This is 30 seconds ago, though, that I'm talking about this.
Since Farrah came on,
It's gotten worse.
people have joined.
Yeah, so there. Numbers don't lie, people. I'll tell you what, this Delta Wing coupe thing
The
looks
electric,
amazing.
the faux
Doesn't
Delta
it?
Wing.
That looks awesome.
So here's an interesting thing. So Nissan's taking over Le Mans from maybe if not the top prototype class, but everything like in the middle, like the LMP2
Yeah.
and that. Nissan's going to own all that stuff.
Well, their V8 is like the motor to have now,
Right.
right? Is it the Titan motor?
It's the Titan
still the
motor.
Titan motor.
Z-Tech did its thing
How
with it.
are they still using this motor? This motor has been out since like 02. All of a
It's
sudden,
amazing.
everyone's drifting with them. They're racing with them. What is going on with this motor?
I mean, the best thing that ever happened to them was that they changed the rules to make the LMP2 a production
Yeah.
motor, and they had it, and they said, okay, well, here we go.
Is no one running LS engines? Why is it? Why are they all Nissan motors and not LS
LS
motors?
engines are LMPC, aren't they? I don't think they do that.
Does it have to be like overhead cam or something?
You know that you
Maybe
just,
it does have to be
where's
an overhead
Leo?
cam. Leo got frustrated.
If there's a commenter who knows why the Titan V8 is so popular and no one's running LS motor, is there a displacement limit? Is that possible? Because the Titan motor is smaller than an LS motor.
That's true. It's a 5.6.
It's a
right?
5.6. I think is it an over under 6 liter thing?
All right.
Maybe.
Well, there's the
commenter.
rule in
We got a
GT
problem.
too, because that's why they have the 5.5 is the rule in GT.
Oh, yeah.
And that's why the Corvette motor was downsized.
Roger.
We got
It's
a problem.
de-stroked, as they say.
We got a problem.
We got a problem.
Yeah.
Oh boy.
John. Yeah, displacement limits equal yes, says Tyler Barba.
Displacement limits, thank you.
Okay. So yeah, we've got a bunch of cars
So they're
driving right now.
Driving in a
the
loop.
Audis are running monster laps.
What are the Audis running?
Audis are in the 325s. The Toyotas
Really?
are in the 331, 330.
Well, I see there's a best of a 323 here for an Audi.
Yeah, that's so bests are 323s, but last we're doing 325s. And 327s for the cars in second and third, and then the Toyotas are 329 and 331.
Oh yeah.
And the Toyotas
What do the Audis
running,
need? 1.5 seconds a lap at least to cover the fuel economy.
1.5 seconds a lap.
It was 0.6 seconds a lap.
Well, if you're using the qualifying numbers, it's
oh, okay.
It's a minute and a half. I mean, it's a second and a half. Yo. Break. All right, we're gonna go to break.
What a segue.
Right now? Well, you want to say like maybe in 10 minutes?
Because I don't think you called for a break.
This has been brought to you by
Wasn't there just a break?
Pork
But
and Rice.
I mean, we're doing breaks on the half hour. Is that the? We could.
Let's take a break.
Let's take a break. I need a refill.
Let's take a break.
Bartender.
We're gonna take a break, and we will be back with more of this crap in a little while.
The 24 Hours of Le Mans. It is the height of sports car endurance racing. Some call it the most important automobile race on the planet. Others call it the only race that matters. Each year since 1923, racers have gathered at France's Circuit de la Sarthe to compete in a brutal test of racing fortitude. A race 6 times longer than the Indianapolis 500 and 18 times that of any Formula One Grand Prix. A race that demands a Herculean team effort just to finish, let alone win it. A race whose global renown upstages whatever racing series has ever tried to claim it. It is and will always ever be Le Mans. Drivers spend 85% of the race at full throttle, stressing components to the max and challenging the limits of their own physical endurance. All the while sustaining average speeds of 140 miles per hour, hour after hour, lap after grueling lap, racking up enough miles to get from New York to Los Angeles in one day. In its early days, Circuit de la Sarthe was a simple triangle leading from the ancient Roman city of Le Mans, south to the town of Mulsanne, northwest to the village of Arnage, and back north, returning to Le Mans. Today's circuit follows largely the same route, comprising mostly public roads. But over the years, the track itself, now 8.5 miles long, has been modified as the cars evolved and their speeds increased. The old White House section gave way to the Porsche curves. The 3.7-mile Mulsanne Straight, where the highly powered prototype cars once hit 250 miles per hour, is now tempered by chicanes. Le Mans lost its innocence many times over the years as one great driver after another succumbed to the risk of hurtling through space at great speeds. But no tragedy could ever top the devastating crash in 1955 that killed 83 spectators and driver Pierre Levet in a hellish storm of metal and fire. In the years that followed, some Le Mans traditions fell to safety concerns. The iconic Le Mans start was one of them. A mad dash to the cockpit that often left drivers' harnesses undone as they blasted away at full throttle. Now drivers start the race strapped safely inside their cars. Le Mans also gave the racing world some new traditions. It was 1967 winners Dan Gurney and A.J. Foyt who first sprayed champagne instead of merely drinking it as they celebrated atop the podium. Even in its 90th year, Le Mans remains the ultimate measure of speed, stamina, and technical intelligence known to the world of motorsports. And so, another year at Le Mans, with spectators lugging tents and sleeping bags and bottles of champagne. The rest of the world will watch as drivers suit up and engineers glance anxiously at spreadsheets while fuelers practice their Baroque pit lane dance one last time. This is the 24 Hours of Le Mans. This is history. This is racing.
Christian, what's a good word?
The 24 Hours of Le Mans. It is the height of sports car endurance racing.
Hey, we're on.
So this is starting to feel a lot like the Smoking Tire podcast.
Zach texted me about an hour ago, and he goes, "This stream needs to be a lot more Smoking Tire podcast. Like, can you come over and start drinking?"
Yeah. By the way,
To be
same
fair, I
table.
said later.
I took that to mean in 5 minutes.
Same table though. This is exactly. So if you listen to the Smoking Tire podcast, this is the same table. By the way, Zach, you got to keep back.
I'm sitting.
You can't see me.
I saw the delay.
We have a great shot of your
That's
screen,
the
though.
best shot of you all day, Spinelli. It's the back of my head.
I'm loving how these 991 RSRs look, by the way. The new 911 race cars, they look
fantastic.
bitchin'.
And it's supposedly the only time they're going to drive it, too.
Gotta give a shout out to Paul Dallana and Bill Alberlin. Normally drive for Turner Motorsport in Grand Am. They're running this V8 Vantage number. What number is this car? Who knows what number this car is? About to show it.
I hold it.
Yeah, these people are eating. It's more important.
They're having. Oh, look at those tapas.
See,
though.
we are
It's like
providing
great
a lot of
racetrack food.
experience. We're eating, they're eating.
What do you think has better racetrack food, Road America or Le Mans? Have you had the sausages at Road America? They're amazing.
I've never been to Road America.
You haven't? Go.
No. Okay.
If you get a chance, go to Elkhart Lake, Wisconsin, and
I
drive
suggest
Road
you
America.
pick one up. It is so choice.
Road America is bitchin'.
The
I
finest
can
Road
never
America.
get that
One
corner
Road
right in
America,
Gran
please.
Turismo. Never. Excuse me, Forza.
There's not much better than an Aston Martin race car.
There really
No, there
isn't. Didn't you get to drive the GT4 also?
Yeah.
Did you enjoy it very much?
Very much is, that's exactly.
Did you drive it at Monticello?
Yes, I did.
Did you prefer the GT4 race car or the MP412C?
I think I preferred the McLaren.
Really?
Yeah, but I loved the Aston car was fun, but we were doing it supposed to do full track, and then somebody crashed an SLS GT3.
Nice.
Through the barrier and broke
Was he
the.
okay?
The guy was fine. The car. There was one in the There was one of those in the country. Now there are none of them.
Was it a journalist or a member?
It was a man.
It was a
man.
It was a race.
It was like a legitimate.
It was a real
It was like a
driver.
legitimate human, like
It
a
was
race
a-
or like a racing driver, a team.
It was a racing driver.
It was a World Challenge
Racing
car. It was a
car
World
driver.
Challenge car. It was the only.
SLS is in World Challenge?
It was it's an SL because it was a GT3 car.
Oh,
It's
wow.
the only SLS GT3 in the nation. Now there's none. There's none
No, there-
SLS GT3s in the country.
There's none SLSs.
And so yeah, he broke the barrier. So we could only run the north track. But
Oh.
GT4 Aston was a lot of fun. A little too easy, almost.
Is it?
Yeah.
Too easy.
It was like
Too easy.
That's the Australian.
no, but it felt like I'm a moron and I could drive it kind of quickly. So I felt like
Well, so it's catered perfectly to the
it's
series
perfect
in
to
which
the,
they
the,
run.
to the gentleman drivers. It's perfect.
Has anything happened over there, Spinelli? You're looking at stats. What's going on?
I'm looking at best lap time. So 327 for Audi, 332 for Toyota.
And a lap. They're a lap. Both Toyotas are one lap behind.
Yeah, Toyota's one lap behind. They're actually, but they're. Let's see, Audi's already pitted. Toyota's yet to pit
So they're a
because they
lap
can
back,
run.
but the last lap was only 1 second behind.
Toyota's they're keeping that 1.5 second pace to
at least
to
Yeah.
beat Toyota.
Because the best lap that a Toyota has had is a 325.1, and the best it's over a second.
Who roots for Toyota in endurance racing, though? I mean, is there? It's not that they don't make a fine automobile,
wait a
but
minute. I mean, you may
who
be-
wants to go to Le Mans and root
I'm actively
for
rooting
Toyota?
against them, and I have no reason to.
No, but
just
because-
because I just don't
that's
want them to win.
exactly why.
I really don't want it.
No, but the thing about Toyota is it's about nostalgia. I mean, if you were, it was like
About
1995,
And you had a
when you were
Toyota
running
Camry.
Supras and MR2s, and
Oh,
I know,
this
I'm
is
just
exactly
saying,
like
But
that.
I feel like there's such a separation.
Yeah, there is. So
Yeah.
you would have to be like having been a kid then. And go, oh, I remember when Toyota was
And never have looked at
sucked,
anything else.
but it was
And-
great.
yeah.
It never like had.
And you went to prison in 1998, and you just got out now.
Else, right? Perhaps
But
those
if-
people may exist.
I mean, it's no
Ooh,
offense. Just they don't have a
fire
huge,
though. That's nice.
That's nice.
They don't have like the giant race following. You don't think Toyota. You think. I mean, the BRZ now is like helping bring that back. But you don't think like, oh yeah, race cars. I want to see those guys haul ass around the track.
Ivan Iron Man Stewart, what the hell? What's wrong with that?
I want to
Pikes
see
Peak?
No,
Pikes Peak.
Pikes
okay.
Peak is that's true. It's
That
it's
that
it's
V8
visual,
Vantage is very, very good looking.
Isn't
By
it?
the way,
That's the art car.
That's the art car scheme.
Yeah,
I love
yeah.
it.
All right.
V8
God damn,
Vantage is
I
such a
love
great car.
Aston's doing well on racetracks.
Yeah, it's fun.
It's
Wait till
great.
the Toyota wins. We get the Le Mans edition Prius. That'd be really good. It's gonna have racetrack maps on the inside.
You know what? It sucks because you're probably right.
I know.
I know.
Man. Well, there might be an Avalon actually.
Well,
Maybe the
dude,
Le Mans edition
imagine
Avalon.
what if Aston wins their class and Toyota wins their class. Imagine what the special edition Signet is going to be.
Wow.
Right?
Huge.
Right? There's gonna be a Gulf livery Signet with a hybrid powertrain in there.
That will happen.
Who's driving this particular RSR at the moment?
Leitz.
Leitz.
Of course.
I don't know
Leitz.
Leitz. I don't know Leitz.
It's
Who-
our Leitz. I think that's just his name too. I don't think that there is. Oh, except according to this, he's Leitz R.
I kind of want Patrick Dempsey to not do well, but Pat Long is driving his car. I know.
Wait, no. So Dempsey. By the way, Dempsey is one of the AMs in the Pro-Am.
He's the AM.
He's the AM. There's actually in the other case, Dempsey's the AM.
There's two sides to every Schwartz. You got the upside, I got the downside. No, but Pat Long lives like 100 yards from us, and so we need him. Yeah.
Where does he live?
He lives in Playa del Rey. Yeah, he lives like literally 100 yards from us.
Where in what street? Like, oh no,
Well,
we
I don't want to tell
exactly
people where
which
I
street.
live.
But
Again, Frederickson
wait a
will
minute,
show
up
up
the
my
hill
house.
or down the hill?
He's down the hill.
Down the hill.
He was down the hill. Now he's on the other side of the hill. He's side hill. It's a lateral motion on the hill. But Pat's badass. That guy, he's the world's fastest ginger, I think.
I was waiting for you to say that.
Somebody already dropped that quote from you earlier.
Yeah.
Did they?
Someone
World's
put that in the
fastest-
comments.
In the comments?
Yep.
Did they attribute it to me?
They did.
Fuck yeah. Proper. Oh, sorry, Christian. I promised JF I wouldn't drop F-bombs or drug references.
So who's leading?
I did not say
GT
that.
right
I
now?
never
Aston?
promised that.
So Aston's still Aston
this
and Manti.
this apple juice? It's delicious.
Manti Teo?
Manti Teo.
Manti Teo's running. That's good.
Yeah, Manti and
fake girlfriend's
There's
co-driving.
a fourth driver listed,
Well,
but she hasn't shown up yet.
Yeah, he's like, she's totally gonna show up, man. I swear.
Bruno Senna just pitted, so this is going to change. But yeah, Manti's tight. They're
what?
Manti Racing is
Oh yeah, no.
German. 24 hours of Nürburgring, like just killing it every year.
Did they win it this past one?
Yeah, they did, and we were in China and we met the local Manti distributor.
What is Manti exactly? One that has a 4-liter.
So audio. Apparently, the blue guy pushed the wrong button again. Is our audio messed up?
JF says don't give away people's addresses. I'm giving away the address of my own business. Come see me. 2323 Cotner Avenue, Los Angeles. You can come see me there and rent a car for me.
Because that's a business.
Yeah, it's not my home address.
Yeah,
it's my
not
business address.
Business.
I'm looking at the Corvette. I'm just seeing how they're doing because they're running faster than Aston and Porsche, but they're still back.
Do they break or something? Are they at faster laps
I don't know. I'm
but slower
curious if
position?
you guys have been.
It must have been just because these guys were in pit in laps, pit out laps.
Maybe.
Pit in, pit out.
But there's no.
They're gonna pit this lap. Anyway,
the factory Corvettes have taken a break, right? These are all privateer Corvettes.
No, these are there's two
Are they?
factory cars. Yeah.
Oh, why did I think they were privateer cars?
Because they're
all
in there
privateer
also.
cars.
There's also
the
privateer.
the CR1s are privateer.
Oh, the
cars.
C6R
Yes.
is the okay, because those on the board are both ZR1s. I don't see any C6Rs. I only see ZR1s.
Well, if we go here,
Where are you
hold on.
looking?
We're looking
Yeah,
down
they're
there.
gonna-
26.
No, the C6Rs are going to be in their Pro-Am cars.
Oh.
The privateer cars are Pro-Am cars. The only cars that are running
I'm sorry.
in GT
I mean, the
Pro.
C6s are listed as ZR1s, I guess now. Hey, Leo.
Is Leo here?
Insight. They're all ZR1s now. No more Z06s.
Are there any? Are they? But they're factory cars. Or they're privateer cars.
Two factory cars in Pro.
Two factory.
AM cars, Labra,
And
Okay.
they're all
And they're
listed now as ZR1s.
CCRs labeled ZR1.
Okay.
And the
So
AMP
for those
cars
who
are
couldn't hear
sponsored by
Leo,
WeatherTech.
2 factory cars in Pro, 2 amateur cars, all labeled
All
ZR1s,
labeled
all
ZR1s.
the same car.
Well, they're all yellow and black, but the amateur ones are WeatherTech sponsored. Yeah,
WeatherTech.
Because American-made formats.
Yeah.
8 pages in every single American
Dude,
magazine.
WeatherTech's, that's good stuff.
That's what I've heard.
Quality stuff.
That's what I've heard. Dan McNeil.
Yeah.
Yeah. They got a warehouse, you know.
Who's
in
the
America.
kid? Who's the kid who raced? What's the guy's name? The racer. Is that his name?
You're on air, right?
You're on air. You're just talking. We're having a conversation.
No. What's the guy's name though? The WeatherTech guy's son races. That's why WeatherTech.
Cooper McNeil.
That's it.
Is Cooper McNeil?
I didn't know that was his son.
It sounds like a
It's
fighter
the
pilot from
WeatherTech
the
guy's
50s.
son.
Is it really?
Yeah.
The kid who was in Porsche Academy?
Yeah, that's the WeatherTech guy's son.
I didn't know that.
Yeah.
And
Do you guys know what, if any, is the horsepower difference between like the 911 RSRs and then the Corvettes? Because they had bigger displacement. I'm curious, like how each team. Well, people are complaining if they're like, I'm leaving.
I hate humidity.
Now, one of my haters, fuck the hater.
Haters gonna hate.
Without the sound, they look like a bunch of gay friends, really.
That's
Guys,
not so far from the truth.
Guys, just having the best time.
It's good.
It's just so much fun.
Oh, yeah. Good idea.
I love the livery.
Good batteries.
They'll
Batteries
Oh,
work.
mine's only got 1 battery bar left.
That's low.
Oh, my
Is yours dead?
dead. That's the problem. It's dead, right?
So we just don't have working microphones.
Change batteries. Stand by. Can you hear me? Yes. Sweet.
Can you hear me?
Tons of Ferraris racing, and yet they're all privateer, right? No factory, no factory.
Yeah.
And they just get in the way.
You should tell
Well,
our
you know
viewers
what happens with Ferraris?
they crash into Audis
Yeah, they catch
every
on fire.
time. Or Toyotas.
They catch on fire,
For well, by the way, I would like to offer an official apology for the sound quality issues, and also some of our language has been off color. Like I called him. What did I call you?
You're kidding, right?
No, I'm kidding. I care about that. No, it's really.
Well,
we're
you
just
called me the
apologizing
N-word, but
for.
that makes sense.
That's right.
I don't even know why.
Oh, how about that Paula Dean? Oh boy! Oh, that Paula Dean. She is wild, child.
As soon as the story broke, I tweeted. I was like, "She's getting dropped from Food Network," and today
Dude,
Yahoo
it's
News.
not even that. She is so bad at giving apologies.
Wait, is
her
she?
apologies were.
I didn't hear. What was her apology? Was like.
It's like that's just what we do. That's just what we do down here. We just kind of do that sort of
Well, no,
stuff.
and it was there was an apology. I am a firm believer in not giving the apology. I think you
Right.
take your lumps, but you don't give the apology.
Okay.
But unless you do
exactly.
No, I mean
Well,
unless
okay.
you do something really horrible. I mean,
like
what Paula Dean.
like wish you could have a wedding that was set in the 50s.
that
with
quote was
plantations.
from like 20 years ago, realistically. And I'm not defending any of that,
Well, what
but I'm just saying,
happened?
if you're gonna do the apology, don't do it like she did it. Because she uploaded a video with it was an apology,
Yeah.
took it down,
Yeah.
uploaded it again, clearly re-edited,
Oh my.
took that down again, and then uploaded another one.
Great.
Yeah, but she's made a nice comeback because she's running in 6th place right now in the Rebellion Racing Toyota Coupe. So
Paula Dean Motorsports.
Paula Dean Motorsports. The car runs on fryer oil and butter.
She's, her ideals are right in line with the French.
That is actually true. It's totally true.
What are they?
And I'm sorry, what?
The number 3 Audi?
Stopped on track.
Can we get
Sorry,
video
folks.
of
Breaking
that
news
somewhere?
now. The number 3 Audi is stopped on track.
Oh boy.
That's great how we have to have someone off camera say to us the number 3 Audi stopped on track, and then we all go, what the hell?
Yeah, but don't forget, we're watching the race on something that's like this
Yeah.
big. It
And
looks
it's
like a
not
pack
working.
of cigarettes from.
And it says
from
we're
20 feet
missing
away.
the plug-in to play the video.
What, we don't have Silverlight? Like, what's
It
wrong
lost-
with us?
Okay,
Oh,
rear
it's
tire
flat?
puncture.
Oh,
Lost the
what
right
happened?
rear. The whole right rear of the car, it's just like a cross
the
section.
whole right rear of the car punctured?
So presumably a
Yeah, can
Ferrari
we-
dropped some thumbtacks or a screw.
Yes.
No, I just
caused
wanted
the
to see
failure.
what the actual.
I love how the
scoring and timing
commenters
was.
have to tell us.
What Paula Dean has to do with Lamont? I explained that she's driving the Rebellion
Oh, it's
Toyota.
commies.
The
What does,
the
what does
Audi cam
Paula Dean have to
crashed.
do with Le Mans, you commies?
Yes, and it crashed, and I need to put it back
That guy's
up.
60 years
Oh,
old.
here we go. We have video.
Is this the number 3 car?
I don't know.
It sure looks like it because it is teetering like a car that only has 3 wheels.
It is going rather slowly, isn't it?
Yes.
All right, let's
Although I'll tell you what, if that's the speed he's driving with a blown tire, he's cruising pretty good.
Yeah, they've got to go at least somewhat. He's on the front. He lost it right in the front half of the track too.
Oh, so we got to go the whole way
the first or
around.
second set of chicanes. So
We've
still got
done that
about
with
2.5
filming,
miles.
like when you'll be like, doing cool down laps, and then the truck is meanwhile just like, like trying to chase you in something sporty.
Wow, he's really moving if he lost
That
the
can't
tire.
be.
I know,
That's not it.
It's not.
That's not the
Okay.
number 1 car. Wait a minute, which car is it? Is
It's
it
number 3 car.
Oh boy. Oh boy.
You know, I told you this is.
I'm trying to pull up the auto guide stream, but there's a
It's
3-hour
what?
The
commercial for
Audi
Jason Statham.
TV is not as good as it was last year.
Audi TV. Is it because JF is not running the Audi TV program this year?
Actually, I think it's Jet is there.
All right, here it is. Here's the 3 car, pulling into the
To just go.
Nowhere.
It's going straight line in the chicane.
straight line in.
Ooh, you can
Oh
see.
boy.
You can see how the left
Oh
side
yeah.
is just tump and tump and tump.
Oh, this is going to be. They might have to replace the whole rear end after this, which Audi can do in about
5
12 seconds.
seconds.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think it's 12 actually. It's not 5.
We have found a way to apply the rear end with Velcro, so it's very quick.
It's very strong.
This is
I
the
can't do
most
it, Jeremy.
efficient method we know. We tried them all.
Just a silent Velcro to make $1 billion from NASA.
You drove the new R8.
Yeah.
I didn't get to drive it yet. You drive the new R8
Yeah.
yet? I'm like the last person on earth to drive the new
Second to
R8.
last.
You drove
I
the new
haven't
done
Aston.
either?
Yeah, V10 Plus is very good.
Awesome.
Yeah,
Very
it's great.
good.
It's
Yeah.
the best blend between. It's like, oh, you want something cooler looking and more exclusive than a 911 Turbo, but not quite as. I guess you'd be as terrified to daily drive as a Ferrari. You get an Audi R8 V10.
Yeah. As someone who
Super
deals
fast.
with Ferraris and Lamborghinis on a daily
Oh,
basis,
God,
trust
yeah,
me,
it's
you
true.
don't want one.
So what is it like to deal with Ferraris and Lamborghinis?
My job is so funny because I have all of the maintenance problems of owning a fleet of Italian cars, and I don't ever drive them.
Oh my!
So I really.
And you get the best of both worlds.
I
You're
really
in
hate
hell,
my
in other
cars.
words. That is hell, by the way.
It is. It's the war. I mean, imagine that, just dealing exclusively with maintaining Italian cars and then never driving them.
Right.
It's like it's really frustrating actually. And when people go, oh well, you charge $1,000 a day to rent a car, you guys must be all living on yachts and flying private. You can see the maintenance bills. The maintenance bills are astronomical.
Wow.
For these cars.
What, for Italian sports cars?
We had to repair the parking brake on a Ferrari California, and it was like $4,000.
That doesn't sound like a Ferrari sort of thing.
Would you have to drop the motor to do that?
You have to pull the whole motor out to do it.
No, that's if you do it in New York. Oh, I'm sorry, you got to pull the motor, but it's in the back. Hey, I don't know.
I don't make the rules.
No, there's another motor next in the back.
It's the other one.
It's the other motor.
It's the parking brake motor.
Either way, I'm going to put more camber on it for you.
Cut the springs on the
This guy is going
What is
what
happening?
appears to be almost 100 kilometers an hour with a flat tire, though.
I would very much like to see. Do they have some sort of chase camera we could look at to see the rear of the car?
Yeah, that would be nice.
Wait, Audi number one
He's
just
going
went.
150 kilometers an hour with
we
a flat
got
tire right
tire.
now.
Audi number one just went in the garage.
Does he have run flats?
Oh, we got the Corvette stream going.
Audi number one just went in the garage.
All right.
So this is what Toyota wanted for the entire time.
Of course, Audi's the brake.
So let's see.
Okay, so
Go to
now
the-
you.
go to
Oh,
the-
I bet you want the live timing and scoring back, don't you?
Oh, and the Lotus LMP2
Oh,
car
sure.
retired.
What?
Oh man,
A
who
Lotus
it's not-
doesn't-
It's
bro?
not like Lotus
You
is
mean
to
the-
break after 3 hours of a 24-hour
But
event.
you mean what? The
Lotus.
The sign, the logo fell off. That's what happened. That's what happened to Lotus.
Lotus had the best tweet ever earlier, and it was from Lotus directly. I retweeted the tweet.
Come on.
It was so good that you retweeted it.
It was so good it deserved a retweet. Hold on, let me find it. Maybe if I just look at my Twitter.
Do you know what power and torque the Audi cars are making?
Safety car is out at LM24 apparently because a piece of Lotus bodywork is on the track, and that is directly from Lotus.
It should be like, our bad.
There's a piece of Morgan bodywork on the track. Nope, a tree just fell down. Sorry.
Morgan's. When is that? When do we have that Driven episode coming? That's going to be good. Morgan Driven.
Yeah, were you? You were there for that, right?
I am making an appearance in that video.
Wow.
So JF wanted to include some sort of a driving aspect to it, so I went out with the Aero 8 Super Sports in the Malvern countryside.
Beautiful,
Badass
beautiful
car,
place.
by the way. The
Yeah.
Morgan Aero Super Sports is really cool. Really
It
neat
looks
car.
like the R18 number one has been stalling, so there's the rear deck is off the car in the garage.
And its last lap was 3:36, so it was 10 seconds
10
off.
seconds off the pace.
So that's in the
And
pit.
then we've got the
where's
rear end problem for number 3. So this could fall into the number 2 car's hands though, because that's now taking the lead.
Oh,
and
no pressure. Can you imagine that? you go from team
Who's
of
driving
three
the number
to
2
one.
The number 2 is Loic Duval, Alan McNish, and Tom Christensen.
Oh, well.
So that's the team.
So
that's the team that
one.
I picked to
Why
win.
is that team the number 2 team? That should be the number 1 team. Christensen and McNish, that should be number 1.
Number 1 is Trullier, Fossler,
They got
and
the
the guys
kids.
who won the last 2 years.
Yeah.
Okay, fair
So,
enough.
so those guys get number 1 because they.
But isn't Christensen the most winning Le Mans driver ever?
Yes,
He
Mr.
won,
Mr. Le Mans.
Yeah.
Mr. Le Mans.
Mr. Lamar, creative nickname.
McNish is a boss. I
He
love
is.
that guy.
And we actually might have an interview with Alan Cumming. Actually,
Didn't,
not Alan Cumming, but with Alan. But Alan.
None of us
Really?
lost
How did
until
we-
you
how did
said
we get
it.
him?
Oh, just to clarify, folks, it's not Alan actually ejaculating. You guys were thinking that, right?
No,
I was
he means
talking-
he means Alan Cumming, the actor.
The actor.
Yeah. He played Boris in the seminal
That's a
Bond
reference, I'm
classic
The seminal
GoldenEye.
Bond classic GoldenEye.
So yeah, Alan Cumming would be a great get during the
by the way,
race, but we do have JF has been in the field.
Where's
with,
Josh? And let's put up
with
some.
what's his name?
Let's put
Alan
up
McNish.
You just said Alan interview just sent.
I know I have it here. I'm just pretending that we don't have it. I have the interview.
Hey, do you know this wing walker died too today?
Yeah, there's been a lot
Do you know
of-
who it was? Do we have a name of the wing walker?
We could probably get one.
Because I did a bit of wing walking in the Ford Focus rally with this woman who is a wing walker and travels the country doing
my
this.
God, you're kidding.
And I want to see if it's the same person.
That's
which would be
pretty scary.
Audi
Yeah,
1
yeah.
and 3 are in the pit right now?
Yeah, well, 3 made it back to the pits.
I wish we
That's
had a
good.
pit
Who
cam
is
for that
it?
right now.
Jane Wicker?
Be awesome.
Jane Wicker. I don't know. I don't think that was
Do you know how
her.
much horsepower
Can you
torque
Google
the Audi
images
cars
her
make?
name?
500 torque is.
It's got to be like 1,000. Because isn't the Toyota making
It's
with
not
hybrid
at
power
that-
like 830?
I mean, let me see. Hold on. Let me do the conversion from Newton meters.
Newton meters.
Newton meters. I believe it's 700 Newton meters.
That's not good. The wing walker that died, that's the wing walker that I know.
You're kidding.
I mean, I don't know. I met her once
Oh
when I
my
went
God,
wing
really?
walking, but like, yeah.
That's amazing.
That's awesome.
She was really nice too. That sucks. Wing walking is so badass.
Wing walking is.
It's not something I do.
It's really cool. If you ever
Yeah,
get a
that
chance
doesn't
to do it.
sound
I'm
like
sure
it's-
after this accident, nobody will ever wing walk again. But that's a serious bummer. Met her. What's happening with the race?
550 horsepower.
So we've got both
am I
Audis
doing?
are in the pits and or garage. Number 7
Toyota
Toyota
pit
has moved up to 3rd. The number 8 Toyota has moved up to 4th. So Alex Wirtz and Stéphane Sarrazin are both there. We're on
Nice.
lap.
Nice.
We're on lap 100 too, everybody. So take a drink of your Japanese green tea and enjoy it.
What's in that?
Ito N.
It's the most boring drinking game in the world.
Is that the one with mushrooms,
Every-
mushroom water in it? Is that
Every time a car takes a lap, take a sip of your green tea.
I think every time it gets 100 laps. Oh, it's time to have our green tea.
516.29 foot-pounds.
Of torque?
I have to.
550 horsepower.
So it's, and it isn't the Toyota when hybrids kicking on like 800? Or did I read that somewhere that was full of it?
They were saying, what, 200 and something over the 5? Yeah, I mean...
It's just interesting how they put cars in the same class that have such big power disparities and like, oh, you get a little more balance and you get a little more this, and it's like,
Well, yeah, I mean,
you know,
Audi's also technically all-wheel drive, and Toyota's only two-wheel.
Right.
But Audi can only use it.
But Audi's only got 58 liter.
But they can only
Well, you can only use it at certain times. They can only press the button.
Over 120 miles. Over.
It's on corner. It's under 120.
Under
It's on
120.
corner.
Yeah.
Leo, do you want to come back in to talk about what's going on with the Audis right now?
Yeah, why don't you, Leo? Why don't you come in?
Leo,
Or the race in general?
come take my spot, Leo.
Oh, come on. Leo's
Tag
gonna take
team,
my spot,
buddy.
'cause I've been sitting here.
He's not
for
ready.
7
All right,
hours.
I'll hold the spot.
Okay,
I'll keep it
Leo,
warm for you
Leo
while
will be
you
in
get
a
ready.
little bit to talk about the
I'll be
change
here.
because now we've got Toyota's second, third, and Audi's not second or third.
The first Audi seems to be.
But the number 2 Audi is
First Audi seems to be what?
It seems to be in first. Okay, so
Slowing down?
so Audi 3 is heading out of pits.
I'm confused. What's going on there?
This is I have to edit something because of the wing walker.
Oh.
Hey, Josh.
Warning
do
extremely
we have
graph.
any,
Oh, I don't want to watch that.
You want to do an interview? We got one of the interviews? No, but I thought, didn't JF send in something recently?
Oof. I don't want to watch that.
All right. You want to do the Dempsey?
What's the Dempsey?
We'll do.
If you introduce that, say how it's from last year at the
Okay. So maybe we don't want to show that one. I don't know. I think that's. But do we really? I mean, is it? Have you seen it? I just want to make sure that it's.
So car number 1 is on
is
the
it good?
lift.
All right.
Yeah, that's
I mean, so at that point you're, well, I guess you're not toast because who knows what'll happen. But
yeah, it's
if
not
you're
good.
trying to your car's on the lift.
It's tough now because it's so competitive all the time.
Yeah.
And the number 3 car got hit. It sounds like that's what made it get a flat. We really
How we
hope you
doing?
were watching the race.
Cars like, you know,
Better?
they're just so fragile because everything's carbon fiber. Things even get touched.
If you think these cars are fragile, you go watch some 1966 Le Mans.
Or go drive one of the supercars from Gotham Dream Cars because those things break down all the time apparently.
That's funny.
That's funny.
Taillights fall out of the Ferraris.
Taillights do fall off Ferraris, which is interesting. That's a pretty common problem.
Where's Dempsey?
We have built the most technically.
Look towards
advanced
the
engine.
bottom.
I know. I'm looking
I see
at
here
the bottom.
long P is in 37. Yeah, 38.
The Dempsey Del Piero.
Hey, that's not bad. They're right behind the
Right behind
the
Kendall,
first,
Kendall
first
T.
Viper.
They're right behind the first Viper.
And then they're behind the Matmut Porsche, whatever this is, and then that guy too.
They're in a pretty good.
They're behind a couple people and ahead of a couple other people.
Long P is in the car, so he'll be moving up.
Yeah. So Patrick.
What's their pace compared to like whoever's running top 5?
Patrick's doing. We're. Oh wait a minute.
401s, 359. Is his best lap.
59 is the best lap by 401.
That's not bad.
So that's not bad. It's it's competitive with say.
His best lap is the same as the best lap of
Aston. Let's see. His best lap for.
Oh, he's running GTM. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, how come Pat's running GTM? Because he's
so his best lap was under 4 seconds.
Oh, if you have. Oh, okay.
You could have a pro and then yeah.
So best lap for them is under 4 minutes.
4 second
Under
lap.
4 seconds. See.
What are the guys running in the GT?
For Dempsey. So let's run
2
Dempsey.
seconds faster.
Let's talk about. Let's see what McDreamy's up to.
McDreamy's doing.
Paul Newman, James Garner, Steve McQueen did a Le Mans the movie, but you're on a quest to go to Le Mans.
Right, have gone to Le Mans, so it's nice to be going back to Le Mans. You look at Newman was second there and drove very well. I mean, that's it for endurance racing. Le Mans is the ultimate.
Did that inspire Dempsey Racing, or where did this whole thing come from?
Lunacy, I think, was the thing that inspired me, because to be a team owner is a lot of work. I mean, we spend 90% of our time hustling for money. It's harder than the film business in many ways. It just sort of fell into place. It started out with what was Hypersport at the time. It was sort of going under, and I had an opportunity to come in and buy a lot of the assets and to go racing, and then one thing led to the next, and suddenly I found myself as a team owner. And thank God I was partnered with somebody who understands the business as well as Joe Foster does.
So I got into racing because I saw Grand Prix with James Garner. Did those movie guys inspire you, or was it something
No, not
separate?
so much. I grew up racing. My dad was a car owner, short track racer in Maryland. We were always big fans of racing, Indy 500, Formula One, all those, Daytona, all that stuff. So I've always been a fan of racing. And then I had an opportunity to go get my certificate, my SCCA, because my wife got tired of me watching races on the weekend. And so I went up to Skip Barber's class, his school, at the Mazda Raceway. And then I came down here about 10 years ago and started doing the Panos Racing School. And that's how I got started racing in their series, and then got the bug completely from there. Because what happens with those schools, and I think it's the best way to go racing, is that you get your SCCA license, they give you the technique that you need, and then they go off into those series are great. And that's how it got started, and then I got deeper and deeper into it.
When you approach the work of acting, your mindset, is it the same as when you approach racing the car?
I think there are a lot of similarities to being private in a public world that apply. Certainly, you see the energy and all of that that's going on here. You have to disengage and really focus on what you're doing in that moment consistently, and not worrying about what happened in the past or what's happening in the future, but what's happening right here and right now. And I think a lot of that training, a lot of those skills that I've developed over the years acting, helped me tremendously in the car. Conditioning is the next big thing, because then that supports your mental approach and the consistency mentally, and then seat time and experience.
Last question. I could argue that managing a career in acting is probably similar to managing a career in racing. What would you tell a young racer to manage his or her career that you've learned from acting?
Well, I think certainly the more education you have, the better off you're going to be, whether it be business or marketing, and certainly engineering. I think all those things really will help you in a career. How you deal with the media is really important, because your sponsors are looking for a presentation, so you have to handle yourself in that way, and you have to develop all those sides of your personality. And you have to be in the car, and you have to be good. You have to be, having results.
And not to play Can You Top This, but I'd argue tenacity or maybe survival. Talk to me about that in your world.
You have to want it more than anything else. There is no failure. You can't accept failure. You can't accept defeat. You have to really believe or have the desperation to not quit. And I think that's what I've just survived, because there was no other alternative. I had to succeed.
Perfect. Your team's about to qualify for Petite. We'll let you go.
Thank you.
Thank you.
My pleasure.
We're back.
We're back.
And we're back, and we're talking about Matt's DeLorean barn find, or we're not going to talk about it?
Oh, we can talk about it.
Well, before we do that, we should
What's
probably,
happening in the race?
We should just mention that the #1 R18 that was leading and then had some sort of problems in the garage had a crankshaft sensor failure.
That is the crankshaft.
And that means that it's no longer sensing the crankshaft, or there's an issue with the crankshaft senses or something.
I think it means the sensor has failed.
Or the sensor failed. It's one of the things.
Yeah.
And
that never happens.
Now there's a Rebellion Racing Toyota. Now the Paula Dean Motorsports entry is now in the top 5, which is pretty incredible.
Oh, look at that.
Wow,
You
look
are,
at that. That's
it
much
turns
better.
out you're actually
Thank
good
you so
for
much.
something.
Now we can see the race. We
Oh.
were kind of running blind a little bit. So.
There was a
You're
there's
actually-
a
that's
female
very nice.
intern in the drive office. I've never seen a girl in here ever, and I was like, wow.
I can't
you
believe I
actually
didn't think
do
they were
things
allowed.
too? That's amazing. It's amazing.
I knew we did not pay you for something.
A girl and a ginger, and she does things. God, that's great. A winner.
Wow.
A winner.
And a lawsuit. And what's next?
And she never has to work again.
I'm an
in her life.
independent contractor.
She never has to work again. We didn't pay her until we paid her everything.
That's fucking. That's written on the side of the Bill Clinton library.
Intern.
You mean the Monica Lewinsky one right now?
Holy shit! The Rob Ford Memorial fucking scholarship.
Speaking of whatever we're speaking of, Patrick Dempsey's car is in 37th.
Awesome.
Hey, not bad.
That's where it was when we left for break too.
Oh,
when
is
we were
this
talking
is
about
this
Patrick
them
Dempsey. So this is the,
telling them where the crankshaft is? They're sensing it.
They're sensing. They have to sense. Without the sensor, they don't know where it is because they don't have a sensor detector working anymore.
Oh, wait. What are they doing?
Now we're traveling
Now
through
what
space
happens?
and time to
that's
see
a
these
commercial.
Have you guys already discussed that they're the 90th anniversary, but not 90 runnings, and that's weird? That's weird.
No, we haven't.
Indy's the same way.
No, but
they
you're right.
do
We
this
haven't
again,
talked about that. Yeah. So what years?
World War II.
Started in
But
23.
then it took 10 years off because of that German thing.
That thing.
There was
there
like
was
a
that
worldwide
thing with that guy.
It was like a worldwide event.
The guy
The
walked
fuck-
around.
you know. The thing with the guy, and then
Really makes you think.
The thing with the guy with the Charlie Chaplin.
and then there was Korea, and then there was
We should.
and then the Nam.
There was like labor strike stuff, but it
Check
is
your.
weird.
We got a nice email here that we should put some pictures on the screen.
We have pictures of.
A screen.
Those are good pictures.
Where's the Mr. Blue shirt?
Hey, Blue.
Josh.
Vita.
Josh. There's a dispatch from what's his name? That guy who runs the things. Jack. Jack. There's some pictures that we should show.
Can we make an animated JF? Animated GIF?
Oh,
wow, man, this is
Why didn't anybody think of that?
He just emailed. JF just emailed some pictures in of the #3 Audi before it spun.
Well, it's also it's almost like a flip book. It goes
Full
from the
credit
Audi
to
the
tire
tire
was
to
flat
an Audi
before the spin. So it went down because he got hit by another car, is what Ollie Jarvis said, who was driving the car.
And then he was driving on rim.
Sorry, somebody's mic is crackling, and can you tell whose it is?
Let's test. Is it?
Oh, it's an issue
Is
with
it
the electric
this?
generator on Audi R18 #1.
That is a complicated issue.
You know what? If it had an LS motor. Did you guys see? Speaking of LS
Hold on a
motors, real
second
quick.
here.
Someone just sent me something from like LS1 Tech forum. Somebody made an LS V12.
No, I know,
You
but
see
I
that?
mean,
It's like it's like an LS. and a
How's
half.
that? Is that-
Yeah,
Yeah.
that sounds awesome. You see that, Spinelli?
What happened? I'm
The,
sorry.
the V12 LS motor that those guys made?
No.
It looks awesome.
What did they do? How'd they
It's
build
like
it?
an LS and a half.
And they just
Yeah.
they just same crank? Same?
Yeah.
Yeah.
They cut
Wow.
one in half. It's ridiculous.
That's insane.
It's totally insane.
And how did?
I think it runs.
Is it a
doesn't
build like
Yeah.
a build
I haven't.
thread
I
or
haven't
something?
seen. There's a build thread. I haven't seen it. I haven't seen it running.
Yeah,
though.
they're building it. I think they're going to put an engine down. It'll eventually be.
I think they've
something
built
very
a few
cool.
of them.
It's going to be really cool.
Oof.
All right,
That would be
so
cool to
I
see
feel
that
bad for
Jesus
anyone
Christ
who's
was
working at
insane.
Jalopnik today.
Mike is having a rough day.
Oh my God!
Yeah.
Just reporting deaths after deaths after deaths.
We have 4 deaths in a row on the front page. It's
There's
a
four-
bad
Who
day.
was the fourth? I could think
Oh,
it's three.
We had 3, and then we had
Three,
there was a
three,
story-
and then an autopsy report.
Then we had the report on why Jason Leffler's car
Oh
crashed.
yeah. Why did it crash? I didn't see
Mechanical
that story.
failure.
Oh, that sucks.
Yeah. So it's been a rough day for racing news.
Jesus.
Especially on what's supposed
Did
to
the
be one
wing
of the
walker
best.
hit a plane or hit a car? Is that why it's on Jalopnik?
We do planes.
Plain Opnik.
Plain Lopnik.
Plain Lopnik.
Plain Lopnik.
Spinelli, it's entirely your fault. They just put Lopnik after everything over there.
Dude, yeah.
Whoa.
Oh.
What is that?
That is a massive.
Oh, that was that.
They're recapping.
That was a recap.
Recapping the race. Okay.
Yeah.
So, and we all go silent.
Yeah.
That is a focused press photo.
Yes, it is.
He's ready there.
Yeah.
How many?
God
Okay.
damn, that's sad.
How many laps between fueling does like the Toyota get?
Toyota's 12, about 11 and a half to 12.
Do you know how many? Like
11 and a half?
It's average.
Where are they
yeah.
going to stop on the
We're gonna
Mulsanne
stop-
and
yeah,
fuel up
exactly.
somewhere?
Oh, come on.
They
Got
have
11 and a half.
They have a guy with a jerry can out there who runs out and fills it up, and that's
His
why.
name is, what's his name, Jerry?
It would be like Haru or something. But what do you think like the 917s did back in the day? Because they had double the horsepower. And
That's a good question. That's a question for Leo.
Leo, how many laps could you get out of a 917 or a 962
Back in
at
the
Le
day.
Mans? Leo doesn't know. Someone Google that.
Leo knows everything.
Let me see. Talk amongst yourselves.
I was just doing some voiceover work for the Canepa Design collection video that we're doing, and they have a 917. It's very nice.
917s are very nice.
Well, the 962 and 935s.
All those Porsches are
You know
insane.
that they're doing tuning packages for 959s over there? Talk about a concentrated market. There's like,
Yeah,
there's like 11 of those
two
in the
guys,
United
yeah.
States.
It's like, yeah, no, that's not enough.
Well, they have one over there that's like stage 2, and it's 650 horsepower in a 959. It's probably nutso. I'm tempted to call them and ask to make a film, and I'm sure they'll say no.
I think the temptation is correct.
I'm almost certain they will say no. But when we get back to
Well,
Los
you know what?
Angeles, Psycho Frank has a new project as a car
Psycho
for us.
Frank.
So the world's fastest
yes,
Lotus.
right,
Have you
sure.
seen what that car looks like now?
No.
Because it was crashed.
Yeah.
And then he fixed it. But he fixed it by putting on a completely different body and rebuilding the car. It has a 211 body on it now.
Wow.
So it has no windshield. It is 1 inch wider than my Raptor, and it weighs 1,400 pounds and makes 700 horsepower.
God. 1,400 pounds?
Yeah.
That car is insane, and that guy is insane.
That guy
Frank is insane.
And he's like the angriest guy in the world. I love it. I love his anger. It's great for our programming.
Sure.
But he's the angriest guy
good TV.
ever, and I call him like the angry demon of death. And I just found out recently why he's so angry. He had a scar. Like, I have had back surgery twice, and my scar is like this big. He had a scar like that big, going from here to like here. He must have been in such excruciating pain, just constantly.
Wow.
It's like, no wonder the guy was so angry. And I haven't
That's
seen him
bad.
flip out once since he had the surgery, so it's probably working.
By the way, 10 laps.
We got a 917?
Yeah, well, don't forget.
Well, I was just okay.
10 laps, 917 or 10 laps.
But that's also with no chicanes.
But it's no chicanes, and it's also, I don't know, we got to find out how much fuel they had on board.
Well,
because
I just found this is one. A 917K had a 120 liter tank.
Wait,
they said it got.
Audi only has a 58
number
liter
one
tank.
Audi.
They said it got
That's just
6
a replay?
6 miles
Oh,
per
okay,
gallon.
you said live.
So 120 liters is you're doing like 30 gallons.
Are you doing math?
I'm doing math.
Zach's
son.
doing math.
So if you do
hell?
30 gallons,
We're
and you have like
drinking
an
juice
8
over
mile
here. He's
tank
doing math.
or an 8 mile track, you're getting
getting
like
5
five laps with the big boys. I don't know. Depending, I'm doing math. You're reading something.
Well, we may be getting imperfect data because I'm just hearing
From the internet?
Could you
What are you
imagine?
talking about?
No, but this is, I don't know. This is the short tail 917.
Do you have a
Okay,
long tail?
I'm looking at this is long tail. This is a K.
Yeah. Okay.
Plus, it also depends on which year because they got more and more powerful.
Right.
So in the first
This was
year, right, they were like-
1970. What
so
are you
that was the
looking
first
at?
one. So that's when they had like 500 horsepower, and then they were
Yeah.
to 1,000.
Oh,
and
you're
they're
talking
probably-
about that sicko
Yeah,
one.
you're
yeah,
talking
yeah,
about the Psycho Death one. Yeah.
Okay.
So can you
well,
imagine if you ran 4 laps and it's like pit again for fuel, and you're like, oh my god.
That's like Nürburgring. That's like it's like Nürburgring. Same kind
Oh,
of
that's
deal.
true.
Yeah.
That's 16 miles. I mean,
Yeah.
it's a long track. It's just that's a lot.
I'm driving Nürburgring in August.
Oh,
Nürburgring.
nice. What are you doing there?
In a race prepped BRZ.
Oh.
Which should be very interesting.
Race prepped for
I'm
what?
using the Rent for Ring program.
Yes.
Dale Lomas.
Yeah.
Over there in Germany, Deutschland. He's got a bunch of neat cars.
He's got.
He's
Do
got
you have the
Swifts.
Alphas?
He's got the Swift. He's got a couple Alphas.
Yeah.
He's got Volkswagen Scirocco's.
sick.
I was
That guy's
tempted.
great.
I was
That guy's
very
fantastic.
tempted to get a Scirocco just because I've never driven one before.
Yeah.
But then he was like, and I've got a dozen BRZs with roll cages, and I was like, oh.
Do they have power mods too, or is it just like tires?
Like
and stuff?
exhaust and stuff, but the engine stock, full suspension, tires, race brakes,
carries
roll
so much
cage.
speed, dude.
Yeah, it's gonna be
It's
awesome.
sweet.
It's gonna be great. And then they have the M3 like RSR, Grand Am cars.
That's probably a good car to first drive the ring on too, because you're not like
BRZ.
Yeah, you're like 500 horsepower.
Yeah.
Just, and
It's
then
hard.
wall.
It's hard to overdrive your vision in a BRZ. You know what I mean? In a 500 horsepower car, you can overdrive where you can see, and the Nürburgring is one of those places where if you've never been before, you definitely want to drive what you can see and nothing more.
You know what car you
what
can
I mean?
overdrive your vision even though it's slow is the Battle Wagon, because the lights are aimed at the bumper. We're doing this road trip. I'm like, Mike, we need new headlights because I'm not driving this at 100 miles an hour at night the way this is right now. Not that I would at all.
Not that you would
officer.
ever do such a thing.
Allegedly. As my shirt says right now. Yes, it was
So
me.
it's like Dindo Capello there.
Yeah.
Just he's hanging out now. He doesn't race anymore.
Okay, everybody's back.
So they're saying alternator problem for Audi number 1.
It's now
So
fallen.
it's crank, generator, now alternator?
Well, originally they said it was electrical.
That sounds
no,
like
they
the
said it was
engine.
crank, then it was electrical. Now it's the alternator.
So it's the entire powertrain.
The car's not. It's not.
Well,
it's not
the car
it's
has
just the source of electricity, the thing that moves it with electricity, and then a part of the fuel engine.
You know all the components of the car? Yeah,
Those
all
are
of those
broken.
have issues right now. all of those things.
The
that are,
seats, though, phenomenal.
The seats are great. The bodywork looks fantastic.
Bodywork-
Don't touch it.
Bodywork looks like a spaceship.
Yeah.
It's so far from a car. I saw a picture of it all in black today. I posted on the site, and I said it. Well, I can't say the word, but it looks like it shows up at your door, and it's like, "I'm here to take your Roomba out."
I'm here to take your Roomba
It's like the view. It was a front view of an all black R18. It's just like, whoa.
I saw last year I was at a racetrack for some media thing, and that R18 was testing all black. And they confiscated all our cell phones. They took our phones. They wouldn't let us take pictures. And it was just like hauling ass around Miami Speedway in silence. It was
Cool.
crazy.
It's an amazing sound, dude.
In black, it looks awesome.
Yeah.
It looks really, really wild in all black.
It looks like a transformer that's gonna stand up and just be like, "Come with me."
You will come with me right now.
I haven't made a Transformers movie with
I
Bruckner.
have some shots from George and JF. George really from Fortitude. took
Oh, George
good
Acorn.
shots
George Acorn.
Of the Audi.
Acorn Obama.
The flat tire?
A little bit late, but these
Crank it up. Yeah, that's fine.
Crank it up.
Crank it up.
So yeah, the car got hit originally, and then the right rear went down, as you can see in this wonderful photograph. That car's beautiful.
It is. So wait, it got a flat and then got hit.
No, he got hit, which caused the flat, which then made him spin.
Yeah.
And then if you keep going through the pictures, he wore it to rim. That's why he was doing like 100 kilometers. And then there.
There it is.
Look at that. Like a boss.
Yeah, that's called I have more of these at home.
Hell yeah.
Yes.
Oh, I wish I had the balls to do that. Just drive hard on a rim like that. Just wreck the
Ken
rim.
Block does that a lot in
on
Mirror. It's cool.
On Bull Run, I blew a tire 5 miles from the finish line, and there was only rim left. And Tom Morningstar was like, "Dude, we have to drive on it." He's like, we got to cross the finish line with sparks flying. That's how you do it. And I was like,
Not in a press car. But
I don't know.
Tom's name isn't on the sheet.
Yeah,
It's
that's
different.
why.
It's like, screw it, man.
This is
You like that?
That is
That's a feed
scintillating.
This is
there.
apparently it's snowed and
It's a whiteout.
This is
While we have no feed, can I talk about Rafael Orlov for a second?
yeah.
He's
the
gonna, who will be joining us later.
Yeah, the Jalopnik writer.
He met me at the bar last night.
Oh.
He told me he's taking his Baja Bug on a track day.
Yes, he is. He's
Yes,
taking
he
his
is.
Baja Bug on a track day on Tuesday.
It's going to look like a
on
Jack
Wednesday,
in the
we are
Box.
going to be looking for a new person to replace Rafael Orlov at Jalopnik.
He's gonna die.
What a ridiculous car.
He's not gonna. You can't.
No,
What?
No, you can't.
It's the only person to ever take a Volkswagen Beetle on a track that
I think
isn't
you
racing
can.
in lemons.
It's not going to be dangerous. It's just going to be slow.
It's a Baja Bug.
He's already
useless.
flipped
Hasn't
it.
he rolled it once?
Yes.
He's rolled it and he rolled it back over and it was fine. That's like,
Great.
you know.
See, that's
it's
I would
the
want
turn-off
one
car.
of those for like $300 because I do admire them and kind of envy it when they go by. I'm like, that'd be kind of fun, but only for very little money.
No.
To beat the out of like to jump
Dude,
over
us-
parking blocks.
Yeah, but there's so many other cars that are better cars that are just as cheap and crappy and fun to beat the hell out of.
Yeah, but there's something about
The
beating a
Glucker
bug I would
mobile
enjoy.
is just as fun as a beat.
But I don't like VW bugs that much, so I'd have more
Oh.
satisfaction.
See, that's the
beating the
thing.
hell out of it.
What's Glucker driving?
Glucker left us his Honda Civic with it's an EX with an SI drivetrain swap.
Oh yeah, you told me about that car.
So
yeah.
it's sitting at our house right now, and
He just left it for you.
he just left.
Well, he
it
got a
there.
project car, so he
You
only
got that
has
300
one-
TD.
Yeah, he only has one garage spot at his house. So he's like, "Can I leave this at your house?" And I was like, "Great, another car to drive around."
Yeah.
It is worse looking than my car, which I hate because it has like a fake carbon fiber hood with a crack and black tape over it,
Yeah.
and
And
it
it
has
has
deployed airbag.
hubcaps.
It's got a race wheel that jiggles. And now it has loose battery connections that spark and fly off when you try to start it.
That sounds like a real.
And he wants to try to sell it for $2,000.
No, he's insane. But
American?
I did just have a brand new Honda Accord press car, a stick one.
I have one too right now.
Do you?
6-speed.
Yeah.
V6.
Mine was a 4-cylinder sedan.
Oh, I got the V6 coupe.
And Glucker's car, vastly more fun to drive than the new Honda Accords.
Yes.
I was told I'm really going to like the new Accord. But driving it home last night, I noticed that all the buttons are very large. It's like and all the dials. It's like being inside an old person's television remote. It's like somebody's like, you gotta go.
That car would be perfect for my grandma in an
Yeah.
automatic. Like it's got everything my grandma wants from a car. What are you looking at? What are you looking at over there?
I'm showing him the specs from the 73 917s. Got 3 miles per gallon and had 1,100 newton meters of torque.
That's what?
He's converting it right now.
650 pound-feet.
And it had 1,100 horsepower at 8,000 RPM. Can you imagine racing that car for 24 hours?
Yeah.
And then just you're going like 250 miles an hour. Jeez.
It would be like racing like a Venom GT, probably.
Yeah, but this is before they had like aero tunnels
That's
all over
true.
the place and
Yeah,
CAD
this is
design.
no
I mean,
wind tunnels and
like,
bias-ply
when
tires.
they figured out the
Yeah,
long
right.
tail, wasn't it like they tacked on something and like go try it and then
Yeah,
come
yeah.
back and go try it again?
Yeah, pretty much.
It's like building a plane. That's a test pilot. That's insane.
But this Eurosport commentator is very cute. Look at her. She's a cutie. Even in NES pixels.
It's 32-bit. How's everybody?
All right.
What's going on with the race?
So
Anything
what's going on with the race? I'm just trying to get our feed.
Wait,
to,
this
number 2 Audi's
number two
leaving the
Audi
pits.
is leaving the pits, yeah.
As is the number 8 Toyota.
Oh man, the number 1 is just dropping.
Yes, number 1 is now behind all these Nissans.
Yeah.
And Judds. And
That's
but not behind the number 32 Lotus yet. But
That's not good.
No.
That is no good. Where's that number 3 Audi? Fourth place?
And now they're 8 laps. By the way, they're 8 laps, down from the.
Are you guys aware of what's going on in the pit with Audi, the number 1 Audi?
well, the gearbox is out of the car, is what I just read.
Yeah.
So they've gone from sensor to generator to alternator to gearbox.
Every
now.
piece
Well,
of the.
I guess
It has rebelled. It's completely
they
falling
maintain.
apart.
They keep
And
all
they're
those
not even
things-
Rebellion Racing.
All those things are in the gearbox, apparently.
Oh.
I'm just saying this. I don't know this for sure.
Oh. You're just guessing.
I'm just saying things. But they took the gearbox off, and Audi's done it before. They've switched the rear end like of the R8s in like 11 minutes or something.
Yeah.
But I don't think that's happening this time because they've been in the pit for half an hour.
Yeah, it's
And
bad.
that's-
And they're 8. Yeah, that's so they're the gap. They have 9. Now they have a 9-lap gap from the leader.
I don't think they're going to win. I don't
That's
think the
not
number
good.
1 car is going to win this
Something
year.
tells
Man,
me.
something. Yeah, something.
Something tells me that those 9 laps will be tough to make up. I imagine that they'll be able to make up maybe none
9 laps.
none
That's,
laps.
9 laps is 72 miles.
That's a lot of laps.
Well, I knew, oh, there's.
Imagine making up a 72-mile deficit in a race. That's
huge.
That's
That's
a
funny. That's
huge-
like half a regular race.
Yeah.
That's the distance from here to almost here to Philly.
What about Christian?
That's
How
so
far they are.
Right, and now like they're still going. It's not like
It's not like they're stopped
They're
in Philly.
stopped.
Like,
Yeah.
by the time they get out of the pits, it's like making up the distance from here to Washington D.C.
Right. Right.
So Tom Christensen jumped in number 2 car, so he's running out. So I guess just because you never know, but it seems like what would be the point if you take a race car like Audi's doing right now off the track for 20 minutes in a race where it matters, like every second matters. Are you just praying that another team crashes out, breaks out, and just gets super lucky?
You don't retire if you don't have to, like unless the car is totally broken.
Yeah, you never.
If you never surrender.
Yeah, exactly. Never surrender.
Yeah.
Well, plus if they're in a series, you get points just for finishing.
Well, that's
right.
yeah.
I mean,
And there's
That is
also
part of WEC, so.
the WEC. You have to.
You need the points.
You need the points. You have to have the points.
anyone? What are the fans saying?
Well, the
I'm
fans.
gonna check. I've got my sheet here. It says at 040 we have to find out what the fans are saying.
And we are at 0418.
Oh, that woman that you
I'd like
liked,
to say,
that woman you liked on TV makes treats for people in the media room.
Come on.
That's
really?
according to Nick Busato.
Nice.
Yeah.
I'd like to wish everyone a happy 420.
By the way, Toyota.
East Coast 420.
Wait, how is Toyota
LMP1 out?
If you got them.
What happened? Are they just pitting? Yeah, they're pitting. It's a fuel stop, I guess.
Are the fans saying anything interesting?
Unfortunately not. Although will number 49's driver need
Will
Mr.
them
Ticket?
Be Mr. Ticket. I love that the fans they've got our sponsors in their heads now.
They know Mr. Ticket.
Dude, that all the time. People hit me up on Twitter and ask me about Mr. Ticket. I love the sponsors and our sunglasses.
You should start doing like a Manchurian Candidate.
Matt, what am I drinking? I'm drinking apple juice. Comes in this green bottle. It's from Belgium.
The fans are saying sober up, according to Roger Robio.
This is only my second apple juice.
He's
okay.
Roger Robio.
Do you guys think
it is 420?
The fans are celebrating 420. It seems like.
Will Nissan ever come back to LMP1? No.
Hey, if you don't have something nice to say,
You don't think so?
No.
I don't know. I got nothing.
I feel like if they
Just
keep
say whatever you
succeeding with
want.
GTR, well, they need more money. Actually, they need to sell more than the GTR.
They have the LMP2 thing, which is good. And then they've got
LMP2?
then they've got their electric gas hybrid sort of whatever Delta Wingy sort of thing with the coupe body.
I
and
mean,
the,
it looks like
and
a
the bin
car.
bully.
Oh my God.
Nice.
I'll tell you what, I may not know a goddamn thing about motorsport, but I inspire fans. Just look at these comments.
I know.
Hi, everybody. It's nice to be here. Why is the Euro announcer
That's funny.
attractive and the Speed one is an old man? You ever watch a Speed channel? That's why.
Well, no, because they got, but it's Andrew Marriott, so he's that old
Oh,
British
is it?
guy.
Oh,
Yeah,
yeah, that guy's
he's actually
cool,
really, he's actually really good.
I like Andrew Marriott.
Yeah, he's a fun man.
I
Is
think
JF
we
going to be
shared
phoning in? I really hope not.
We shared Scottish eggs together once.
You and Andrew Marriott.
Yes, we did.
Hey, we've got cars in the pits.
Oh,
and they're
these are
coming in.
fantastic.
Hey, you're coming in to change the transmission here on
Is
the
it?
Audi.
That sounds like a shitty eulogy for you, Smell. Like,
Tom
shared
Christensen is not
Scottish eggs
running
once.
excellent laps right now. 331.
Apparently, there's also reports of some rain.
Oh, is there rain coming on the west portion of the course?
Matt, you need to drink more.
Cheers.
Penis.
Wow.
Somebody said if we read that, to say that, so I figured I'd
Okay.
help them out.
I'll tell you what, the fans, we want Matt trashed.
No, thrashed. They
Ask
want
it-
you beaten.
Thrashed, I think it says.
They want you beaten and quartered and whatever.
Drawn and
So-
quartered.
That's usually what happens. I'm very polarizing like that.
Yeah.
I do not think Toyota's going to win this race, but I also didn't think that before. I'm just
All right,
responding
we're
to
gonna take
Sean
a
dark
here.
at Le Mans.
We're going to take a quick break, and we're going to be back in a little bit.
Someone needs to go on an apple
with
juice
more
run.
stuff. Somebody needs to do an apple juice run. We need to maybe order some pizza, and you guys need to probably order pizza also. So we're going to take a break. We'll see you guys
Resort
in a bit.
the tableau.
Some call it the most important automobile race on the planet. Others call it the only race that matters. Each year since 1923, racers have gathered at France's Circuit de la Sarthe to compete in a brutal test of racing fortitude. A race 6 times longer than the Indianapolis 500 and 18 times that of any Formula One Grand Prix. A race that demands a Herculean team effort just to finish, let alone win it. A race whose global renown upstages whatever racing series has ever tried to claim it. It is and will always ever be Le Mans. Drivers spend 85% of the race at full throttle, stressing components to the max and challenging the limits of their own physical endurance. All the while sustaining average speeds of 140 miles per hour, hour after hour, lap after grueling lap, racking up enough miles to get from New York to Los Angeles in one day. In its early days, Circuit de la Sarthe was a simple triangle leading from the ancient Roman city of Le Mans, south to the town of Mulsanne, northwest to the village of Arnage, and back north, returning to Le Mans. Today's circuit follows largely the same route, comprising mostly public roads. But over the years, the track itself, now 8.5 miles long, has been modified as the cars evolved and their speeds increased. The old White House section gave way to the Porsche curves. The 3.7-mile Mulsanne Straight, where the highly powered prototype cars once hit 250 miles per hour, is now tempered by chicanes. Le Mans lost its innocence many times over the years as one great driver after another succumbed to the risk of hurtling through space at great speeds. But no tragedy could ever top the devastating crash in 1955 that killed 83 spectators and driver Pierre Levay in a hellish storm of metal and fire. In the years that followed, some Le Mans traditions fell to safety concerns. The iconic Le Mans start was one of them, a mad dash to the cockpit that often left drivers' harnesses undone as they blasted away at full throttle. Now drivers start the race strapped safely inside their cars. Le Mans also gave the racing world some new traditions. It was 1967 winners Dan Gurney and A.J. Foyt who first sprayed champagne instead of merely drinking it as they celebrated atop the podium. Even in its 90th year, Le Mans remains the ultimate measure of speed, stamina, and technical intelligence known to the world of motorsports. And so, another year at Le Mans, with spectators lugging tents and sleeping bags and bottles of champagne. The rest of the world will watch as drivers suit up and engineers glance anxiously at spreadsheets while fuelers practice their Baroque pit lane dance one last time. This is the 24 Hours of Le Mans. This is history. This is racing. The 24 Hours of Le Mans. It is the height of sports car endurance racing. Some call it the most important automobile race on the planet. Others call it the only race that matters. Each year since 1923, racers have gathered at France's Circuit de la Sarthe to compete in a brutal test of racing fortitude. A race 6 times longer than the Indianapolis 500 and 18 times that of any Formula One Grand Prix. A race that demands a Herculean team effort just to finish, let alone win it. A race whose global renown upstages whatever racing series has ever tried to claim it. It is and will always ever be Le Mans. Drivers spend 85% of the race at full throttle, stressing components to the max and challenging the limits of their own physical endurance. All the while sustaining average speeds of 140 miles per hour, hour after hour, lap after grueling lap, racking up enough miles to get from New York to Los Angeles in one day. In its early days, Circuit de la Sarthe was a simple triangle leading from the ancient Roman city of Le Mans, south to the town of Mulsanne, northwest to the village of Arnage, and back north, returning to Le Mans. Today's circuit follows largely the same route, comprising mostly public roads. But over the years, the track itself, now 8.5 miles long, has been modified as the cars evolved and their speeds increased. The old White House section gave way to the Porsche curves. The 3.7-mile Mulsanne Straight, where the highly powered prototype cars once hit 250 miles per hour, is now tempered by chicanes. Le Mans lost its innocence many times over the years as one great driver after another succumbed to the risk of hurtling through space at great speeds. But no tragedy could ever top the devastating crash in 1955 that killed 83 spectators and driver Pierre Levay in a hellish storm of metal and fire. In the years that followed, some Le Mans traditions fell to safety concerns. The iconic Le Mans start was one of them. A mad dash to the cockpit that often left drivers' harnesses undone as they blasted away at full throttle. Now drivers start the race strapped safely inside their cars. Le Mans also gave the racing world some new traditions. It was 1967 winners Dan Gurney and A.J. Foyt who first sprayed champagne instead of merely drinking it as they celebrated atop the podium. Even in its 90th year, Le Mans remains the ultimate measure of speed, stamina, and technical intelligence known to the world of motorsports. And so, another year at Le Mans, with spectators lugging tents and sleeping bags and bottles of champagne. The rest of the world will watch as drivers suit up and engineers glance anxiously at spreadsheets while fuelers practice their Baroque pit lane dance one last time. This is the 24 Hours of Le Mans. This is history. This is racing.
Run Dempsey?
Yeah.
Yay. Where the hell is he sitting, Dempsey? Who's got the scrolly scroll for this piece of shit?
I don't know.
Yeah, whatever. Amateurs, who cares? You want to talk about your amateur question eventually?
Eventually, yeah.
What's your amateur question?
I don't like
He
amateurs.
thinks they suck.
Oh, amateur drivers.
Shouldn't be at Le Mans.
Oh.
We can have that talk.
Yeah, that's a good discussion.
Yeah.
Not even getting player.
I think we're on.
Yeah, you're on.
Yeah. Hey, everybody. We're back. My hair's looking funky.
Charger? Where?
Leo, how are you?
I'm back as well.
Okay.
I'm fine. You guys did great. I was eclectically wonderful conversation and a lot of accuracy, so that was cool.
Thanks to Google. Well, that's as accurate as it gets with the internet.
Yeah, and
I'm
that
going to
true.
stick with the first thing I click, and I'm going to hold that till I die.
So at the end of the day here, without getting too boring, we're even up. It's 2 Audi versus 2 Toyota.
Pretty much, yeah. Because we've got the second, third, and fourth are all in the same lap.
Yep.
Christensen has a 1-lap lead, which I hope sticks.
Me too. Because I would hate to see Toyota's ad campaign after they win. It's no disrespect to it. I just feel like like Saab, we came from jets. I feel like Toyota would grab that and run with it so hard. Like you said, it'd be like Sienna Le Mans edition.
Oh, you know they would. Which gets to the point, and I heard you guys talk about it a little. Why do you think Toyota's racing this thing?
I think they're trying to bust back into. I think they don't want to be known as the company that makes only boring stuff. I think the BRZ they're like, oh, we got a winner, and everyone's always talking about the Supra and how much they loved it, and they want to find a way to kind of prove to everybody that they're worthy of building sports cars. And this is a pretty good way to do it.
I think the same as well as being a test bed for technologies, because they want to be the hybrid company, and this is now the only race series that lets them really do that.
So do you believe that this racing actually does improve the technology of what they're trying to do here? I mean,
I was going to ask if you knew roughly how long, or maybe just theory, it would take for like a new technology piece in racing to trickle down. There's no like real way to tell it because there's so many factors of like money and market and all that kind of stuff. But obviously they build hybrids now. They're going to try and I guess this would be like a performance hybrid, or they'll figure out programming of how to kick it on coming out of corners, stuff like that. Or
well, I guess the way I would respond to your question is it seems like from design R&D on a production car to market is X amount of years. 3, maybe if you're hyper aggressive, 4 or 5 in the real world. In racing, it's we sucked this race, we better get it right the next race. Mm-hmm. So I would think that this would accelerate the technology. And if they are looking for stronger batteries, lighter components, what they're trying to learn with the 918 and what they're trying to learn with their upcoming 2014 hybrid translates to how to make a better road car.
Right.
I actually hope that it's true that racing still improves the breed if you let it move beyond spec series like IndyCar.
Yeah, I think it is cool that this is kind of a skunk works race, I guess, where you can kind of play around with a pretty big box that you need to play in with technology.
So here's my Toyota question, though. Toyota has so damaged, in my opinion, their brand by failing after spending billions for F1. Mm-hmm. Now they're here. They need to win this thing. Is this rubbing off on the brand, or is it wait and see, prove to me that you're good again?
I think for me, I would just need more proof, and the BRZ or FRS, same thing, is great. And if they came out, I think people that love cars, the smart ones, will truly judge it on what it is. So if they came out with a performance hybrid that was a good car and super reliable as you'd expect, people are going to like it. Everyone shit on them for a while, and then the FRS, everyone loves it. You got to convince the people that way. I don't think if they won this race, but then they made a mediocre car, or they didn't follow through, or it's not gonna matter. It's all in what people actually can get in touch.
So getting to the racing part of this, the Audi, the kid Audi, the 2-time champion, they're the ones having the trouble. They're deep in the field here.
Yeah.
And the old guard, the men, McNish, no thanks.
I'm good.
I'm okay for now.
The arm of God. Bless you, bless you.
From behind the curtain of Oz.
Yeah. So the men have kind of taken control of this race right now.
But I still think that it was just bad luck for
Oh,
the
no,
for number
I
one car.
totally
Definitely.
agree.
I'm sure experience has a lot to play in this. And now they say it's raining and it's nighttime. That's gnarly. I mean,
I don't like doing that in a road
made
car.
Yeah,
So-
I've done some dumb speeds in the rain at night, but racing with lights running up behind you and all that kind of stuff. I mean, there's just a lot more. It almost looks like it's like UFOs flying in your rearview mirror. And just like, what's that? Who's coming that fast? Oh, how many of the cars? Because I know the vets now have like the radar rear view.
Yeah. Yes.
And that's the arrow points they're running at Sebring and stuff.
Yes.
So how many do you think that'll become like a mainstay if it works?
You feel
It's a
like
great
it has
idea.
to. Yeah, you feel like it has to. It deals with oncoming
To be
traffic.
mandatory for Ferrari drivers. Sorry, cut you off.
Oh, Pro-Am.
Pro-Am, sorry, Pro-Am.
And we'll get to that.
Oh, wow,
We'll
look at that. This is coming full
so
circle.
yes, you feel like that's going to pick up. I mean, Audi's got rear view mirrors or screens in there to take away the blind spot for the A-pillars. They're so wide in a prototype. The Corvette technology is to allow you to understand the pace of upcoming traffic, directionally which way it's going.
Yeah.
How can those cues not help you if you're dealing with traffic at a place like this? They built it for
It'd be
Le
great.
Mans.
No, I guess okay. So if they worked it out where it was great, near flawless, it would allow you to concentrate more on continuing your forward driving. I guess then the question would be, would it be almost like people treat cars now, where they kind of can drive themselves almost? So would drivers stop exercising that muscle, and then if the computer makes a mistake, then like the whole world.
Blame the computer. Yeah, I figure at the end of the day, if this stuff is going to make production car, the lawyer's going to be involved in terms of, did we just implicate ourselves in a lawsuit? And I don't drive as many cars as you.
Oh,
you
I
guys
meant
do.
actually just with racing. I was just talking about, if you're racing for a year and the system's working great, but then a glitch happens and you've stopped exercising that rear muscle.
Okay, so McNish, I asked him last year. I didn't ask him this year. With the new mirrors at the beginning of the year, are you using those to race the car? He says, no, not really. Don't tell anyone because the perspective's still not exactly right. I'm just depending on what I do. But at the end of the day, if they get the tech right and you can account on that, then you'll use it as an additional crutch. I don't think. Yeah, there you go. 3D TV, as Matt says. God said 3D TV.
God says put a 3D TV.
So you would expect to use the tool, but not get like lazy.
Not completely
with
rely on
the
it.
other parts of it. But at the end of the day, who knows?
Be a good idea.
So all these tools are to make the racing easier for the pros. You made the comment about the amateurs. Be curious. Do you guys? You had an opinion about amateurs racing Le Mans.
Yes, I don't think they should be there.
I don't think they should be there. Is a simple one. Why?
They are simpletons. They are beneath it. Yeah.
No, they're not beneath it, but I think Le Mans is it's such a demanding event, and it's such a hard event, and it's a taxing event. It takes a lot out of the person who's driving, and I feel like that if the person's not properly trained and doesn't know exactly everything, isn't a pro, isn't not what they do all the time, then I feel like they don't have the business being out there, because this is an event where people's lives are in, obviously we saw it earlier today, there's people's lives are at risk all the time, and to have someone who doesn't know exactly what they're doing out there, I feel like that's more of a risk to everyone else that's on the track.
Now how they evaluate from goal.
Before we talented that are there because they have the money. That's the sort of thing. I'm not talking about an amateur driver who does like a fantastic job all the time and races a lot but doesn't have his career, but somebody who has the money to buy a team or is in a team and then puts himself on the driver lineup and then gets some pros along the lines of, there's been people in the past, I'm not talking Patrick Dempsey. Patrick Dempsey races quite a bit, but there's other people that don't race as much who just want the experience of Le Mans.
I'm assuming there's a licensing
There
procedure.
is, and to be frank, and I'm not being mean when I say what you're rightly challenging is the grading accurate enough?
I don't think
for the caliber of racing that happens at Le Mans.
I think there should be a frequency requirement, like you said. Like even if you get your your rear racing license, but you do 2 races a year or something, you do the minimum, and then the rest of the time you're doing finance or you're on a beach, whatever you're doing. you shouldn't go. You're right, to the race where manufacturers are building spaceships at the highest level, and this is a huge deal for them, and they're trying this new. I mean, it's a big deal, and if you ruin that like they did last year, and you pull in front of what is the top tier racing team in the world for endurance racing, and you are someone who bought a seat but has your license and you're a good driver, but you're not every week, every month, keeping all of those skills exercised, you shouldn't be there. But I don't think you should cut out amateurs completely. I just think maybe it should be really strict, and your resume needs to be super strong every year to stay in there.
The latitude to make Le Mans a special standalone race and have a separate criteria, unfortunately got taken away when they included Le Mans in the World Endurance Championship now.
Because anybody who can compete in the WEC can compete at Le Mans.
Apparently so. Interesting. And I agree with you. I mean, there have been a lot of horrific accidents, and there have been, this is the place that challenges you the most. You have a rookie orientation for, of all places, the Indy 500. You would expect the same type of thing would happen here. Matt maybe has a comment?
I was just listening, Leo.
Oh, cool.
I'm interested. I love how even if I say something straight-faced, everyone thinks I'm being sarcastic.
No, I wasn't. I wasn't.
Anything serious anymore. No, I really was listening. Because you actually know what you're talking about.
No.
I'm here for color.
The last, no, you're not. The last part of the quandary, though, is just that. Yeah, don't Paula Dean. Who are you going to apologize now? Yeah, I know. Here we go. I said the classes were gold, silver, and I didn't say anything about black classes.
Gold, silver, and fried.
You do know she got in trouble for.
She did get in trouble for that. Yeah.
And
that's why I brought it up.
There you go. There you go. What are we looking at?
I'm looking at. Does our focus look like we're looking through mayonnaise here?
Mayonnaise?
We're getting complaints of our focus is messed up.
We had to switch cameras.
We did.
For undetermined artistic reasons.
Oh, we're using the.
We're using the special
We're using
edition.
the webcam that you get in Frosted Flakes.
It's not just my eyesight.
Yeah.
Yeah. We're it's the filters on to make us all look more attractive to the dozens of women that are watching.
So people were commenting when we were talking about the amateur thing that if you sign up for an entire season of WEC, you're running a lot of that. But how many races? I mean, there's no consistency though. You could be an amateur and you could buy a seat and race a little bit, and you could be.
It's not as black and white as you're saying, but you're absolutely right. The sports car racing has always been built on the amateur driver and the rich driver. Now, whether that's right or wrong, a lot of teams, a lot of these programs depend on someone footing the bill. They've tried to put a grading system in place. At some point in time, you're absolutely right. By having 3 levels, they've acknowledged there are going to be 3 quality levels of ability. And at the end of the day, someone is going to be the most junior level of experience in a race car, being raced upon by the most fastest, most elite cars out there, and you're going to have problems. I don't understand either why we put up with that. And if I was a manufacturer, I mean, how frustrating is it for a Toyota and an Audi to sit there and say, Joey Armpits just took me out. after $15 billion of engineering, and my win ad just went out the door.
This Joey Armpits gets in the way because he made a hedge fund deal last year.
Pizza Dave gets into the
Pizza Dave. Hamburger fellow bought his way into this thing. Yeah, but you're right. I mean, you can't have a series survive without amateur money. I mean, I don't think it seems like there's just not enough money from advertising. It's super expensive. I mean, how much money does it cost to put on Le Mans? As the organizer, it's gotta be tons, dude. So you can't do that without all those checks. But if they keep taking out like top tier cars,
that's a problem.
It's a problem.
Well, and without going to the real dark side, the safety is not just for the people that they're trying to pass, it's for them themselves.
Yeah.
As all you guys know, being in a race car, there's no fucking around when you do that.
Unless you're racing at the level we race at, in which case it's 100%.
That's all it is.
I was not setting up for that. No, I would argue that it's still the same relative type serious stuff. You can only joke around so far for so long.
In Lemons, I think the worst thing that would happen with the car we were driving is you'd get tetanus And I'm not kidding. There's a lot of rust in the interior, but
Yeah, I'm the prima donna here. I've decided I don't want to drive a race car that smells like the men's room at Denny's. Okay, so I'm
but
just.
man,
I'm just
you know
putting that
what?
out there.
It is incredibly fun.
You
It
guys
is
keep telling me
amazing.
it's great stuff.
It is.
Really? I'm being a prima donna?
Dude, it's so well.
I'll
Yeah.
tell you what, Leo, I doubt you've ever driven a race car that you truly didn't care about. Really and
As
truly
hard as it can
did
go.
not care about
Just
the condition of that car at the end of the race.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure you're right. Yeah.
That's what's great about it. It doesn't matter.
That so doesn't sink in my head.
Brilliant.
Okay.
Brilliant,
It's phenomenal.
fun racing shitboxes.
It's. I describe it. It's like if it was the end of the world all of a sudden,
Yeah.
and you're all racing on the 405 to get out of LA. That's what it's like. And everyone
It's
just
World
wired
War-
a car
World
together.
War Z
It's
in race
World
cars.
War Z racing, and
Cool.
there's nothing bad about that.
Is there a lot of fender banging?
No, they black flag for that, so
Okay.
people are pretty good.
Okay.
You get close. If you're Blake wrong, there's a lot of fender banging,
Yeah.
and
Do
they flag you for it.
Do you have to be mechanically sympathetic to the car to keep it alive?
Depends. Yeah. Well, it depends.
Okay.
We rented a smart. We were smart. We rented a Civic. There's a guy that lets you buy seats in it.
Okay.
So it's
Apparently my
it's
Michael
reliable. You know, it just
Oh.
runs. We bang it off Revler for 2 days. But there's people that make creations. There was the
Yeah,
Lotus
yeah.
with a
Well, there's a
with
guy
a
who
Windsor in it, and
turned a
it blew
plane
up.
into a car.
I saw that one. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, it's
Yeah.
amazing.
The guy, Speedy is the guy's name, and he's a cop. And he turned a Cessna into a Lemons car.
Yeah.
And then after it raced Lemons and finished, mind you, he put lights on it and a plate, and it now drives it on the street.
So the Pratt & Miller guys from Corvette Racing, a few years ago, they built a Toyota Supra. They chopped the roof off it. They put some vertical stack on it.
Yeah.
They sponsored it Sofa King. Okay.
Yeah.
And they won the race. And then they got the phone call from Chevy. They were so pissed off when they found out that the Pratt & Miller guys went and did that. And the root of the problem was they didn't race the Chevy.
Oh,
Wow.
that was the biggest problem with Lemons Racing. It's like you didn't appeal to the sponsors
That's
properly.
right. So-
Oh, sorry.
And they were
Jesus.
thinking, well, we didn't want to besmirch the good name. We just kind of went off and did our own thing.
Did it have an LS motor in it?
No. I believe it ran the I6. And Danny Binks, the guy that is the crew chief for one of the Corvette Racing.
Yeah.
He's kind of taken your position. He said, "Oh, Leo, it was awesome. It
It's
was
the
absolutely
best.
awesome."
Yeah, it's the best. When you really don't care, it's brilliant.
Yeah.
And when I was a judge in Lemons last year, I gave a penalty. I came up with a penalty that we called the butter churn. Actually, did you come up with it or did I?
Thad did it.
Thaddeus came up with it, where we'd give them a jar with heavy cream in it, and they'd have to shake it until it was butter, and then they could go race again. I black flagged a guy who put 2 wheels off and made contact, gave him the butter churn penalty, and as he went back on track, they're like, "Do you know who that was?" That guy had won the Indy 500 like 3 years earlier.
Yeah, real people show up.
Wait, who was it?
It's the one guy who won the Indy 500 whose name you might not recognize.
Buddy Rice.
No, it was recent.
I've never watched Indy
It
500.
was in the last 5 years. Look up last Indy 500.
Too many left
it'll tell
turns.
you.
It was
Too many
Dario
circles.
No, it was
Franchitti.
not
No,
Dario
it wasn't.
Franchitti. I would know.
It wasn't Dan Weldon then.
No.
Wasn't
Maybe Buddy Wright.
Buddy Rice was
Wright.
04.
The contact would
Scott
explain
Dixon?
Danica Patrick, but
No,
it
I
wasn't.
would have known that.
You know what else is
It
great
wasn't
about
Elio because Elio won in 09.
Is you're always passing someone.
What was his name?
You're always
Elio
faster than
Castroneves?
someone.
No,
so if
no,
you're
no,
racing
no.
a spec series,
It
or
might
if
have
you're
been Buddy
racing,
Rice.
Yeah.
you know,
It could've been Buddy Rice would be the only
might
one you could
pass
think of
a
because
car
he
or
was-
something.
Is
but
there-
he was
Maybe.
04.
It's so satisfying. It's constant dopamine. That's what it is. Because really, if you're racing spec Miatas,
Yeah.
you got to be so quick and perfect to make a pass.
Right.
And this, it's like you're passing someone who broke, and then you're passing someone who's slow, and then someone's passing you, and it's just like, what? It's just constant, like,
Is there
stimuli.
is there a racing line or is it just traffic?
There is a race line, but there's so much traffic that you have to be
It was
willing to create your own line at a moment's notice.
It was Buddy Rice.
Yeah.
That was who I gave a black flag penalty. to. Buddy Rice.
There you
Made
go.
him churn butter.
There you go.
It's great. It's a great penalty. It takes
Oh,
way more
man, I
time
love
than they
watching
think.
the feed when it starts.
And Frozen.
And Frozen.
I like this one shot we've got right now of lights.
And they do.
Oh, here we
Now we
go.
have tail lights.
In Reno, they do the full 24-hour
I'm listening.
at night with lemons, so that you can get rain and snow
Yeah,
sometimes.
so the 24-hour lemons isn't 24 straight.
More
You do like
16.
little.
You do 8 and 8 usually, or
Got it.
8 and 6. They break
Got
it
it.
up.
Hide this. My apple juice. We bow to no sponsors.
That's a good thing you don't have the name on the
Thank
top
you.
of there too.
So we've got Audi. We've got Audi leading. We've got Morgan still running P2. We've got Aston Martin holding. Sure, why not?
Spinelli.
Yeah, come on.
I was
join
like
it.
you
I want you to look at how Marcel Fassler is absolutely caning Audi #1. Fastest thing on the track.
Audi #1 is making moves.
A lot of seconds.
Oh, right there.
Oh, he's fastest by 4 seconds.
His
Yeah.
last lap was 3:27.
Yeah, 3:27 flat.
Faster than the guys in P1. Now, granted, they have about 100 miles of racetrack to make up, but they've got some time to do it.
But they're doing it in
He's
4
running
seconds a
3
lap, and
seconds
they've got
faster
12 laps. I don't
than
know math.
The number 3 car right now.
They're not going to make it.
Yeah,
4
and
seconds a lap and 12. That's a lot of seconds.
Yeah.
It's a long course, man.
And I'm the killjoy because, and I believe they know this. You are absolutely right. 323 with Fassler versus the other P1 cars, but the men, the old guys, they just did a 323 too.
Yeah,
No,
that's what I'm saying.
That's their best though. Their last is a 339.
Their last was 339.
I'm sorry. I'm looking at the wrong
Yeah,
place.
look at lasts. 327 versus 330 and up.
Yeah, so they're still
Okay,
3
I
to 4
apologize,
seconds
yeah.
a lap faster.
It's still that I don't think they're going to make it all the way back, but they are making moves.
They're definitely making a statement.
Is my audio okay now, Vite? Yeah, good. Word.
That brings up an interesting. Remember, who was it that made that really good post about tenths? Remember that?
Tenths?
Someone wrote a grid article about tenths, and they broke down 1 through 10. It was great.
Tenths.
Oh,
like
tenths.
like the
I thought you
10
meant
tenths.
like
Oh, I thought you
camping.
meant like you said tenths. I
You
swear
said
to God,
tenths.
you
Sorry,
said tenths.
tenths. I do not enunciate.
Tenths.
My mom will be very proud of me as usual. And what he's saying is, there's only occasionally in racing where you're going 10-10, because you're saving tires, you're trying to be safe, all that kind of stuff. What do you think? Like right now, if he comes out of the gate, he's been down for 20 minutes.
That guy's going 10-10.
Going for it.
They got nothing
Is
to
it you
lose.
just can't maintain that concentration for hours and hours and hours, or is it's too dangerous? Do teams pull you back if you're running too fast? Like if car 3 just started running at the same time, would they be like, "What are you doing? You're risking right now."
We got a safety car for an undisclosed incident.
Undisclosed?
This is coming from my good friend Peter Lung, Baron von Clutch on the
can't
Twitter
tell you what
nets.
happened.
Baron von Clutch? That's a great name. For
Yeah.
Twitter user.
Safety car is out for an undisclosed incident at the Porsche curves.
Oh, I can't tell you what happened.
Which curves are the Porsche curves?
I'm sure if we put a camera on the Porsche curves, the incident would be very disclosed. Very
Yeah, we
suddenly.
lost our feet. Did we lose our feet or are we back?
No, but I thought they were shocked about the crash, but it looks like they're shocked about those sausages.
No, we're looking at European commercial.
Oh, okay.
I
It's
think
it's Debris.
Oh, Debris?
Again?
Another
Debris.
Lotus body panel, maybe?
Yeah, it's the Lotus. The
Where are
Lotus
you
that
going today?
dropped.
I'm going to Debris.
The Lotus that dropped out of the race before is now dropping. They're still throwing bodywork from it onto the track.
I've seen a couple of Jaguar F-Types running around LA. That is a pretty automobile.
Have you driven it yet?
No, you?
I
I just got an invite. I'm driving it
Which
last day in July.
Maybe that's
29th,
the wave you're going.
Wave 4, yeah.
Jason's going to that one. I don't know if he's going on that
Awesome.
So, BMW 8, does it look like it to you?
Very Z8.
Yeah, right?
Very Z8.
Nothing wrong with that.
No. Z8.
No,
you know
no,
what
no.
Z8s are going for now? Z8s
Dollars.
are like $130,000 now.
I always thought they were cool.
They're real cool.
Okay.
It's
thank
going
you.
like Z8s, Ford GTs.
Yep.
When they were new, they didn't sell.
Right.
And now they're up.
I know
They're
you
all
like.
up.
I know you like the GT.
Love it.
Yeah, someone else is off.
That's
Another P2.
that's the undisclosed incident at the
Okay.
Porsche curves.
Ooh, what's the safety car? It's RS4
safety car
Vaughn.
was whipping right
It's an
now.
RS6.
Oh, is it a 6?
Yeah.
Oh, nice.
Love those things.
So I know you love the GT, but I love the Z8.
I love the Z8 too.
Yeah,
It's great.
I think that would be
It's
be
a
great.
beautiful car. It's amazing. I think the interior is the best interior BMW's ever
Bless
done.
you. Yeah, and it had the
That
dashboard
steering
thing.
wheel, oh,
Right.
great.
So the Jaguar V6 twin turbo, V8 something.
It's V6,
Yep.
V6 supercharged,
That was
or
it.
V8. People say the supercharged 6 is the one to have. Chris Harris says the 8 is the one to have.
The 8 looked and acted and sounded like an AMG.
Yeah,
It was
which
just
is what you
straight
want for that
drift
kind
up.
of
Like an AMG.
Yeah, it was just
for that
loud.
kind of money,
It
I
had the
want
same
crazy.
snort.
Yeah.
I want madness and loud and.
I mean, the XKR 175 we drove, it felt like an AMG.
It was perfect.
Oh, it's phenomenal.
Yeah, I'm not ready to look at Jaguar as hypertech with a twin turbo V6. It just feels like it's got to be a balls out car.
I totally understand what you're saying.
That CX or whatever.
CX
it was,
175.
Yeah, that they didn't build. Now there you could go tech all you want.
Good. Better.
Jet engines
Better.
in it. It's amazing.
Well,
Two
the
of them.
production
Mic
the production
issues,
mode was
people,
going to
I'm
have a
sorry.
twin charged 4-cylinder.
Which is not.
In what?
Which is not that
See,
Jaguar
I don't care.
CX-75 concept thing.
Oh yeah. With a turbine.
Well, the turbines were in the concept. The car that was going to be built that then canceled had
By
a-
Williams F1.
Did they learn nothing from the XJ220?
No, they put a 4-cylinder in
Nothing.
it, so they put less power.
That car
less
does
things.
absolutely
It was
nothing
very
for me.
cool.
I saw it at the-
XJ220?
I saw it at the
Yes.
Canepa thing. I looked at it, I was like, not that pretty. Look inside, I was like, this is terrible.
Too big, too ugly.
Fast, that's it.
Yeah.
Whatever.
Yeah,
giant.
it's
Looks
neat.
giant.
It's got its own sort of weirdo
It was
thing
neat when I was
happening,
8.
but not. You know what I liked was the Walkinshaw ones. Remember that Walkinshaw did a couple.
The little one.
The
It was a smaller-
XJ220S's or whatever it was with 700 horsepower.
Remember they had a spec series that they had celebrities driving them?
The gentleman drivers, and they were all just crashing into.
Like in quarter mile ovals in America with Betty Parsons in the freaking car?
I forgot what. Oh yeah, it was like it was short courses.
It was ridiculous.
I remember it was an article recently on Truth About Cars or something, and they were talking about like Jaguars, f-ups, and the XJ220 spec series was like, it was like the come on guys, who are you kidding kind of thing. I just saw on Bring a Trailer though. Bring a Trailer just has a 1979 XJS that was the 3251 Cannonball winning car, $500. It's not running. It's like a heat, but $500 for a Cannonball winning XJS.
They were the V12s?
It was a V12.
Wow.
Yeah, which my father had one. There it is. My father had one. Worst car ever.
Wow,
Terrible car, but
it looks really good.
it looks great.
And all the way back full circle, not to lose this vibe, but I don't think you can go 10/10ths from now to the end of a 24-hour race.
No, probably not.
But at some point in time, a professional is able to get to that limit and so much closer. You have the feeling that Fassler is kind of figuring out how quick can I go right now.
Right.
Whether he can sustain it, I don't know. I think it's more just understand how much I can get out of the car in this situation and make up. The guys.
Oh,
at the
that's a
front,
cool shot. Look
they're
at this, where
running
they're
some
warming
type
their
of
tires
pace.
with the headlights going back and forth.
That's
all
really
the different colored headlights. That's a great shot.
People are asking, we're watching the Eurosport HD feed.
Yeah. That's a cool. I love that they've all got different colored headlights.
The different classes. Yeah,
Is
white-
it a color per class?
Yeah, and it's somewhere out here. Whites are for the prototypes and yellows are for the GTs.
Yep.
Yeah, I see what they did to give the whites.
Damn,
the
this
best
this
car.
race at night has to be so fucking scary,
dude.
But that was the eye opener when I went to Daytona for the 24, and they were talking about it being a night race. They light up
It's
the
so
oval.
light in there.
They light up the infield.
It's so the track might as well be daylight.
And I was waiting for a football game to break out. Okay, so it wasn't.
That's-
then you go to
that's
the
not a
Nürburgring.
real night
Then you go to
race.
the Nürburgring. It's like, oh my God, let's all
You're
go
in the
find
woods.
Find my helmet and religion because I got to go drive the freaking car. So I think this is a little bit of that without question.
I've got an R8 number 3 going to the pits.
R18.
e-tron.
Yeah, and I would think that let's think out loud. Who's got the best advantage to pit during a full course yellow? I think it's Audi, as opposed to Toyota.
Because Audi's got they've got more pit stops to make, so they got to really make them smart.
You would
What is
think,
it?
yeah.
7 extra pit stops they have to make over Toyota?
It could be. It could be.
Ian's whispering confidential information.
Sure.
Let's just do it now.
I was going to say, how would I say no to that?
What's really amazing to me about all these guys and all the pros I see is the other stuff they do while driving at 9/10ths. Because there's driving at that speed, and then there's driving at that speed while adjusting the maps and the brake bias and toggling through menus. That to me is we got some video from One Lap of America of Lee Keen doing, and he was not wheel to wheel doing time attack laps in a GTR. And he's like messing with menus and stuff and changing the rate and like blasting techno while setting like the track record at High Plains Raceway.
Remember we had Craig Stanton on the podcast, on the Smoking Tire podcast, and he was saying that when he would run Daytona, he would change the stiffness of his like rear sway bar and his shocks 3 times for each lap.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that's amazing.
Now that's a Band-Aid for a setup, but I remember an oval where we had to do that. We changed the bar for one set of corners, and the back end was stiffen it up.
But I mean, it's like operating a very complicated computer while driving at racing
Or really
pace.
fast backhoe.
And look at
different lever, hit the button.
And F1 is nuts. I mean, all those buttons and gauges, and now you're hitting the DRS button, you're hitting the KERS button, you're adjusting the transaxle, you're adjusting the clutch settings,
the traction control or whatever.
Vettel said that he changes the clutch settings in almost every corner.
Yeah, it's
What?
nuts.
How do you?
I don't think.
Why?
I'm not calling him a liar.
But he's lying.
How much? How much? No,
What does that guy know?
But how much?
Vettel.
How much are they driving intuitively, and how much?
It gets to a
certain.
it gets to a certain point where they give you the technology, and it's up to the driver to make that technology work. I mean, and the if Vettel's changing the clutch settings or whatever he's changing every corner, there's got to be a reason for
Well, no, and I'm agreeing with you. Does he know, or does the telemetry know, and the pit's saying change now, change now, change now? Can he feel it? I wonder if he can feel it.
I wonder if he can feel it, or if some guy is going, here's what you need to do every
5.
single lap.
Right.
After turn 3, you put the clutch setting to 4. After turn 4, you put the clutch setting to 8. You know, there's probably a procedure where it's like every lap, here's what you need to do on top of just driving the car.
Yeah.
You know what? That
I
kind
bet
of
it's
takes some of
crazy.
the fun out of racing for me.
Totally does.
When they look at all like the seismograph and they're like right here adjusted, right there, dudes. You're playing the piano like on top of a speeding train, and it's like, you know, do all these different things.
That's
It's
when
just not
racing becomes a job, as opposed to like
Yes.
something fun that you just do.
When you need extra time, you'll do
No, I mean I know
Yeah,
why
no
they
kidding,
do it.
but-
They do it. It's faster. It's science and math. I get that to win it does it. Just as a spectator or as a fan of it, it's kind of
But
like.
I watched Senna on the plane here, and that's like, if you want the 10th, you have to be crazier than the last guy. That's where the 10th is. The 10th is when you're insane, when you see God, when the car is doing this constantly. That's
off
when you're going faster. It's not because you've adjusted the brake bias and the clutch setting between turn 3 and 4.
But he was 30 years ago, so it's hard to say what he'd be doing now. Sorry.
30
No. And the funny part to all that is I think it just got all piled on.
Yeah.
A driver now, professional now, has to deal with all the technology, all the adjustments, and still be at the limit and above.
Yeah.
If you look at these guys from long ago, great respect, the cars are more dangerous.
Oh, yeah.
But they had an easier job.
Do you think? I think they had an easier job in terms of having less to do.
That's what I mean.
But, I mean, if you watch any current onboard footage versus 1980s Formula One onboard footage, that is batshit, those guys.
Yeah,
Guys driving stick with no grip,
But they're
a
cornering.
1,000
but
horsepower,
go look at
turbo
lap
lag.
times. Go look at Monaco.
Oh,
and look
yeah,
at lap
yeah,
times.
yeah,
Their
yeah.
cornering speeds were different.
Yeah.
Their overall laps were different.
Yeah.
These Vettel and those guys are doing this at like Cuisinart on like
Yeah,
frappe.
yeah. But it
Yes, I
looks
know.
less dramatic because what they are not doing in correcting, they're doing in turning knobs now.
Yeah,
You know what
a
I
little
mean?
bit. Yeah. So we have, I think, an update from our good friend of the drive, Alan McNish, who is going to give us a little bit of a status report.
Oh, yeah?
As we know, what's that? Oh, okay.
Yeah,
well,
because that video had to come to us from France.
But it's a dispatch. It's a dispatch from what's his name? That guy, JF.
Who's that guy?
Jaff.
Who's he again?
Animated Jaff Musil.
We have an animated GIF from France.
So I'd love to hear this too. Can we hear this? Yeah. Okay.
Without doubt, one of the most difficult stints I've had in a car around here. With the weather right from the beginning, just spitting all the time, but not consistently over the whole track, but corner to corner dependent. Then it was very difficult to know how wet it was, how much you could push, how much you had to, whether you braked at 300, 200, 100 metres. Going into the chicanes was a bit of a lottery. And there was very little reference mark from the other cars as well, because there's a huge variety of speeds there. But yeah, from my point of view, it was a case of not risking anything at all and just making sure we're in the race. We dropped a little bit of time to Andre, but at this stage of the game, it's better to be in second position with the car we've got than anything else.
Car, why they ended up in the pits?
And conditions.
Yeah.
So basically, on a wet track, you're driving a race car like you're driving a racing boat on the ocean. You don't
Yeah.
know what's coming next.
Yeah.
And the difference is whether it's a wave or white part, it's like how damp is the track there? Where's the line over there?
Racing in the rain that's scary stuff too, man.
Never-
Even if you have a cockpit around you, it's
a lot of
still
fun, though.
scary stuff.
Totally, especially when you're trying to win.
I mean, I've done like rain track days. That's as close to. Actually, I was talking about crappy cars again. I raced Chump Car at Road America, and it snowed. It was snow.
Oh, I saw
it was
those,
20
images you
degrees.
sent,
It was 20 degrees. It was snowing.
That sounds wonderful, though.
Are the tires up to temperature? Yeah, they're freezing.
It was crazy.
What
It was
temperature? They're made of
crazy.
plastic.
Like it was snowing hard and it was cold, and I was like, "How is the race still going on?" And then, like 2 laps, they're like, "Oh, there's 10 cars off on this corner. We need to stop this." But weather is not something you want with racing. in
Well, you
general.
feel, I mean, I've never been good at the rain, and I'm not at this caliber or even freaking close, so that's my
Yeah.
disclaimer. But you have to feel the car more than on dry tires.
Yeah.
And you start watching the cars in front of you, if they're there, to watch how they react to going to the corner. But as Alan
That's if you
just-
can see through the spray.
and that's if you can see through the spray. But Alan's absolutely right. You are taking an educated guess of where the brake zone is, and you have to leave yourself a little more margin.
Yeah.
And you hope the next lap around, and this is what, 13 kilometers, 8 miles?
Yeah.
You hope that the conditions haven't changed so much as you got to play the
Well,
game
and
all
on
over
track
again.
on a track this big, it can be raining on one side and sunny on the other side.
And reading some of the stuff, that's
Yeah.
what was happening. Tetra Rouge was
Yeah.
kind of like heavy rain. The rest of the track was not.
Sure hope I don't find any new puddles around that corner. Oops, no, new
What
puddle.
I mean, if you've got half a track that's wet, what tires do you use? Do you come in for tires?
I think it depends on how much rain there is, because you probably would want to stay on slicks as long as possible, obviously.
Obviously,
so if there's
but-
heavy rain at one of the circuit and then there's no rain at the other end, you'd probably go to inners, or that special Michelin tire. Michelin has an intermediate tire.
I
which
was
doesn't have
watching
any
that on the
treads.
feed earlier.
Yeah,
yes,
you heard about that.
I did, and there was some debate over who actually made the tire, but yeah,
It's Michelin?
It is Michelin.
Michelin. Yeah, what,
we have a safety car.
Safety car.
I found a quick table to go back to the F1. So this is qualifying times in Monaco.
At Monaco.
So
this should be
Senna ran
In what, 88 or something, 89?
This is 1990.
Okay.
He ran a 121, and his average speed was 96, and then Weber ran a 113.8, and his average speed is 106. So
Wow. It's
10
a
mi- I
big,
mean,
it's a
huge
big
gap.
difference. I wonder
Big
how much
gap.
of that time comes from just the transmission. Just having to shift
question.
versus not having to shift.
Well, remember-
I bet of those 10 seconds, 4 seconds to 5 seconds is just transmission.
I mean, just shift times, or are you
Just
saying-
shift times not having to be there. A lot of shifting at Monaco.
That's a big number, but
But there's
that would help
there's
a
less
lot.
weight, there's more power.
I bet
More
cornering speeds are
downforce,
up
too.
too.
Yeah, I definitely more grip, more
Yeah.
lateral. A regular manual shift, what, 10th of a second?
No, more than that.
You think?
Yeah, more than that. I'd say a quarter.
How about a
quarter of a
dog ring?
second.
How about
Quarter
a
of
dog ring,
second.
no clutch?
If it was maybe Formula One car is a 10th, whereas a standard car is a quarter.
And what were there? And,
So we call it
and I'm
10.
taking a,
New one's like 40 milliseconds.
Yeah.
It's
So-
basically instant.
Yeah.
I mean, it really is.
I'm not good enough with the math to say 4 seconds, but I think you are absolutely right.
It's a lot.
When Ferrari got the sequential shift for Mansell, he suddenly picked up time because guess what?
Yeah.
It was all right there.
That's
Yeah.
also a huge help.
Yeah, and you're also not. I mean, you watch that Senna onboard lap. He's driving one-handed because you know what I mean.
So
So
awesome.
how much time? Forget the actual shift times, but how much time do you gain by being able to drive Monaco with both hands on the wheel? You know what I mean?
But they also have more mechanical grip
Yeah.
now. They have power steering now. They have
Yeah.
shift times. They have faster shift. They have
Traction
more
control. I
downforce.
mean,
DRS,
they have
curve.
everything.
I mean, it's like
KERS. They don't have traction control.
I get it, but
They're not
it's
supposed
still,
to, but-
it's an interesting discussion to have.
Yeah, and of course, having said all that, we all believe that Senna in a modern car would be kicking
Oh my
ass.
God, he destroyed people.
He'd be like, wait,
Or-
there's all these computers and I'm a psycho?
What is Leo? What is the advantage to running an open cockpit car at Le Mans? Realistic, because the toll that has to take on a driver must be so much higher than a closed cockpit car.
Is there an aero benefit?
There is not an aero benefit from what I understand.
Simplicity benefit?
The benefit was pit change, driver changes.
That's it.
That was one of the biggest
But I
benefits.
thought, is the driver change the
these
slowest part
doors
of
are
the
really
pit
hard to
stop,
get
or is the
open.
fueling the slowest part of the pit stop?
Oh God, now you're going to test me because I think you can't touch the car mechanically when you're fueling, but you can make the driver change.
Oh, all right.
Aerodynamically, that's why everyone went to a coupe. Aerodynamically, that's why Audi, when they first came to Le Mans, they literally built an open cockpit car and a coupe.
Yeah.
Okay.
So which one's better?
And they realized that aerodynamically the coupe was better, but the pit stop changes were faster with the open cockpit, so they ran that for a long, long time. Then finally they got to a point where the Peugeot was showing that a coupe was just that much faster.
Yeah.
And that's when they started to bubble it over. Now, from a safety standpoint, they're trying to get rid of all these open cockpits because they've been pretty lucky avoiding the inevitable
ejection
or tire to the helmet.
Oh,
Or like the
yeah.
spring.
In the crash.
Yeah, like
Massa. Right.
Massa's, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, that's pretty scary.
You gotta think, what's more
by the way-
stressful, fighting the wind in an open cockpit car, or you're not really fighting it because you're in
Yeah.
the harness and your
But
head
head's
is pretty.
probably doing this.
But,
Here comes the short joke. If you're buckled in, you're low enough.
Yeah, then
and
it
they,
should just
they create
be-
the buffeting in the helmet that
Yeah.
you don't really feel it.
Yeah.
You have a visibility advantage in an open cockpit car,
Yeah.
but they're fixing that with the screens.
Right.
At the
But
end
is
of the
it?
day,
It's also very hot in a closed cockpit car, whereas you probably don't have that in an open cockpit car.
yes, and except they've got an air
They
conditioning
have air
rule
conditioning
now.
now. Yeah.
And by the way, the rumor, no, seriously, they
do have air
But it only
conditioning
brings it
now.
down
I
to
believe
like
you.
100
I like
degrees,
it.
doesn't it?
Saying
It's not
rule is
like
funny.
apparently not.
it's not that. Is it cold in there?
It is supposed to be comfortably cool.
Oh, that's nice.
It's not like what NASCAR claims and all
Yeah.
that stuff. But here's the other secret. So all of these cars have a air conditioning system
Yeah.
to get the ambient in the cockpit down. The rumor is that Audi figured out a way to channel air to cool the cockpit, because the regulation is not you have to have air conditioning. The regulation says your interior cockpit
You have to have a climate
has
control.
to be X degrees of coolness. So Audi figured out, screw the weight of an air conditioning system. We're going to channel air into the cockpit to make it cool.
Yeah.
So they're blowing
So it's just fresh
200
air.
mile an hour air. Yeah.
It's just fresh air. Yeah.
Duh.
That seems like they would have done. Someone would have figured that out first.
But I guess Audi did first.
That's funny because
Plus, cool shirts. Cool shirts are the greatest. Have you ever used it? You ever use a cool suit? You've used a cool suit, haven't you?
I have.
It is the greatest thing ever. Once you use a cool suit, you never want to go back.
Yeah, yeah.
When you first plug that thing in, you're like, huh. Especially if you're using one on the street and the cops pull you over and go step out of the vehicle, and then you have an 8-foot cable connecting you to the car.
You're wearing that around.
What's
the street.
that?
You know, that's a fashion statement. Sport coat and a cool,
Cool suit? Yeah,
Wow.
no, Leo, don't do it.
I shouldn't go there.
He's already pioneering that.
Yeah, I know.
What are the fans saying?
What are the fans
what are the
saying?
It's that time.
One guy
You
said
don't want to
that
get wet in the rain.
John Surtees' son was killed by a tire the week before Massa got hit by the spring.
They not use cool suits in Le Mans?
That's why they have the air conditioning.
Because in a cool suit, you'd have to replenish that ice in the thing.
Yeah, I think the GT guys, I think they run them sometimes.
Here's something we didn't think about. You don't get wet in the rain with a closed cockpit. Duh.
Duh.
You don't.
I mean-
you probably don't get that wet in an open cockpit either, with the aerodynamics that go around you. You probably not
I
get
bet you'll
that
still
wet.
get no,
there
but
rain
you'll
in
get
the
on the
forecast?
visor. You're going to be getting water, and that's
Let's go to our
annoying.
official weather station.
I mean, having a windshield wiper is probably helpful. I'd imagine.
I would imagine.
Do they use
helmet
windshield
mounted
wipers, or they
windshield
just use
Yeah.
Rain-X?
No, they've got windshield
They do?
wipers on the coupes.
Yeah.
And on the GT
What's
cars.
happening? Pit stop.
Audi said that they put their car in, and they number 3 they got fuel tires, new rear deck, new front nose, and a right side pod. So
they just rebuilt the entire car
Yeah,
in the
the
pits
outside
right
of the
there.
car, pretty
And
much.
there is no rain in the forecast for the rest. Well, at 8 a.m. there's a 51% chance of rain, but other than that, it's cold there though.
Who's
It's like
running
50
what,
degrees.
though? Toyota Racing has the best lap of recent,
Yeah.
the 328. Audis are running 331 and 331
Yep.
and 330.
I'm going to argue that the Toyotas are just lurking right now.
They're
I
just
don't-
waiting.
Oh,
They're
really?
just waiting for something else to happen.
Yeah, I don't think I know they're one lap down.
Yeah,
I don't think they need to push excessively hard.
yeah.
I think they're going to work their fuel stop pit advantage, see how that shakes out. They are already 1 and 2 pit stops less than the lead Audi.
What's the ruling on blocking in Le Mans racing? Is there? Did you already go over this?
No. I'm just. I don't.
Is it a one defensive maneuver and then, or is it sort of a more gentlemanly kind of thing where it's like there's so many cars, it's such a long race. If you're going to go by, just go by.
Yeah, if ALMS rules are somewhat close to what's going on in FIA, it is more gentlemanly. It's not like F1,
Yeah.
and it's not like IndyCar, where you have to make the first move before the guy's behind. And I think that's part of the issue that comes to the forefront when we've got amateurs and pros overtaking each other. They're removing more bodywork from the track. I think it's more of that gentlemanly thing. You can't block in an overly blatant manner. But I think that like we saw at the Nürburgring, there's a lot of respect for that part of it. But if I also recall, when we saw the Toyotas and Audi go after each other, they're moving around.
Yeah.
And if you're running down Mulsanne and you know that this guy is trying to get a draft, well, I'm going to make a move to make him think, well, can I go around this way or that way? And all these little feints add up to within the rules.
Yeah.
But trust me, if you're behind that car and you know that you're going screaming fast and you've got to make one move and he does that, just that, it makes you think.
It's going to mess you up. Yeah.
Or
for
you
sure.
just say, screw that, admitted, he can feint all he wants, I'm going that way.
Yeah.
It's a head game. And I love that part of it.
I mean, and drafting, even with the chicanes, drafting has to be huge on the Mulsanne.
Oh yeah. What they've done is create three passing zones.
Yeah.
Each chicane, and then the last Mulsanne corner for the straightaway. So,
my experience with drafting, I was showing. We were driving a Jetta hybrid up north with Thaddeus, and I was like, watch if I get super close to this semi, how good our MPG is. I got about half a car length off and just set the cruise.
Yeah.
And it went up to like 70.
Yeah.
It's which is obviously an extreme example, but you get a lot of speed and you get a lot more efficiency out of it, save a little fuel.
I did a lot of drafting in an Audi A3 diesel when I was trying to make it to the Grand Canyon from LA on one tank. Made it.
Didn't we do that in the Mercedes E350?
We were drafting in the
Mercedes.
Mercedes. Yeah.
Because we were out of gas.
I did the Audi mileage marathon with JF. That's a great story. JF, I think, is watching the live stream. I quit smoking the day before, and then I had to spend 5 days in a car with JF. I must have been the most miserable person. And it was the mileage marathon, so it was trying to get the best fuel
Audi
economy
thing?
going across the country. So we're at 55 with the cruise control on. We're in a Q7 diesel. I've quit cigarettes for 1 day. It was, it was misery. Absolute sheer misery. And the funny thing is we learned is on the very last, it was like 5 days of mileage. Come on, we get it already.
Yeah.
On the very last day, JF and I were like, you know what? We're going full on cannonball to see how bad we can get the fuel economy. It was only like 5 miles per gallon worse if you go bonsai in one of those things than if you're drafting. It was ridiculous. What's going on?
well, it looks like we're in the part of the race where a lot of pit stops, a lot of garage work is happening.
Proton Porsche came out of the pits with Roberti.
Second class amateur.
Yeah, who's leading GT right now? I don't know. I love the GT class because, as many people say, they look like cars.
JF wrote that confirmed that he was miserable with me in the car. Sorry,
He's saying
JF.
horrific on comments.
Horrific?
Horrific.
Yes, horrific.
It was
He was
horrific.
the worst person to ever sit next to.
I was.
That's JF.
I was. But it made great video. So there you go, JF.
So in answer to someone's question about GTE Pro, it's all Aston Martin 1 and 2,
Yeah, buddy.
and followed by all Porsche 3 and 4.
Should have worn my Aston Martin
Followed
hat
by-
today. I have
followed
Aston
by-
Martin hat in my luggage.
Followed by 2 Ferraris. Yeah, why are you guys all in love with Aston Martin?
Because they're gorgeous.
Because I
and they sound amazing.
love driving them.
Yeah.
I absolutely love driving the cars. I don't, those Aston Martins are cars, although I say they're never leaders on the numbers. Meanwhile, here they are
they're
leading the
kicking
class
butt,
in
yeah,
Le Mans. But in terms of the street cars, they never lead in the numbers, but they're thoroughly satisfying to drive always.
So finish the sentence. If they don't feel old, what do they feel like?
Astons?
Yeah.
They don't. Well, there's companies like where I'll put Aston and like Morgan in the same.
Really?
Morgan's four-wheeled cars. Let's call it the four-wheeled
Yeah,
cars.
yeah.
And to a certain extent, I just blanked. I had a full-on blank there. Like TVR or something like that, where a car doesn't need to be super advanced to
Right.
be awesome. If you don't need to get all the really big things right if you get all the little things right. You know what I
Okay,
mean?
yep.
Like I don't really care if Aston makes the most horsepower because it sounds ridiculous. I don't care if a Ferrari goes 0 to 60 faster, because when am I ever launching an Aston ever? You're
Or a
not,
Ferrari.
or
What are
a
you-
Ferrari
what are you
for that
launching?
matter. When people talk about these numbers, oh well, this car's faster on the Nürburgring. Are you going to go to the Nürburgring? Yeah. No.
No, I'm going to
Oh,
the shop.
that argument's over then. You know what I mean? So, it's like if a car feels fast, it doesn't really matter if it actually is fast. You know what I mean?
And they are fast. I mean,
They are fast,
they're
kind
just
of.
not
The V8
internet-
Vantage is
they're not
nothing
internet
slow,
winning
but-
fast. But for me, the only few
Whatever.
times I've driven Aston Martins, every time I walk up to it, I'm happy. Every time I sit in it, I'm happy.
Yeah.
I know inside and out. I love the way it looks, sounds, and it drives well enough, and I'm having enough fun that altogether, it's like it gets a bunch of 8s, and then on looks it gets a 10.
Yeah.
So the average is like a 9, and that's great.
Feels more visceral as a car.
Oh, they do. They definitely do. And a car like a Ferrari or a Gallardo, they'll feel great on the track. They'll feel great on an amazing road. But when you're just through traffic in LA, you're like kind of, oh God,
Yeah.
you know what I mean?
Why
Whereas the Astons, in your normal life, in the normal things you do with a car, they're just wonderful. I mean, I would daily an Aston, you know, no problem, all day, every day, and it would just make my life a little nicer.
Which feels more like, I'm going to use the word again, a visceral experience around town? The Aston Martin or an MP4 12C?
Oh, the Aston. Yeah.
MP4
So
is
does
one
that
of the
give-
most comfortable cars.
The
I've
MP4,
ever
you
driven.
can tell something's going on there.
Okay.
It's too good. Something's going on there.
So which one
I would daily the Aston. I would mainly daily the Aston because the MP4, for all the things it's amazing at, and that list is very, very big, that car has some seriously bizarre quirks.
It's
Name
also
one.
really low, and it's tough
Well,
to get into and out
have
of.
I
whereas an
told-
Aston Martin,
yeah.
no
Well, that
door.
doesn't bother me, but keep going.
Have I told you about what happens when the battery dies in one of those cars?
I haven't killed a battery. No. What happens when the battery dies?
You do not want the battery to die in a McLaren MP4.
Because you can't get in or out of it?
Because there's no mechanical door release.
There you go.
So
Did you have the pre-button one?
ours is a
Yeah.
swipe, is not the handle, and it's and
I
if
was
you
swiping
do
it like playing an air guitar to get
right
the
now,
swipe.
assuming you manage to get into the car, which you have to do by actually removing a body panel to get into the car if the battery dies.
Oh, if the battery dies.
Yeah,
Okay.
you have the battery itself. If you're sitting in the car driving it, the battery will be immediately to the right of the accelerator pedal.
Actually, I know this. Keep
Yeah.
going.
So to get at it, you have to get in the trunk first of all, which means getting in the car and move. You have to disassemble the entire trunk. There's no
The front trunk.
Yeah. There's no leads somewhere. They could just run a wire, just right there. You know, and
The extra 14
but
ounces.
but that would be ounces. Then ounces are unacceptable. And so you have to, it's like 32 screws that you have to disassemble the entire trunk liner, the weather stripping, everything.
And when you say you mean some mechanic I just
When I
hired.
say you, I mean don't ever try this yourself. Call the dealer. You
So
know.
people are saying the mics are popping and cracking.
Really?
So just don't
Again?
fuck with your pack.
Don't mess with the pack. Sorry, people.
And I'm also now being followed on YouTube by Dick Cheese 663. So
Dick Cheese is a guy we know.
yeah, is he?
Yeah, actually, yeah. He's
Really?
commented at Drive a lot.
Oh well, it's a great name.
But anyway, the McLaren, and there's a couple other little weird things like that. If you don't plug that car in and you don't drive it for like 4 days, it dies because it's got a 6-volt lithium-ion battery. Now, granted, if it does die and you jump start it, it charges fully
Right.
in 30 minutes with just idling the car.
So is this
Which is cool,
an
but-
ad for battery tender?
You have to use a battery tender with that car, and it comes with one.
Brought
It
to you
actually
by
does come
Farrah
with one.
Battery
But it's just like little weird stuff like that, and is kind of strange for a car that costs as much. Plus, I hate to say it because I love the car.
Yeah.
The depreciation on MP4s
They haven't checked,
is
really?
horrific.
Poor K, why?
You can buy like an early one right now, 180, 175.
And I can upgrade it to 660
And you can
horsepower
take it
with
to
a
the
chip.
dealer and
Right,
upgrade
right,
it
right.
and upgrade for free. I mean, and so if you buying a brand new one is a real losing proposition.
Not the move to make.
No, it's not.
So I'm not playing to the crowd of the fanboys. Drive around town, Aston Martin or GTR?
Aston Martin. Aston
Wow, really?
You ever driven a GTR in traffic?
I loved it.
Those clutches are.
Oh, there, no.
Collector drove the newest one. He said that was
it better?
way better.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
that was specific. But For me, owning a car, I have to walk outside, look at it, and be excited and
Yeah.
like the way it looks. That's partly design nerddom.
No.
But a GTR, I walk out and it's just
Doesn't do it yet?
not-
Doesn't do it for me
See,
at all.
Aston is a shape. You could go back
Doesn't
to
sound very good
1910.
either.
You could take a Vantage back to
It's all
1910
induction
and they'll
noise.
like the way it looks, and you could probably go to 2050 and they'll like the way it looks.
Yeah.
And that's it.
And something those cars resonate with me on an emotional level much
You've
better
always-
than any of those other cars.
You've always been to that Englishy type
I
feely
love British
cars.
cars. I don't know why they're garbage, but I love them.
I don't know about garbage.
They're not garbage.
Yeah.
But you know they're weird.
I look like my love life.
I would really like it. I'd really love a Morgan Aero Super Sports. If they find a way to bring those back into the country, I'd love a Morgan Aero. It was amazing.
Oh, you can't buy those.
You can't bring them into the country anymore. There's like 10 of them here, and that's about it.
I think you should try to
Race
legalize
switching?
a Morgan LMP2. I digress.
Morgan's racing, aren't they?
Yeah, they've got
sort
their
of.
name
It's
on two
it's a
chassis.
partnership, right? They're not
Yes.
really doing anything. With
Someone said that
With Oak Racing.
Pat Long must be doing like a triple stint because he's still running and he's hauling.
Well, Dempsey's getting ready to drive.
Dempsey has
According
several more
to,
interviews to do
Ross
before
Laws.
he can get in. He's got to film a scene for Grey's Anatomy and do interviews with
They've
Oprah and Ellen before he gets in the car for
And
his
a
stint.
docudrama they're doing about
What's
the
the
whole
time
racing
limit
thing.
for a driver right
I knew you were going to ask that. I don't know what the Le Mans rules. I don't know what the Le Mans rules are.
Is it 6 hours consecutively? Is that
Look at Dempsey's helmet. Oh my God, is he pimping?
Do we like it?
I love Dempsey's helmet. Look at that. Look at it.
That's nice.
Yeah.
There you go.
It looks like it's got like machine turned
It does.
aluminum on
It does. Goldish.
It reminds me of the CSU Rams.
Oh, it's sick. By the way, speaking of helmets, wait till you see my new helmet.
Uh-oh.
Oh, you're gonna love it. You're gonna love my new helmet.
Okay.
What is it?
Should I reveal it now?
Do you have it with
I
you?
have a picture of it. I don't want to say what it is on the stream.
Well,
but
you're only
I'll-
going to show it to 500 people, so it's not.
552. And now that we've mentioned, in the 548, I thought we'd bring in more with the reveal of the helmet, but we've
Yeah,
actually sent
we're
someone
gonna
more.
put it in front of the camera.
No, let's.
It's a funny idea.
Is it graphic?
No, it's totally PG rated.
No. That's I didn't mean graphic that way.
Oh.
Is it
It's
like
airbrushed.
detail graphic
It's
or?
custom, and
Okay.
it's a really fun idea.
So we're gonna show it to the world. Is this a debut?
This is the debut.
This is a world debut.
Let me email it to VSafe.
World
of the-
exclusive
Thank you. World exclusive.
from Drive Newsroom.
Is it Matt's head? Because that'd be really good if you made your head into the.
Your own.
You don't know, because what's his name did that? Rossi has just a picture of his head on the top of his helmet.
Oh,
So he's
Valentino?
when he's riding, he's got a picture of him going like.
I've emailed it to Vitse, so he'll put it up on the screen.
Good.
Donald Trump's haircut.
Oh, you ruined the punchline.
I
That's
ruined the
awesome.
punchline. I was watching The Apprentice and I noticed how much his haircut looks like my open face helmet.
Well, and when you see it, you'll understand why.
Vitse, did you get the
Mr.
picture?
Trump's hair fits the shape of
It
his
really
helmet.
does. I have Donald Trump's haircut on my open face helmet. It's not quite as nice as Dempsey's,
Dempsey's
but
in first now. They said.
I don't. I have no.
he's
freaking
just in
idea how to
first in
scroll.
life, maybe not the race.
I got it.
Do you know how to scroll this
I'm
thing?
scrolling on
They said
mine.
Long got him up into first.
Hey,
GTE
Mike Spinelli.
Pro. He's
How can we scroll the screen here?
GTE AM. Yes.
I have no idea
yes,
what's on here.
They are in first. Patrick Long has gotten the Dempsey Del Piero GT3 RSR.
What did I
First
say like an
place
hour ago? P Long is in the car. It's or
with
Long
a
P.
with a 1 minute advantage over P Ruberti.
God, Pat Long.
And over Dio Young.
I'm a text.
Dio Young is in third in class.
I'm gonna text Pat Long right now and tell him he had a nice stint.
Oh, that's good. He'll use it while he's driving.
He is Pat Long. Good stint, homie.
So where's our boy? What? All the way up there?
There.
Three?
Yeah.
Hardcore.
It's awesome.
Wicked hardcore.
Wicked hardcore. Here's the helmet.
I wish I know what his stint was.
Oh, my girlfriend.
Have you seen that? There's a helmet on the screen there.
Yeah, look at that. Spinelli, you see this? Look at this is my new helmet. It's Donald Trump's haircut. Yeah. That was painted by Luke Doby, LukeDobyDesigns.com. He is amazing, and I told him I only wanted him to do it if he could make it look really, really good. It looks really.
I can't wait to see it.
I'm gonna debut the helmet on Drive when we test Mr. Psycho Frank's Lotus because he doesn't have a windshield or a roof, so you need it. It is going to be the funniest thing ever.
Josh, we killed labs. People were saying they're still scratching.
Oh, mine's in my pocket. Hey Megan, can I have some more juice?
Which one would you like?
Some of this juice.
The Boston juice?
The juice that's from Boston and it's for the summer. The yellow labeled juice. Thank you. Interns are great.
Johnny Walker yellow label.
We need to get an intern at the Smoking Tire. They can get us more juice and things. What are the fans saying?
That helmet is epic. You're fired, LOL. Switch the mic. It's still making the cracking popping noise. F you, Zach. They can't show the race too fuddy. I guess that's the person's name.
I'm glad people like my
helmet is
helmet.
effing money. Leo, is SRT the reason we don't have Maseratis? Does the live stream have any video coverage of the race? No, it does not. Tom K's last lap was a 3:25.9.
Nice, Tom Christensen. Hell yeah.
LOL. LOL. Long P. Name drop. Zzz. That's for Patrick Long's text.
Oh, yeah.
Spinelli sighting. Leo Parente can kiss Matt's helmet. Quit screwing with the mic. I think I missed something. Why is this not on draw? I don't know. We need more Maserati in Le Mans. Le Mans?
That's how it's pronounced.
Yes, Le Mans.
Le Mans.
Le Mans.
The Mans. Dempsey looks like a poser, sorry. Show us your helmet. No. The rule is you can't drive longer than 4 hours. It's 4 hours in a 6 hour period. That's what it is.
4 hours in a 6 hour period. Oh my god. Thank you.
There'll still be. I'm not
Cheers,
challenging
everyone
it.
who's
There'll
drinking
still be a
juice out
percent
there.
Of how much time the amateur has to be in the car versus
Yes.
the pro. And I don't know that rule.
I missed the helmet. Show it again. You should have watched earlier. Where's the weed? It's not here.
Show the helmet again.
No, don't show the helmet again. I already told this guy we're not going to.
Whatever. It's my helmet.
Your helmet popped on screen right as they were doing a segment on the Aston
She
Crash
gives
on Speed.
great
I wanted
helmet.
to laugh and cry at the same. Weed is good. Great helmet. Matt, ever notice how Donald Trump looks like your helmet?
Nino, I will not acknowledge
Donald Trump, I told off Donald Trump once. He asked me not to lean on his building. I swear to God. I was leaning on Trump Tower on the sidewalk waiting for a customer once at my old job, and Donald Trump stepped out of his limousine and asked me to not lean on his building. It would never even occur to me that a person could say. I guess so. I don't know. I asked if he thought I was going to knock it over.
The most
And,
luxurious gold-plated building full of wonderful porcelains from all of Italy.
Oh, I forgot. Yeah, Barath 4545 brings up Pierre Levay, R.I.P. Did 22 and a half hours straight in 1952.
That is insane.
Which is so gnarly.
That seems like too many hours.
I was reading a story about the 1979 Cannonball, and a woman did solo Cannonball and went something like 28 hours without peeing, without stopping, in a Ferrari 250 Berlinetta.
Well, how long have you ever driven behind the wheel?
Like 11.
I did.
Yeah, it's
without stopping. I did New York to Miami once solo in my Mini in like 16 and a half hours, which sucked. It was really bad.
Did you have to stop for fuel or anything?
Well, yeah, I stopped for fuel. Yeah.
But you just went
but
straight
but only fuel. Other than that, I kept going. Yeah.
So I never did mega hours, but I can tell you I got behind the wheel. I was going from New York to Boston to go home one time.
Yeah.
I'm not on.
Wait, hang on. Hey, are labs not connected anymore, and we're using these mics? What's the situation with audio right now?
I think Zach's is crackling a little bit, actually.
Zach's hard mic is crackling.
Is my mic?
What's happening with this guy? Tapping.
That one works.
This one's good.
Zach Crackle, right?
How about lab? I'm tapping lab now. My lab hooked up.
Sorry.
Lab's off.
All
It's
the
off.
labs are
All right,
off.
I'm taking off the lab.
Mine is on.
I just shut my lab off. Well, you said it was off. What do you want from me? Oh boy. Okay, now it's back on. How about now?
Do I leave my? What do I do with me? Do I just be me?
Let's see what the fans are saying.
Hey guys, what do you?
Are we back to that?
Audio
You
is
shouldn't tap mics, dude. Sorry. Why is Mike in front of the loudest commentator? That would be you.
Good point.
Saying you were off mic and you were talking.
Matt, when are you going to drive an underground racing Gallardo?
Never.
Never.
I'll never drive
How many
anything underground racing.
how many years
Should
are
I
we going to have
take
to
this
answer that
one
question
and
for?
ditch this guy?
I'll never. And by the way, if anyone has video of an underground racing car on fire, $5,000 cash money. I got. Email me if you've got video. Just it's something I'd like to have.
And you know what? I'll pay you nothing, but just send it to me.
I know
as well.
Oh, believe me, if I have it, you're getting it.
Okay, perfect. So send it to Matt. You'll make some money, and then we'll have it on Jalopnik.
$5,000 cash.
Yeah, I think he's trying not to touch the cable too much.
Should we just go to a break?
Oh, and 46th place is actually the crown prince of Syria, Abdulaziz. Is it Saudi Arabia?
Yeah, Saudi.
Saudi?
Or
Well,
UAE?
that's ironic because the 46th place car, the number 66 Ferrari 458 Italia, has no driver listed right now, which means this is the autonomous Ferrari that's running in 46th place.
The Eurosport feed says it was Abdulaziz.
God
I
damn
can't
it.
remember his last. His other
They got the
names.
Google sponsorship, though.
Yeah, they got the Google car, the Google 458 Italia.
How long before that happens?
McLaren's coming out with an autonomous P1.
Are they?
No.
Okay, thank God. Because I feel like if that does happen, the autonomous Nürburgring record is going to be.
Well, I mean, let's connect the dots. Number one,
Here's
Audi's.
Manti.
Manti Te'o getting in the car.
Very good joke. The first time.
His girlfriend cheering him on somewhere. Allegedly.
We've had people we've gotten complaints about people joining late and not seeing the helmet or seeing other things. So I figured we'll relive all the jokes we made in the last couple of hours
Every
too.
3 hours.
Every 3 hours we just redo jokes.
This is like watching ESPN Sports Center. We're actually not doing this live anymore. We're just running the tape from the first 2 hours. Okay.
Unbelievable day at Le Mans.
Thank God Audi is still in the lead.
Matt, you got to check your Twitter. Michael Hetherington's trying to.
Why am I checking my Twitter?
Michael Hetherington here.
Why doesn't he ask?
Oh, does he have Does he have video?
Does he might have? Maybe he has video.
Maybe he's got video.
Maybe he.
Check
maybe
my Twitter.
Maybe he
I
owns
might have to
under.
pay up.
Maybe he owns Underground Racing.
That'll teach you to speak up.
The last guy who.
Or did he just follow you?
I don't know. The last guy who,
All right, so
who
why-
contacted me from Underground
How's
Racing.
is Dempsey out there? I want to see what his time is compared to Patrick Long. Obviously slower, but
So right
Best
now.
right there.
best was 3:59.
Gawker Editor Wiki. What the hell am I looking at?
That's a bookmark on a web browser, but that still says long P is in the car.
Yeah, I know.
Gawker, that's so you can make posts on Jalopnik.
Yeah.
359 best lap, 401 current lap.
That's not the name. That's not the name of the column.
That doesn't
Leo.
look updated.
It's not like this is Keep It over here and Drive Schedules and Reddit Auto.
Yeah.
Hey, I'm telling you.
He's older than us. Someone hit refresh on that.
The head of Toyota is commenting on Eurosport, which is basically saying, "Leave me alone. I'm here in my bubble, winning this
Go
race."
away.
Yeah, I would hate those.
Well, lightweight 280
halftime Super Bowl. Hey, can you give us a few words, Coach? Yeah, go away. Go away.
Oh well, James Cutter.
What's the story with that? Nah, you don't want to talk about that.
I was contacted by someone who has the world's only tuned Bugatti Veyron and wanted me to drive it for tune. But
Oh, Robert Himmler is very happy with Underground Racing.
Interesting.
oh, I'm sure he is.
Isn't that kind of nice?
All right, I'm gonna reach here. We're what? How many hours into this thing? 15 hours.
15 hours, 24
To
minutes.
go?
To go.
To go.
All right. You want to take a shot at a prediction here? Is this going to be a Toyota win or an Audi win?
Audi.
I think Audi's going to pull it off.
Okay.
I think there's going to be a Toyota on the podium.
I think that's
but
a guarantee
I do not
at this
think it will
point.
be on the top of the podium.
I don't. The Paul Dean Racing entry will not.
Speaking of which, P1 just pitted.
Yeah.
Yes.
GT Pro. Aston Martin pulled this off, or Porsche. Okay, we got the I hope so one.
Well, they have to now. Now they got to do the win one for the Gipper.
Ooh,
you know what I
yeah,
mean?
yeah.
They sort of are obligated to win.
And I would imagine that, quite frankly, seriously, that's in their thinking.
Yeah.
Sure it is.
And they're also flying. I mean, they're running comparable lap times to the 911 that's right behind them, but they're also a lap ahead.
They've been
Wait,
the
do you have
quickest
updated
car.
stats? What's Dempsey drive? What's he doing here?
It's not totally updated yet, so it still says longs in the
Still
car.
long P.
Still long P.
P2, I think that you said you went to the Morgan plant. Are we going to have a Morgan win?
I mean, even Charles Morgan was like, I was like, Charles, why are you guys racing? What are you doing with this race?
How did he answer that? I asked him, how did he answer that question for you?
Well, he said the reason that Morgan races is so Morgan customers can race their cars. That's what he said. He said he made no qualms about the fact that it is a customer-oriented racing program, and he doesn't particularly. I mean, he wants to do well, but he doesn't particularly care. And it doesn't count if the video is already uploaded. I want a new video that. Sorry, thanks for the link, but unless I can upload it and collect the revenue share, it doesn't count. I'm not buying a YouTube link.
He's just sending us.
That's
things
nice
to-
though. I like that. I'll retweet that. Underground Racing Lamborghini on fire.
I'm listening.
Where
So
was I? Oh, Morgan.
customers can race.
Yeah, there are
So
customers.
these type of
who
customers-
I wouldn't be surprised if there is at least one diehard Morgan guy customer who's racing in that car. It's a Pro-Am car, right? It's
You
not
know,
all pros, is it?
I've lost touch, to be honest, and this is a question for the group. In Europe, WEC, is it a Pro-Am class? WEC. P2 and WEC, is it a Pro-Am class or is it all Pro?
I think it's Pro-Am.
I'm looking at it, and I don't think it is.
And we have some more.
It was Luigi Chinetti that ran for 23 and a half hours in 1949.
And by the way, you know the significance of 1949? That win?
My dad was born in it.
Was that when they came back from World War II break?
That's not bad.
Ferrari's first win?
Thank you. You
I
are
believe.
absolutely right.
A 16, Ferrari 16 mm,
166.
166
Yeah.
mm. God, my
You had
old,
it.
My old
Here's,
Ferrari
this is why we
numbers.
don't know, because Dempsey's not in the car.
Oh, look, he's got the paparazzi for Dempsey. Jesus, this guy.
I mean, I
Paparazzis are just photographers.
I respect
people.
I respect the
It's
guy
people.
has
It's
to
people.
deal with all
People who
this.
like people.
But at the same point in time, I'm going to stand by where I am. And we had this conversation, and he's pretty cool about it. I'd like to see him accomplish something
Yeah.
and then deserve all this attention, as
Well, he
opposed
hasn't,
to.
I'll tell you what, he hasn't crashed spectacularly.
And frankly, he's put his skin in the game to make this team happen.
And he's a pretty good team owner, isn't he? Is he a decent team owner anyway? They had
I
some
think-
success with the Mazdas in Grand Am.
I think he's too fair to the people around him, and I think he'd be better served if he picked better racing people around him to run his program. But now that's an opinion that I'll probably hear from.
Yeah. Well, he's getting in the car, so we're going to see.
I know what you're saying about the.
Explain what that means a little bit.
I think he's too trusting of racing people in past, and he needs some hard-ass racing people to make the program fly. Now, maybe they're doing better. Certainly, he's trying to forge a Porsche relationship here.
His car looks nice.
His car looks great.
He's got a really pretty race car.
It is very, very
He's a
good.
pretty man.
Those fender flares.
So handsome.
And I'm not going to touch that.
Probably run this segment again soon.
Is that a good time to run a segment?
Dempsey segment?
I think Ian came up with a brilliant idea. When they leave the pit lane here, after they're done,
Let's get a Dempsey segment
as
so
he
we can
gets up
check
to
his
speed,
lap time.
we'll run the Dempsey segment. Then we'll come back and see how well Patrick Dempsey is driving his Porsche.
It's also the only
Race
team
car.
with 3 American drivers on it.
That is absolutely true. It's all American.
Thank you.
It's
Thank you to Ross Luz.
goddamn flag waving all American.
Yes, it is.
Do we care?
Yeah.
And he's behind the scenes
I
of
like,
American
I
sports
like
car.
seeing American drivers. I do.
Oh, no, I
People
like
say
seeing-
Americans can't drive, which is a stupid thing.
Who says that?
A lot
Everyone
of
in
Europe
people
people
says that shit.
Because they watch
People were
F1
talking.
and WRC.
People are talking.
People were talking.
Any press is good press.
So I'd argue this. I think that number one, too many Europeans think racing in America is NASCAR,
Yeah.
and I think that probably Patrick recognizes the pressures on him to perform well, because I don't want just some celeb to be the face of American racing.
Yeah.
Now Patrick Long, who you've called what, Ginger?
World's fastest ginger.
World's fastest Ginger. Obviously is standing up for American racing, and there are a bunch of other guys that have done it before.
Standing up and standing on a box.
Hey, you are talking to the wrong guy about standing on a box.
To Henry, who sent me the underground racing car on fire, thank you. I appreciate it. I didn't mean to be mean to you earlier.
So
But
3,
when
2,
I said
1.
5Gs, I meant new footage that I can upload and collect revenue share on.
Why don't we cut to Patrick Dempsey's interview to get a little bit of understanding of why he races, what his aspirations are, and why he's back at Le Mans. And this was from an American Le Mans interview that we did, I think, last year. At Petit Le Mans. So it's a short one.
Petit Le Mans.
The little Le Mans.
I call my Le Mans Petit Le Mans.
Petit Le Mans, yeah. I call, and your girlfriend calls your.
That
Have we cut away yet?
No, we have not.
We
that was
are.
a joke, Leo.
We should cut away though.
How are the IndyCar guys?
By the way, someone wants to know what were the drivers that were drunk, who ran Le Mans drunk.
Oh yeah, that was a great story.
Duncan Hamilton.
That's the commenter or that's the driver?
The driver.
Was it?
Yep.
Didn't sound. I thought
Who's
it was
Duncan Hamilton?
No.
I thought of
some
Duncan
guy.
Sheik
Duncan Hamilton.
Was
initially.
it?
He got drunk at a bar.
He got drunk at a bar and then they called him back and he went and raced and
Yeah.
won, I think.
Well, this was the guy that caught the Super Bowl pass for the Packers, right? The same guy?
Oh, we're back on.
Are we here?
We never left.
I know. I thought we.
Oh, actually, interesting call out from Mr. Hahn. NASCAR is on a road course today.
It's at Sonoma.
Are they at
No,
Sonoma?
they're at Road America for
Oh,
nationwide.
Road.
Oh,
so that's
NASCAR at Road America.
Sonoma's
would be
tomorrow
very
for
interesting.
Sprint Cup.
Okay, so I'm not wrong.
You're not wrong.
Where would you rather watch a NASCAR race, Sonoma or Road America?
I love Road America. And
I
I heard
watching
you. I think
NASCAR at Sonoma. I
I
think
think-
it's a great place to watch a race. You see a lot of crashes from that overlook.
I think Road America's too long for them because the nation, when they have a yellow, they don't do local yellows. They have a full course yellow,
Oh,
and it's
God.
4.2 miles in a nationwide car going 60 miles an hour every time.
So if you want to see the bumping and banging and wheel hopping that is NASCAR on a road course,
Sonoma and the
hands
Glen
down.
are the places
I
to
would
see it.
argue that the racing will be better at Road America because
But it'll be so they crash. They start, then they crash.
no, they don't start and crash.
Oh, it's only just they'll start, then they'll crash, then they'll have a couple laps of yellow, then they'll do a restart, and then they'll crash.
Except for turn 5 and 6, I think there's more room to make passes at Road America without crashing.
Yes,
in
Sonoma's not a good
nationwide.
passing track.
Yeah, because
It's a very
difficult.
It's a
track
very
to pass
difficult
in,
narrow
unless
track.
You have and what's interesting about Sonoma, we thought when we went to race Lemons there with the Civic that because it's so tight, our car, which handles very well, we thought we'd be great. But it turns out Sonoma is much more of a horsepower point and shoot track than it is a handling course.
Especially when you have hills. I mean,
because the elevation there is very deceptive.
You think that I thought that the first section would be all rhythm because you got the uphill left, then the right, then you have the
It
S's.
is a lot of rhythm, but you are, especially if you're in traffic or something, if you get your rhythm thrown off a little bit.
Oh, we
then
missed
you're-
this. The
you're down on
commenter,
power.
Jonathan Arena, said
I heard
Long P was pulling reporters off of Dempsey as he was getting in the race car.
Good.
There we go. Audi number 2 reports vibration.
Good vibrations or bad?
I'm picking up good vibrations.
Well, we don't want that to happen because that'll be the third.
$30,000.
That'll be the third.
Oh, I can't sing Beach Boys.
Well, the Audi also ran its last lap was 10 seconds faster than the Toyota, so the vibration doesn't seem to be that much of an issue.
The vibration is the excess wind
It
of
was
them hauling ass.
He ran a 3:26.4, fastest lap. He was a second faster than the number 1 car, which is on a tear.
What's best lap of the race?
It's a 3:23.2 from the guys in first, which is
The
the
number
old,
two car.
which is the number
Tom
2 car,
Christensen.
the old men.
The old men murdering it again.
These guys, I can't think of anyone who's more motivated than those guys to win this race.
Yeah.
And McNish wants it bad.
Yeah.
Last 2 races, last 2 Le Mans, he crashed.
Yeah.
You know, one you'd argue was
The
not
one
his
was
fault.
really bad.
Yeah.
The really bad one was not his fault.
And then last year, remember, I think it was in the Porsche curves.
Wasn't it early? It was early
It was
too.
very
wasn't it?
early in the race.
That was where he turned in.
Yes.
Right, and flipped.
Early in the bad one 2 years ago too. It was only
Oh, very
3
early in the
hours
band.
right?
Yeah. So, and I got to tell you, I know they feel the pressure of the kids. So at some point, and I can say that as an older guy. So at some point in time, he wants to leave the mark one more time.
whippersnapper, I'll show you the Porsche curves.
I wish these 458 race cars were louder. At least the ones in Grand Am are not loud at all. Are these a lot louder?
No, you're right. Yes, they are.
They are. Are they much
Yeah.
louder?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay. The
The
ones
ALMS
in Grand Am aren't very loud. Look at these stormtroopers.
And by the way, that was a whole conversation in the Grand Am Daytona paddock. It's like,
Was it? Why
why
are
don't our
Ferraris-
cars sound like Ferraris anymore?
Yeah.
And
Why is the Mazda RX-8 so much louder than this Ferrari?
yeah, the Mazda sounded like a Ferrari. The Ferrari sounded like my rental car. It was just ridiculous. I don't know what. There's so many things that Grand Am has done to modify the GT3 spec. And it's gone to the sound stuff as well. I mean, the Audi sounded a little awkward. The
Yeah.
Ferrari didn't sound like a Ferrari.
Why are they doing that? Is it
Porsche is the only
horsepower
company that's allowed to
restriction?
make loud cars.
Or is it a noise restriction? Or is it?
I think it's a little bit of both. I think there's a noise thing they try to do. I know that they're more comfortable running more production-based motors. I know the Audi is really a production-based engine with a little bit of tweaking on the engine management.
The
And-
R8.
The R8.
Yeah, yeah.
The R8
It's
GT.
actually detuned. From
Is it really?
Yeah, Duncan Endy, who races that car in
Yeah.
ALMS, was on our podcast, and he said that car is basically a stock engine
Yeah.
with a restrictor plate on it. So it's actually making about 25 horsepower less than stock in race trim, but it doesn't have all-wheel drive anymore, so it has fewer drivetrain losses. So
Okay.
the wheel horsepower is up a
Yeah.
little bit, but the look at that, there's long.
keep
P.
going, keep going.
Looking good. The wheel horsepower is up slightly, but the crank horsepower is actually down a little
Yeah,
bit.
and the weight of the car is down, obviously. So
And the balance has changed because it no longer has a front differential.
and the balance has changed because they took away the GT3 diffuser
Yeah.
and the wing and all the other tricks that are a GT3. Having
But-
said all that, yeah, these cars need to sound like race cars.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Especially Ferraris. Of you know what I mean? Of all the cars, does he look like he just got out of a 3-hour stint at long? He never looks fazed by anything.
By the way, what just happened? Why did Dempsey just run a 6-minute lap?
It was his out lap.
It was his out lap.
6 minutes?
Well, their normal lap, their fast lap is
You're right. There's a problem.
is
And his name
350.
is
Their
Patrick
fast lap's
Dempsey.
at 359.
Do pit laps? I hate this. This was going to sound dumb. Do pit laps count?
Yes.
They do.
Yeah, sure.
Okay.
No,
All right.
no. Yeah.
So if you ran a 6-minute lap, that might explain that.
It very well could.
Yeah.
It was because there was the paparazzi. He
paparazzi,
slowed down to
yeah.
wave.
The Morgan art car. What do you think?
Oh, is this it?
Yeah.
I mean, art cars in general, I think all race cars should be art cars. I love watching art cars race.
I have no problem with this at all.
Whoa, that is a scheme. Oh my God,
Now-
that's the Morgan?
It looks like fallen maple.
Yeah, it's one of the 3 Morgan.
Oh my God.
I feel
It
like
had radioactive symbols on it. Why did it have the radiation
So I
symbol?
feel like it's supposed to be road traffic signs kind of
okay.
collaged.
Yeah.
And by the way, you guys were commenting about the Gulf livery. You liked the art car Gulf?
The Aston Martin?
Yeah.
I like it.
You like it?
I don't like it as much as traditional Golf, but I did like it.
Okay. And do we like the Audis with all this geometric?
They look like
high-techy-
They look like spaceships.
They look like they really do look.
They look really cool,
I mean,
especially the lights
for
that change when they come out of
For
pits.
this, I get it, but
Yeah.
like when you start doing this kind of stuff, like this Lamborghini Veneno,
Yeah.
it looks so silly on the street. It really looks ridiculous.
Yeah.
And
To
we
me,
now know that Lamborghini will do whatever you want them to if you give them enough money. You know, now that we've established that with enough money, Lamborghini will make you the world's ugliest car if you ask them to.
I need a car to satisfy my ego. We'll call it the Egoista. Douche.
I don't want to bring anybody with me in it. One seat.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. I am the only one who's good enough to ride in my car.
See, did Dempsey
What's he
finish
running
another
right
lap yet? 4:12.
So
he's only 13
He's only
seconds off.
13
of,
seconds
off the fastest lap the car has run the entire time.
Yeah,
That's
you-
Audi, since its debut in 1999, is the current brand of dominance at the Le Mans 24. 11 overall wins and counting, second only to Porsche's 15. 3 optimized hybrid diesel Audi R18 e-tron Quattro are the battle wagons built to continue the Audi tradition of winning, to create their own 25 hours of Le Mans, the twice around-the-clock race, plus the winner's podium celebration. Optimized is the word Audi uses to define the 2013 car. Maximized improvements in aerodynamics, most notably the long-tail design, but also a host of extensive detail enhancements, including an F1-style engine exhaust-blown rear diffuser underbody, and weight, examples being the sophisticated carbon tub and the composite transaxle gear case, all to allow for the addition of the e-tron hybrid systems and power. The 2013 model 120-degree V6 diesel TDI is improved to the point that the ACO FIA invoked last-minute balance of performance benefits to give the Toyota a better chance to compete. Efficiency is a trademark of the Audi TDI performance. The e-tron system takes optimization to an even higher level, allowing efficiency to remain one of the stronger weapons in the Audi arsenal to beat the competition and win another Le Mans 24. Head of Audi Motorsport, Dr. Wolfgang Ulrich, defines the hybrid diesel R18 e-tron Quattro best. There's hardly another motorsport discipline in which the creativity of the engineers is rewarded as highly as it is with the Le Mans prototypes. The hybrid diesel Audi R18 e-tron Quattro, 3 of them in the hands of their veteran champions, Alan McNish, and Tom Christensen, or their young guns, 2012 Le Mans 24 champions Marcel Fassler, Andre Lauderer, and Benoit Trullier remain the logical favorites for the 2013 race. And the intriguing part of this whole R18 exercise is that be it engineering, design, materials, or other facets of car build, many ideas from Audi Motorsport will continue to influence Audi's production vehicles, optimizing their lightweight, power, efficiency, safety, aero, and more.
When you think of Le Mans, you think about Porsche. They've won the famed endurance race a record 16 times. But the past 3 years have been difficult. Their top-of-the-line production-based sports car is the RSR, and the aged 997 platform hasn't seen a major victory at the Le Mans circuit since 2010. In fact, in the past 6 years, Porsche has only had 2 class victories, the other in 2007. The last time they were on the top step was with Alan McNish, now of Audi fame, back in 1998 with the GT1. And even then, the 90s didn't have many results. The bulk of Porsche's dominance was back in the 80s. But for 2013, things are changing. For this year, we finally see a new Porsche GT car on track, the 991 RSR. The new platform is a little longer, but its power plant is nearly identical to last year's 997. Factory drivers are saying the new car does have an advantage though in high-speed corners, and the aerodynamics are vastly improved. The new car is in the hands of Team Manthey of Nürburgring fame, but this isn't a customer racing program, it's a factory-supported effort in GTE Pro. Their primary car, the number 91, is running in WEC with Jörg Bergmeister and Timo Bernhard. For Le Mans, Patrick Pilet joins them. The sister car, the number 92, has 3 more factory drivers, Lieb, Lietz, and Dumont. If that list of factory drivers doesn't surprise you, it should, especially as this is the 50th anniversary of the 911. Absent this year, the Flying Lizards, a dominant force for the past 8 years in the American Le Mans Series, they've moved down to the GTC class for 2013. Patrick Long, the only American Porsche factory driver, once with the Lizards, joins Dempsey Racing Proton with Patrick Dempsey and Joe Foster in the GTE AM class for Le Mans. But the plot thickens. Just last week, Porsche released these photos of their new LMP entry racing around their test track in Weissach, set to compete against Audi and Toyota in 2014. So 2 new cars in 2 years, each in separate classes. Could Porsche's dominance continue into the next decade? Could they regain the success they once had in the 80s? Only time will tell.
Ralph Gilles, president and CEO of SRT, defined the reasons for the return of Viper to the racetrack. His reference to Riley is Riley Technologies, the storied race car builder that handles the construction and racing of the 2 new SRT Viper GTSRs. Return to Le Mans was the logical extension of the new Viper program, as the car dominated its GT class with 3 straight years of winning in 1998, 99, and the year 2000. And Viper was a truly international racer back then. In addition to Le Mans, Viper took home 3 Nürburgring 24 wins, 2 Spa 24 wins, victories at Daytona, Sebring, the Petit Le Mans, GT championships in France, Italy, Belgium, and 5 FIA GT Series crowns. Viper, now and then, does its racing the old-fashioned way. First, a close connection to street car design, making the GTSR race car an extension of technology you can buy. And second, when racing demands more speed, Viper's answer is good old-fashioned big motor cubic inches or liters. 8 liters of V10 power go up against the much smaller displacements of its Corvette, Ferrari, Porsche, and Aston Martin competition at Le Mans, and BMW in the American Le Mans Series. The GTE rules say only 5.5-liter maximum engine size, like on the Corvette. But the FIA ACO grant Viper a technical waiver because they want Viper to race with them so dearly. The big engine is compromised with a highly restricted air intake to create a balance of performance. And while it chokes Viper down on revs and horsepower way below its potential, it cannot take away the advantage the big V10 has in torque. So acceleration off the corners is a Viper strength. And fans can clearly recognize the low-throated Viper roar versus a Ferrari scream or Porsche revs. Aerodynamics are maximized for low drag at Le Mans. Weight has been coming down and redistributed around the car to create better handling. Advanced race car design, suspension configuration, tuning, and component technologies make Viper an ever stronger threat to win again. The Toyota TS030 Hybrid LMP1 car stands a good chance to win the 2013 Le Mans 24 endurance race. And yet, everything about this Toyota at the Le Mans 24 speaks the word loser. Have I got your attention now? But it's not what it seems. Let me explain. The Toyota TS030 was spawned from the losing Toyota F1 project. At Le Mans, the TS030 represents 16 years of Toyota losing the 24-hour race. Way back in 1985, Toyota started coming to Le Mans to win with some phenomenally memorable race cars. The 85 to 94 CV series cars, the Toyota Supra, a V8 MR2, the TS010, and the infamous TS020 Toyota GT1, the last Le Mans competitor for Toyota, but it lost the 1999 race. Audi's arrival in 1999 may have had something to do with Toyota's decision to quit Le Mans, and everything to do with Toyota's decision to return in 2012. Toyota knows to be a global leader, you have to fight and win like one. Accept loss, learn from it, then fight the best to be the best. At the 2012 Le Mans 24, however, Toyota was pressed into the role of Audi's main rival before it wanted, because Le Mans and the entire World Endurance Championship lost Peugeot from its roster of competitors. So while Toyota led the race at one point, in the end, Audi prevailed and Toyota lost again. And still, the Toyota TS030 Hybrid has proven itself a formidable, hyper-sophisticated race car. Born from the cumulative knowledge of Toyota Motorsport GmbH, once known as Toyota Team Europe, this is the team responsible for the design, engineering, and racing of the World Championship Rally Celicas, the Toyota GT1 at Le Mans, and the 2002 through 2009 Toyota F1 team effort. Toyota Motorsport has the talent and know-how to win. TMG F1 experience spawned the aerodynamic genius of the Toyota TS030, the beautiful carbon composite construction of this car, the packaging of components including the hybrid drive system, and the team's rapid update capability that has seen the car evolve quickly with a constant stream of new pieces. A 3.4-liter normally aspirated petrol-fueled V8 produces 530 horsepower. The next 300 horsepower comes from the electric motor, charged by regenerative braking into a supercapacitor for quicker energy capture and discharge. The V8 hybrid system powers the rear wheels only, giving the Toyota the advantage, per ACO FIA rules, to be able to use hybrid at any speed. Le Mans represents for Toyota a validation of its hybrid leadership and gives that achievement a spirit and personality way beyond what any Prius sales record or driving experience could. As such, because of its racing record at Le Mans and most recently in F1, Toyota almost has no choice but to win this 24-hour race, which makes it all the more fun to watch this very cool car fight for victory.
For sure, it's a huge advantage to have a temporary quattro. Everybody knows, like, four-wheel drive is a lot more traction. So at the pre-test, we got a taste of it, and I can tell you it's a big advantage because when we accelerate out of the slow-speed corners, before the quattro comes in, there's not a lot of traction, and then when it comes in, there's a big help. So I think we're in a really good position if it starts to be wet. So obviously it's not nice for everybody. It's very demanding to race in the wet at Le Mans. The downside of our system obviously is also the braking. We have the engine and the motors on the front axle, and when we brake, they recuperate more. And sometimes when the grip surface is very low, it's easier to lock the wheels. So you have to be very accurate with your driving style and to make the most out of it. And not get into a mistake, but this is something we can control with the system which we've been working really hard on, and so at the test it proved that it worked well. Yes, we drove in the rain, and obviously any corner above 120 kilometers per hour, you will benefit from mid to exit on the acceleration. Porsche curves, it's a bit faster, so it's more flowing, so the percentage of acceleration is not as high as if you would just exit a corner out of with 120. But still, you feel more confident even there to pin it and then just to have a better time.
We had to find, to do a big step. You know, we saw at the end of last year that Toyota was very strong, very quick, and we are not talking only about Le Mans now. We are talking about the World Championship, and of course you need reliability for Le Mans, but you need performance for the races. And we worked really hard during the winter to increase our performance, to find some 10 seconds, you know, everywhere. So it's really hard, you know, when you start from one-year-old car, and you have to keep this car, but you have to improve a lot in terms of performance. You have to work on every details, and I think there the engineers have done and the mechanics have done a very good job. Basically, you have a little more switches, you know, to understand and to work with for the hybrid system, to configure everything, and then basically also the car changed a lot compared to last year. Okay, we had an Ultra, but even the e-tron car was exactly the same. You know, it was only the hybrid system on. Now we have also a brand new car. You know, everybody works really hard in terms of aero package, of all sort of things. I mean, they improved the hybrid system also to get a little bit more performance. We have a brand diffuser, so it's a lot of new things. So at the end, the car compared to last year is much better to drive. Easier, there's more overall grip, you feel a little bit more power. So for a driver, it's pretty cool to drive now. I joined Le Mans in 2008 for the first time. Then since 2009 I'm here every year. 2010 I'm here every year. And to know that just a few years after you started here in Le Mans, you are able to join Audi and being teammate with Alan McNish and Tom Christensen, which are big reference here in Le Mans. And Tom won 8 times, Alan twice. It's for sure it's something special, so I'm really proud of it. But then at the end, there are racing drivers like I am, and we just try to go the same way, to push as much as we can, and to be able to win. So it's for sure I learned a lot from them. But I hope also in the other side that, you know, I'm from another generation, so maybe I can bring something to the team. So I would say that both ways we try to help each other. As I said before, Le Mans it's not really a performance thing, you know. We saw last year that both car number 1 and car number 2 did few mistakes, you know, during the race. So you know that if you do a race without any mistakes, you have a chance for a win, you know, even if you're not talking about performance. So that's the main thing. After, for sure, at the end, when it's close like 2010 with 13 seconds difference, every second counts, for sure. for the pit stop, when you restart from the pits, you know, the way you go in the pits, the way you go into traffic. So it's important, and of course when you are behind the steering, you try to maximize that time and that performance to make sure you don't lose time. But at the end, I think what we have to be careful and think about is to do a race without any problems, and you have to be safe enough in the traffic and also aggressive sometimes, because you cannot lose too much time, but you have to be aware that you have to be far away from the problems. You have to take care, you know. Here, I mean, it's easy to win 4, 5, 6 tenths a lap if you cross the yellow bananas on the chickens, for example, or Tertre Rouge, but you do it 1, 2, it's okay. But if you do that the whole race, for sure you're gonna break the splitter, you can break the floor, and then you lose a lot of time. So at the end, it's not really good to take these kind of risks, because you're gonna lose more than what you win. So for sure you have to go away from those bananas and curbs to make sure that, I mean, it's much better for the reliability of the car, and that's the most important during 24 hours.
How much, there's been a lot of talk in the press about the blown diffuser. How much has that changed the handling of the car, especially in extreme conditions like wet?
You know, this is actually, actually help us for our aerodynamic. It's actually an aerodynamic tool which helps us a little bit to get a little bit more efficiency from the aerodynamic side, but it's not. It's not that we can feel it that much in the car. It just helps a little bit aerodynamic wise, and that's all. Actually, it's a little tool we have.
Do perhaps maybe then the long tail, does that affect? Is that more of an efficiency thing as well?
Yeah, it's more an efficiency for sure. It's because we try to get as much top speed as possible without any drag, and long tail helps us a lot in this case. Also there, you know that in the end we have to have a really good aero balance in the car for the fast corners, like the Porsche corners, and therefore you need a well balanced, so you don't actually feel the long tail, but for sure it's a little piece, it's a tool, a little tool which helps us to balance the car with good efficiency on the straight, but still have enough drag, enough downforce in the Porsche corners. So therefore it's you cannot say when you are in the car that now it's completely different because you have the long tail. You have to balance it as well, you have to make a good setup, but once it's in the window, then it's really fast. You know, as a driver you always want to go as fast as possible and want to have new tires and get out and nail at the time. But yeah, it's a privilege to get the pole position, and it's worth to fight for it, but in the end it's only the race count. So if you are not really sorted with the setup, I think you have first to get concentrate on your setup to do there the right things, because you have to go after with this car for 24 hours into the race, and you need a good balanced car. So pole position would be a good thing if it happens, good, but at the end only the race count.
So you're still working on setup tonight then?
Yeah, we have to do we will try quite different things. It's important for us to know which direction we want to go. We had some little issue yesterday with the setup, but nothing which we have to worry about it. But we were not that much not happy enough, I would say. We still have now time to make a good setup on the car, and we're pretty sure that we will find a good solution for the race.
There's, of course, Porsche, the sister brand of Audi, but there's so much competition within the group that they're going to want to arrive, and already in their first year be competitive. And I think it's going to be a great rivalry, both on and off track. Pushing the limits of the technology and the rules, but also on track, close fight. So I can't wait till they come in next year. I think it's only good for sports car racing, and also for Le Mans and Audi themselves.
It should be fantastic for racing. We're up in the press center just kind of bullshitting about it and trying to figure out where this fits. I mean, Peugeot was such a hard-fought rivalry, and we're still a little new with Toyota, but they always kind of say you compete or you fight with your siblings maybe even more than you might against your chief rivals.
Yeah, I mean, it's very true. It's like an inter-team battle. You always want to beat your teammates. That's the first people you want to beat. And I think with sort of Audi and Porsche, you're going to get that same feeling. Neither company and neither brand's going to want to be beaten by their sister brand.
Sure.
So that's going to be, that doesn't mean we can take our eye off the ball and not focus on Toyota as well. But it does add that extra element, and I think it's just going to make the racing so competitive and so interesting, both as a spectator and a driver. We've got H this year, and I had him last year as well. And the great thing with him is he's won it. He's done it all before. He's very calm under pressure, and you need that. You need someone on the radio that's calm, knows exactly what they're doing. And as a driver, it's great because it gives you that confidence. So far, we've all been working very well as a team, which is key to winning Le Mans. Yeah, we raced together in Spa, but I mean, here in Le Mans it will be Luca's first time. It's Mark's. He's done it numerous times. He's won it before with Peugeot. So we've got a real mix of experience. Myself, it's my third time here, but as a team, we've gelled really well. I think it's not a disadvantage that we're less experienced than the rest. Of course, Lucas has got to learn the track, and he's got to bring himself up to speed. But from what I saw in the pre-test, he did that already in 5 laps. So I think it's a great lineup. It's a real mix, and hopefully we can take the fight to not only Toyota but our teammates as well. It's really unclear at the moment. They gained 3 litres in fuel capacity. The big question mark is, does that 3 litres allow them to go an extra lap? We know they're already a lap. They can go a lap further than us because they have a much bigger fuel tank. The question is, does that 3 litres then allow them to do another lap on top of that? And they didn't show their hand at the test, so we're not sure going into the race. But if they can do 2 extra laps, that's a big performance advantage for them. Because it means we then have to go, for every lap longer they can go on fuel, we have to drive 0.6 of a second quicker per lap.
Really?
Yep. Because throughout the race they're going to save so much time because they're going to have to pit so much less. So, if it's 1 lap, we have to go drive every lap 0.6 seconds quicker. If it's 2, we double that to 1.2. And that's a lot of time to be trying to make up each lap.
I would imagine that's a bit of pressure too, because if they do have a hand to show, I doubt they'll show it before the flag drops and the race is going.
Yeah, I mean, we go into the race with a lot of unknowns. There's a lot of talk in the paddock that they're only able to do 1 more lap, but I think they're playing their cards very close to their chest, and that means we're going to have to approach the race with a full attack mentality and go out there and just push straight from the green line. Quite fortunate so far in testing. The majority's been dry. The pre-test here was wet, and that was probably the first proper running I've done in the wet with the car. But I have to say, we seem to have a very good balance, and that's the important thing in the wet. Because if you've got quite a neutral car or even a little bit of understeer, it gives the driver the confidence to push. The last thing you want is a car with a lot of oversteer, because then you really have to come back off the limit, just to make sure you don't make mistakes.
Sure.
Because we run the hybrid on the front, the power comes through the front. We're not allowed to activate the hybrid until 120 kilometers an hour. That's different for Toyota, where they run the hybrid on the rear. They can activate it as early in the corner as they like. So in dry conditions, I'd say it's a disadvantage for us because we have to wait longer to activate this booster power. But in the wet, because we get the power, the extra boost in the front, it's more of a benefit. But from our personal opinion, we'd like to get that boost as early as possible.
Well, the car is a very good evolution from last year. Last year was actually a revolution with the hybrid, etc. And we managed with many things to improve the car. The hybrid system is stronger. We got better aerodynamics, better efficiency down the straight, and the engine people didn't sleep either. We compensated with engine power, so we're very well prepared, and this is the maximum we can do. What the ACDO decided towards Toyota, we've been surprised, but nothing we can do about it. It's something for them to handle. Obviously, it's something positive, I guess, but we're doing the maximum we can, and we cannot influence what happens outside of our garage. Obviously, Toyota showed good performance last year, and you would expect that they learn even more and that they would do better. The pre-test, we were faster than them. Let's see if this was the real result and the real gap. And then there's the possibility that they do one lap more, which is a high possibility that they do one lap more, but maybe even 2 laps. And depending on these differences, the strategy will be very interesting. And let's see if we can compensate with speed or not.
You think they might get 2 laps out of the front?
Well, it depends. They got those extra 3 liters. I mean, it doesn't mean the same thing for them than for us. For sure, with 3 liters, we could do an extra lap because we're on a diesel. It consumes less, but our fuel tank is a lot smaller. So a lot of people get maybe confused. Why is a petrol car driving longer than the diesel? But it's because they have, I think, around 76 liters and we only have 58. So this is something people has to understand. But we will find out, I guess, in the race. Some people say they will not be able to do that extra lap with those 3 liters, but it's always a benefit, even if you carry that little bit of extra weight. Le Mans, there could be a safety car, there could be some situation here and there where you always benefit to have a bit more fuel in the car that could help you to do 1 extra lap. And over the distance, if it saves you 3, 4, 5 stops, it's worth a lot.
Paul Newman, James Garner, Steve McQueen did a Le Mans the movie, but you're on a quest to go to Le Mans.
Right, have gone to Le Mans, so it's nice to be going back to Le Mans. You look at Newman was second there and drove very well. I mean, that's it for endurance racing. Le Mans is the ultimate.
Did that inspire Dempsey Racing, or where did this whole thing come from?
Lunacy, I think, was the thing that inspired me, because to be a team owner is a lot of work. I mean, we spend 90% of our time hustling for money. It's harder than the film business in many ways. It just sort of fell into place. It started out with what was Hypersport at the time. It was sort of going under, and I had an opportunity to come in and buy a lot of the assets and to go racing, and then one thing led to the next, and suddenly I found myself as a team owner. And thank God I was partnered with somebody who understands the business as well as Joe Foster does.
So I got into racing because I saw Grand Prix with James Garner. Did those movie guys inspire you, or was it something
No, not
separate?
so much. I grew up racing. My dad was a car owner, short track racer in Maryland. We were always big fans of racing, Indy 500, Formula One, all those races, Daytona, all that stuff. So I've always been a fan of racing. And then I had an opportunity to go get my certificate, my SCCA, because my wife got tired of me watching races on the weekend. And so I went up to Skip Barber's class, his school, at the Mazda Raceway. And then I came down here about 10 years ago and started doing the Panos Racing School. And that's how I got started racing in their series and then got the bug completely from there. Because what happens with those schools, and I think it's the best way to go racing, is that you get your SCCA license, they give you the technique that you need, and then they go off into those series are great. And that's how it got started. Then I got deeper and deeper into it.
When you approach the work of acting, your mindset, is it the same as when you approach racing the car?
I think there are a lot of similarities to being private in a public world that apply. Certainly, like you see the energy and all of that that's going on here, you have to disengage and really focus on what you're doing in that moment consistently, and not worrying about what happened in the past or what's happening in the future, but what's happening right here and right now. And I think a lot of that training, a lot of those skills that I've developed over the years, acting, helped me tremendously in the car. Conditioning is the next big thing, because then that supports your mental approach and the consistency mentally, and then seat time and experience.
Last question. I could argue that managing a career in acting is probably similar to managing a career in racing. What would you tell a young racer to manage his or her career that you've learned from acting?
Well, I think certainly the more education you have, the better off you're going to be, whether it be business or marketing, and certainly engineering. I think all those things really will help you in a career. How you deal with the media is really important, because your sponsors are looking for a presentation, so you have to handle yourself in that way, and you have to develop all those sides of your personality. And you have to be in the car, and you have to be good. You have to be, having results.
And not to play Can You Top This, but I'd argue tenacity or maybe survival. Talk to me about that in your world.
You have to want it more than anything else. There is no failure. You can't accept failure. You can't accept defeat. You have to really believe or have the desperation to not quit. And I think that's what I've just survived, because there was no other alternative. I had to succeed.
Perfect. Your team's about to qualify for Petite. We'll let you go.
Thank you.
Thank you.
My pleasure.
The 24 Hours of Le Mans. It is the height of sports car endurance racing. Some call it the most important automobile race on the planet. Others call it the only race that matters. Each year since 1923, racers have gathered at France's Circuit de la Sarthe to compete in a brutal test of racing fortitude. A race 6 times longer than the Indianapolis 500 and 18 times that of any Formula One Grand Prix. A race that demands a Herculean team effort just to finish, let alone win it. A race whose global renown upstages whatever racing series has ever tried to claim it. It is, and will always ever be, Le Mans. Drivers spend 85% of the race at full throttle, stressing components to the max and challenging the limits of their own physical endurance. All the while sustaining average speeds of 140 miles per hour, hour after hour, lap after grueling lap. Racking up enough miles to get from New York to Los Angeles in one day. In its early days, Circuit de la Sarthe was a simple triangle leading from the ancient Roman city of Le Mans, south to the town of Mulsanne, northwest to the village of Arnage, and back north, returning to Le Mans. Today's circuit follows largely the same route, comprising mostly public roads. But over the years, the track itself, now 8.5 miles long, has been modified as the cars evolved and their speeds increased. The old White House section gave way to the Porsche curves. The 3.7-mile Mulsanne Straight, where the highly powered prototype cars once hit 250 miles per hour, is now tempered by chicanes. Le Mans lost its innocence many times over the years, as one great driver after another succumbed to the risk of hurtling through space at great speeds. But no tragedy could ever top the devastating crash in 1955 that killed 83 spectators and driver Pierre Levet in a hellish storm of metal and fire. In the years that followed, some Le Mans traditions fell to safety concerns. The iconic Le Mans start was one of them, a mad dash to the cockpit that often left drivers' harnesses undone as they blasted away at full throttle. Now drivers start the race strapped safely inside their cars. Le Mans also gave the racing world some new traditions. It was 1967 winners Dan Gurney and A.J. Foyt who first sprayed champagne instead of merely drinking it as they celebrated atop the podium. Even in its 90th year, Le Mans remains the ultimate measure of speed, stamina, and technical intelligence known to the world of motorsports. And so, another year at Le Mans, with spectators lugging tents and sleeping bags and bottles of champagne. The rest of the world will watch as drivers suit up and engineers glance anxiously at spreadsheets while fuelers practice their Baroque pit lane dance one last time. This is the 24 Hours of Le Mans. This is history. This is racing.